I just wanted to look beautiful on my wedding day. Then my personal trainer started watching my house. This is the woman outside my window. When I hired Claudia, she seemed perfect. Blonde, bright, smiling like she had built her whole life around fixing broken women. She gave me workouts, meal plans, little messages every morning telling me I was doing great. At first I liked it. I needed someone to believe in me. After losing my first husband, I never thought I'd love again. Then Seb came along. Kind Seb. Patient Seb. A widower just like me. Everyone says we're moving too fast. Maybe they're right. But I was happy. I was finally going to have a home again. A husband again. Even a stepdaughter, if she ever stopped looking at me like I had stolen her mother's place. Then Claudia started appearing where she shouldn't. At my door. In my park. Outside my house after dark. And tonight, I found a photograph on my kitchen counter. A tiny framed headshot of a beautiful blonde woman with hazel eyes. Seb's dead wife. When I looked out the window, Claudia was sitting in her car across the street, watching me. Like she had been waiting for me to remember something I didn't know I had forgotten. Prologue. You need to tell us what happened. The officer pauses. His eyes bore through me. We need to hear why you think someone has ended up dead. Murder. The word vibrates off the walls and bounces off the ceilings. I glance around the room. When the officer's face remains expressionless, I realize the word is in my head. Sweat slowly slides down my forehead. I gasp for air. The stuffiness of my hospital cubicle makes me feel as though someone is sliding an invisible cloth around my nose and mouth. I glance longingly at the closed window. I wish someone would open it. Another officer chimes in. What happened? Her large, kind eyes stare at my neck, no doubt taking in the livid red marks that are the shape of fingers. I find my own eyes are drawn to her firm, toned arms, every muscle standing out sharply, shown off by her short-sleeved top. She must go to the gym a lot and seriously weight train. She probably even has a personal trainer, like I did. I look away quickly, a shot of anger coursing through me. Why on earth am I thinking of gym sessions and personal trainers at this time? Look where it's got me. My anxiety grows. They stare at me. Perspiration drips into my eyes and I blink. My heart beats in my ears. One person was killed. The first officer's voice echoes around the room. I'm dizzy. I slump back on my pillow and suddenly I'm in another room. It's somewhere damp and cold and underground. There's someone standing at the bottom of the stairs. They want to kill me. The weight of the body bores into me, crushing my shoulders and chest. Arms spread, eyes bulging. Just as I open my mouth to scream, I'm back in my tiny, claustrophobic cubicle. The sounds of the hospital ward are all around me. Quiet chatter, monitors beeping, the screech of the nurse's trolley moving across the floor. I stare at the plastic tube inserted into the vein in my hand. I know who did it. I need to tell them everything. Chapter 1. Hi Juliet, how are you doing? What have you had to eat today? Remember our chat, best to stay off the carbs and stick to protein. And I hope you managed to do a quick kettlebell session. See you tomorrow. Claudia X. I trudged to the gym, heaving my work laptop and a rucksack filled with trainers, leggings and a t-shirt. It's an effort. I've had a hard day at work and just want to sink onto the sofa and watch TV with a Chinese takeaway. Slim, toned, eager-looking men and women push past me through the gym's revolving doors. I feel frumpy and out of place as I survey the bulging of my stomach over my trousers. But since starting with Claudia, my personal trainer, I've lost 3 pounds. I only began with her last week, so I'm delighted. The pink diamond on my left finger sparkles in the dying sunlight, and I smile and walk forward determinedly. I'm getting married to the man of my dreams. And I'm going to look beautiful and shapely on our wedding day. The memory of walking down the aisle towards another man, beaming so hard my face could split, drifts into my mind, but I banish it abruptly. I pull on my gear in the crowded changing room, my workout running through my mind. I'll do my kettlebell workout, then ... I pull up the routine that Claudia has painstakingly put together for me via email. I take a sharp breath. I find it brutal. But again, my tight-fitting wedding dress is in my mind, and my gorgeous fiancé Seb. I glance down at my wobbly upper arms, my ample thighs, and glimpse my rounded face in the mirror fuel. In sharp relief with the woman getting changed next to me, who has cheekbones that you could hang clothes hangers on. I walk out, clutching my AirPods and phone, deliberating over my playlist for the workout. Juliet. A voice slices through my thoughts. A familiar face greets me, a wide smile, displaying bright white teeth, large sparkling blue eyes and blonde hair scraped back. My mind scrambles. Claudia, I gasp. My personal trainer. I wasn't expecting her here, even though some of our workouts take place at the gym. We hadn't agreed to meet here tonight. My session with her is planned for tomorrow, in my garage that doubles as a gym. What are you doing here? It's not a training session, is it? I ask stupidly. Claudia throws back her head and laughs, her skin shimmering in the light, her dimples deep and beautiful. No, you're absolutely right. It's not. I've just had another client session here. But as we're both here, shall we fit in a sneaky extra session? My heart sinks. I just want to go at my own leisurely pace tonight, not be pushed to within an inch of my life, purple-faced and panting. Ah, okay, I say, unable to hide my lack of enthusiasm. Claudia plows on. Brilliant. I have the perfect schedule for you. Let's start with squats, with a 10 kilograms dumbbell, 45 seconds on, 15 off. 4 sets. I pick up the weight grimly, berating myself for my lack of enthusiasm. Come on. It's good I bumped into Claudia. I want to be in perfect shape for my wedding. I squat as Claudia watches intently, barking. Push down from your heels. I concentrate on my heels, digging them into the floor as my thighs ache. A song from the 1990s, Mr. Vane by Culture Beat, echoes around the gym. I give myself a pep talk. It's not just about my figure. I want to be fit and strong, to improve my state of mind. Exercise releases endorphins. Endorphins lift the mood, or so they all say. I want to grab them and stuff them into me. Not that I should need to, of course. I think of Seb while trying to forget about Matt and the police officer who stood on my doorstep, his eyes clouded, to give me the news. I also attempt to ignore more recent worries, such as Seb's 13-year-old daughter, Sylvie. Sylvie barely speaks to me, resentment appearing to seep from every pore. Brilliant stuff, says Claudia. You deserve your rest. Her enthusiasm is so tangible I feel I could reach out and touch it, as much as it can be a little irritating at times. You don't have to speak as if you are a permanently grinning Cheshire cat. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Claudia's bright, happy voice again. I bend down as far as I can, thighs straining, holding the weight to me. It was Libby, from my widows group, who recommended Claudia. She trained Claire, from our group, and helped her turn her life around. She told me as we sat in a coffee shop with our flat whites. But it wasn't just that she dropped pounds. She felt so much better about herself. She became so strong and has actually become a bit obsessed with lifting weights. Although that's a good thing. Trusts me. Claire. I've only met her once or twice briefly and can barely remember what she looks like. I think she has dark, wiry hair, but I can't be sure. What I do know is that she lost her husband to cancer, a malignant melanoma that spread. You could ask me about any member of my widows group, and I will identify them by how their spouses died. I choke back a sob at how sad I feel that I don't recognize them by their lives, or their characters, their jobs, or their quirks. 10 seconds, calls Claudia. I try not to think about what Libby said next. She put her coffee down and leaned forward. I don't mean to be nosy, but are you sure it's right for you to be marrying Seb? It just seems so quick. For both of you. I'm not being judgmental. I push my body weight into my heels and grip the dumbbell fiercely. You are being judgmental. Shut up, shut up, shut up. I chant to the rhythm of my squats. Fabulous, cries Claudia. Now let's do this workout. It's going to be lunges, burpees. Burpees. I hate them. A drop of sweat trickles down my cheek, but I steel myself once more. I'm up for the challenge. I jump and twist and raise weights, and for the time being, it's all I focus on. Everything else is washed away from my mind, and I revel in the feeling of a slate wiped clean. Claudia slams her palm against mine. That was amazing. I can give you a lift home. Oh, you don't need to. I'm only a 15-minute walk away. I live in Balham, South London. My home is close to the gym, though perhaps not quite as close as I've told Claudia. Much as I like Claudia, I'm done now. I want a brisk walk home, with my own thoughts. Claudia lives in Collier's Wood, a short distance by car. It's soon clear she won't take no for an answer. Nope, don't be silly. I'll drive you. She produces her car keys with a flourish, twirling them around her finger. Are you sure? I need to shower, I say weakly, hoping that she won't want to wait. So do I. Okay, all ready. I've emerged from the changing rooms, hair damp and clutching my rucksack. Claudia is already there. Great. We walk to the car park. So, what are you up to this weekend? I ask politely. Nothing much, Claudia replies, her mouth turned down. Obviously, I've lived away for years. So, I've not come back to many friends or family. Oh, I'm sorry, I say awkwardly. But Claudia's mouth quickly turns up. I've got loads of clients to see, though. That keeps me busy. We climb into her car. Don't you miss Australia? I probe. It must be hard to come back to cold, wintry old England. Claudia pulls her seatbelt on and nods emphatically. Oh, I do, she says. I really do. I was out there for 12 years and loved it. I loved the whole outdoor lifestyle. The weather. She switches on her windscreen wipers to clear the rain that is belting down. But I needed to come back because of my family. Her eyes narrow and the shutters are down. The implication is that something negative has brought her back, but I'm not supposed to ask more. I feel a glimmer of sympathy for her. Talk of family is bittersweet for me. My parents died when I was in my early 30s, both of cancer that progressed quickly. How I wish they were alive to see me get married again, and that I had brothers or sisters. Alas, I'm an only child. Claudia pulls up in front of my house. She turns off the engine. Just as I'm about to say goodbye, I hesitate. Would you like to come in for a drink? I ask, hoping she'll say no. I scold myself for feeling so uncharitable, but before I know it, Claudia is grabbing her rucksack and bouncing out of her door. Thanks so much. I'd love that. Plus, I've got some new tea in my rucksack for you to try. My heart plummets. The glass of wine I had been looking forward to slides out of reach. I unlock the front door, and Claudia follows me in. Where's the man of the house? She asks with a furtive smile. He's taken his daughter ice skating with friends, I say, wishing he was here now. My thoughts pull me two ways. My fiancé Seb, with his huge turquoise eyes, square jaw and dimples. His kindness and empathy. I've met someone who understands my loss. Then Matt's hazel eyes and beaming grin superimpose Seb. Despite my best efforts, it still hurts so much. I try to focus entirely on Seb. We met in an online widows group. He lost his wife Jessie to a heart attack. They had looked so happy together in the photos I saw. I choked down the lump in my throat. We both lost someone far too soon. Matt had died in a car crash. A truck plowed into his car and killed him instantly. It was front-page news in our local newspaper. Horror crash. Read the headline. We'd been married 3 years and were about to try for a baby. My future had vanished in seconds. But that's where Seb and I connected. Our spouses had very different deaths, but they were both taken from us in a second. Our first online chats and Zoom calls were all about our shock. Most first dates are light-hearted. Ours were laced with grief. He told me about Jessie and listened to my stories about Matt. I snapped myself back into the present. At least Sylvie isn't here, I tell myself. She's made it very clear she doesn't want me living in the house that once belonged to her mum too. How's it going with Sylvie? I'm unnerved that Claudia appears to have read my mind. Not great. I fill the kettle and turn away from her. I stare out of the window into the darkness of the garden. The rain splattering against the glass. It must be so difficult for her. Well, for both of you, Claudia responds, digging around in her rucksack. I don't want to reply and am grateful when Claudia pulls out some tea bags from the depths of her bag and changes the subject. Tea, she proclaims triumphantly. Made up especially to have after your workout. It's blended with seeds to reduce tiredness, she parrots. The eleuthero root gives an energy boost. You can have it with milk if you want. I fling open the fridge and look longingly at the chilled bottle of Sauvignon Blanc. I pull out the milk reluctantly, hoping that Claudia will be on her way soon so I can pour a large glass of white wine. Grimly, I splash milk into both our mugs of tea and take a sip. I almost gag. Great, isn't it? Claudia smiles. This'll help your muscles recover, and you'll be up for our workout first thing tomorrow. Gripping our cups, we head to the living room. This is a gorgeous house, remarks Claudia, her gaze traveling from ceiling to floor and then all around the room. It's Seb's house, I say, collapsing on the sofa. This is the third time that Claudia has commented on our house. She's done it every time she has been round. It's an amazing house, I have to admit. An early 19th century villa with a steep gabled roof, huge windows that throw light into the rooms, an elaborate porch, and original multicolored stained glass in the heavy oak door. While work has been done to it, with the addition of a garage and a knock-through of rooms to make a large kitchen, dining and family room. Inside it still retains period features, from cast iron fireplaces with black and white geometric tiles to ceiling roses and the original pantry and a basement. 4 large bedrooms means there is plenty of room when Seb and I have a baby. To top it off, it's on a beautiful road in prime Balham. I know how lucky I am. But my previous house, my home with Matt, is also pretty nice, in Tooting Broadway, just down the road. I've rented it out. Maybe I was wrong to move in so quickly though, because of Sylvie. Seb and I had only been together a year when I did. We were engaged after 18 months. Reflecting on it again, I realize I've been selfish. I should have thought of his daughter. Lost in these recollections, I forget about Claudia and jump slightly when she touches my arm. Are you okay? She asks gently. I force a laugh. Yes, sorry. In a world of my own. Seb sounds a great guy. Claudia pushes on. Will he be back soon? I'd love to meet him. I freeze, my cup of disgusting tea rammed against my lips. I think so, yes. Ah, that reminds me. I need to put the oven on for our dinner. I run to the kitchen, turning on the oven and taking the moussaka I made earlier out of the fridge. You'll be pleased to hear that the moussaka we're eating tonight is just veg, with Greek yogurt, eggs, and ricotta. So, no carbs. I report when back in the living room, pleased with myself. Until I started seeing Claudia, my idea of moussaka would be one brimming with lamb mince and laden with potatoes and bechamel sauce. Will Seb be pleased? Claudia grins mischievously. No. I laugh, only half joking. He'll have something alongside it, no doubt. Well, I'll let you get on with it. Claudia stands up and I'm glad she's taken the hint. 8 a.m. Here for your workout. Yes, I ignore the slight sinking feeling and focus on the 3 pounds I've dropped. That's about the same as a bag of sugar, which is quite substantial when you consider my frame and height. When Claudia leaves, I pace the living room, weighing up whether to have a glass of wine or sparkling water. I move to the window to close the shutters when I catch sight of a dark shape outside on the drive. I screw my eyes up and peer through the plantation shutter slats. Claudia's car is still there. It's completely dark, with no welcoming headlights and no thrum of the engine. I can just about make her out in the front seat, like a statue. I freeze, willing her to move her arm to switch on the engine. Nothing. I shut the slats forcefully. Maybe Claudia is taking a moment to herself to relax, or perhaps she's lost in thought. Please don't let her car have broken down. I stiffen at the thought of the doorbell chiming through the house, then shake myself crossly, marching to the kitchen. I'm sure she'll be gone next time I look out. I pull open the fridge, my hand hovering over the wine bottle, before reluctantly landing on the sparkling water. I'm pulling it out when I spot something on the kitchen counter. A tiny plastic frame, one that might have come out of a Christmas cracker. Inside is a headshot of a young woman, I guess in her early 20s, large, gleaming, hazel eyes, with a smile that almost splits her face in two. She has a sheet of golden hair. She's so pretty. I examine it closely. Something nags me. She looks familiar, but I can't place her. Who is it and what's it doing here? I place the tiny frame face down, frowning. Probably a friend of Sylvie. It looks like the kind of frame a teenager would own. I'll ask Seb later. I pour myself a glass of water and move back to the living room, grabbing the TV remote. Then pausing, I open the window slats an inch and peer through. My growing unease ramps up a notch. Claudia's still there, swathed in darkness, and totally still. My heart beats a little faster. Has something happened to her? Is she conscious? I'd better check. A blaze of light. Claudia has finally turned on her engine. As the momentary glare fades from my eyes, Claudia is illuminated. She's looking straight at the house, at the window, through the tiny gap in the slats. Right into my eyes. Don't be silly. She can't possibly see me. Just my overactive imagination again. The relief I feel fades when I remember she stayed in our drive for 10 minutes. And even if she wasn't staring into my eyes, she was watching the house. Why? I blink. Claudia's car backs out of the drive sharply, and she's gone. Chapter 2. Hi, Juliet. We're going to be doing an AMRAP workout today. Don't let that name put you off. It means you're going to be doing as many reps as possible. It's a great way to increase your muscles' endurance. See you shortly. Claudia Eck. Seb and Sylvie are talking as they enter the hall, back from their skating trip. Sylvie is actually laughing. I can't remember the last time she laughed in my presence. Seb strides into the kitchen. Hello. He flings his car keys onto the counter, and then his arms are around me, his lips brushing mine. Sylvie peers around the door. Her face is pale, her eyebrows scrunched together, mouth a thin line. Even her golden curls look limp. I compare her to the photos I've seen of her from when her mum was alive. Her sparkling, happy eyes and beaming, open mouth. I'm sorry, I want to tell her. Your world has turned upside down, and then I appear, far too quickly. Except I say nothing. Sylvie stares at me, her eyes clouded, and then she slips away. Sylvie, Seb says quickly. Where are you going? Come here, love. Bed. She thuds up the stairs. Seb sighs. I know how much it bothers him. He keeps hoping she'll thaw and accept me. He spends as much time as he can with her on his own, but he also does his best to do trips or nice things that involve the three of us. He talks about Jessie to her, takes her to the grave, and to visit her maternal grandparents. But still, she can't accept me and appears deeply unhappy. It goes without saying that neither of us blames her. Seb is eaten up by guilt. But I can't give you up. I want you to. I've heard that repeatedly, followed by, don't worry, she'll come round. I pick up the tiny photo frame, slipping it into Seb's hand. I've just found this on the kitchen counter. Does it belong to Sylvie? I was going to ask her, but I don't need to mention that Sylvie didn't give me a chance. Seb peers at it. This was Jessie years ago, way before I met her, he says slowly. Jessie, his wife. Of course. Suddenly I know why I had that nagging feeling that I recognized her. I stare at her face, noting the blonde hair and large eyes that match Jess' photos of years later. But, other than that, there is nothing else the same about this young Jessie and later photos. The older Jessie didn't have dancing eyes and a dimple. She had serious, brooding eyes that somehow looked darker. She had thin cheeks, a contrast to the plump, flushed ones in this photo. Dark bags dragged her eyes down, a contrast to the light, taut skin in this image. I feel hurt and uneasy. It's not that I mind photos of Seb's wife in the house. I understand. I have one of Matt on the desk in the study, and one in the spare room. It's that this wasn't here before, and Seb had specifically said that he didn't want any pictures around the house. I loved her, and of course I still do, he'd told me. But I need to move on with my life. And I'm not sure that Sylvie should have constant visual reminders of what she's lost. I assume Seb has suddenly decided to take this one out, without telling me, at a pivotal point in our lives as we are about to marry. What's it doing here? I fight to keep the querulous tone out of my voice. I stare at the tiled floor. I need to be understanding. I know that grief is complex and not black and white, so it shouldn't be a surprise if he's changed his mind and wants pictures of Jessie around after all. Perhaps he feels guilty about getting married again, and this is his way of assuaging his guilt, of reassuring himself that Jessie is still in his life. Seb places his hand on mine. It's not mine, he says. It was taken years ago, and I've never seen it before. It must belong to Sylvie. It must be an old photo Jessie gave her. His face darkens. She shouldn't be leaving it lying around. Please, be gentle with her, I say, touching his cheek. She's suffering. You're right, he sighs. I know I need to cut her a lot of slack. I'll have a word with her tomorrow. Maybe I could help her make a photo montage of Jessie, and we could hang it in her room. I'm up and sipping a double espresso, pacing the kitchen, before Claudia arrives for our workout in the garage. I glance down self-consciously at my new leggings, breathable t-shirt, and overpriced trainers. I went to bed, deciding to forego a glass of wine last night, and I'm so glad I did. I can't wait to get my teeth into the AMRAP, to work my muscle groups over and over to burn calories. Seb is still in bed. He turned over with a groan when my alarm went off at 6:30 a.m. There hasn't been a peep out of Sylvie's room either. For that, I am guiltily grateful. I glance at the photo of Jessie on the kitchen counter, resisting the temptation to turn it face down. This was her home, with her husband and child. Who am I to hide her image? I have a sudden thought, which I welcome as it takes me away from Jessie. I run up the stairs, stepping on the scales. I've dropped another pound. I jump off, feeling like I could walk on air. I'm going to throw myself into this workout. I used to be slim and extremely fit, regularly doing 10K runs and going to the gym 4 or 5 times a week. But then I got comfortable in my life with Matt. When he died, I assumed I wouldn't be able to eat due to the grief and the shock. I found the opposite. I was desperate to fill the emptiness in my heart and mind. Eating a whole cake in front of the TV certainly helped, along with a double gin and tonic. On other days, it would be an extra-large pizza dripping with cheese, or a huge bowl of pasta that would easily have done for 2 people. Since I met Seb, my eating has definitely been better, but I still need to lose weight and tone up. The doorbell rings, and sure enough, there is Claudia, fresh-faced hair, pulled back into a bouncy ponytail, clutching a flask, a photogenic smile. Suddenly, I'm reminded of the previous evening. Claudia, motionless in her car, staring ahead. At me? I debate whether to ask about it, but before I can form the words, she powers into the house. My special protein shake that I start the day with. She informs me, her step jaunty as she enters the hall. I make it myself, and it's amazing to have before a workout. It's got so much good stuff in it. I zone out as she talks me through an extensive list of ingredients. Is this a sales pitch? I lead her into the garage where we are greeted by a variety of dumbbells, kettlebells, a slam ball and barbells. Right, 20 minutes. Claudia sets her timer. As many reps as you can. She talks me through my routine. Go. I pick up the ball and start slamming it on the floor. I swing a kettlebell between my legs, perform as many sit-ups as I can, and lift dumbbells as quickly as possible. My heart races, and my arms and legs ache, but I feel euphoric. I forget Seb, Matt, Sylvie, everything. Stop, Claudia commands. That was amazing. 5 whole sets. Just a few weeks ago, I was a couch potato. Now look at me. My bubble of pride bursts as she adds. I expect more next time, though. I'll be doing this regularly, to measure how you're performing. I gulp down some water as Claudia says, teasingly. So, am I going to meet your fiancé today? I swallow slowly. Why don't I like the fact you're so keen to meet him? Because you're gorgeous and fit and honed to within an inch of your life, and I'm not, and he might like you. I clamp my hand on my mouth, as if I've spoken my thoughts out loud. I'm being ridiculous. Okay, I might be a bit jealous of Claudia and her sunny demeanor and wonderful figure. But I know that Seb loves me. Who cares if he meets her? I reluctantly offer Claudia a cup of coffee at the end of the workout. That would be lovely, she says gratefully. It's nice to have a bit of company. Instantly, I feel guilty as I bustle around the kitchen, gathering mugs and switching on the coffee machine. Claudia's told me she's spending this weekend alone, save for her client training sessions. The least I can do is offer a coffee, especially after she's put me through such a good workout. My hair is damp and my cheeks are flushed. I revel in these signs of vigorous exercise. My blood is pumping and I'm energized, positive and alive. The kitchen door opens and Seb appears. I fiddle with my engagement ring as Claudia steps forward, tossing her mane of golden hair. Oh, Seb, I say hurriedly. Meet Claudia, my personal trainer. Seb's mouth opens and he stares at her. Hello. Claudia's brilliant smile seems to light up the whole room. There's a pause. The ticking of the clock on the wall is so loud that it throbs in my ears. Hi, Claudia, Seb says finally, his voice low and steady. He reaches for her hand, his handshake limp. Nice to meet you. Great to meet you, Claudia gushes. I've heard a lot about you. Juliet is doing brilliantly with her training. I cringe as Seb smiles. Great. There's no warmth in his eyes. She is going to be in amazing shape for your wedding. Claudia's chirpy tone makes me want to shove my fingers in my ears. I don't care what shape she's in, replies Seb, his arm snaking around me. I love her as she is. A door slams upstairs. Sylvie, I presume. Of course. Claudia betrays no emotion and grabs her coffee gratefully. We're still on for tomorrow, aren't we? 8 o'clock at the gym, I frown. An early morning session tomorrow. That's the first I've heard of it. Yet as I open my mouth to respond, Claudia motors on. In fact, why don't we run through the workout while we're having our coffee now? I always like to keep my clients involved. No can do, Seb pipes up before I can say anything. We've got plans tomorrow morning. He laces his fingers through mine. A walk in the park and a coffee, he murmurs. Claudia backs down instantly. Monday then, 8 a.m. Yes. I nod forcefully, ignoring my pang of disappointment. I've got to stick at this. When I first decided to have personal training, I'd been vague about the number of sessions I wanted. I realize I should have been clearer. I'd never intended to have more than 2 or 3 per week. So how has that suddenly become 4, 5, or even 6? It's going to cost me a fortune, although I can afford it. Besides, the pounds I've lost give me a little boost every time I think about them. It's no bad thing if it's almost every day of the week, I tell myself firmly. I lead Claudia into the living room as Seb pours himself a coffee. Does your fiancé not like you working out? Claudia asks. She puts her mug down hard on the coffee table, coffee spilling over the sides and sliding over her fingers. I don't think he minds, I say quickly. He just wants me to know that he loves me as I am. He doesn't want me to feel pressured to lose weight and tone up. I blush at my glib words, annoyed that she's making me feel like I have to defend him. It's not just about you dropping pounds. Claudia's tone is stern, and she draws imaginary quotation marks in the air as she speaks. It's about a mindset, about getting strong, about your mental health. You shouldn't let him put up barriers like this. She leans forward, her manner much softer now. I can see how much you're enjoying it. Don't let him stop you. Oh God, he's not. I look up sharply, frustrated that I sound so flustered. He would never do that. What is Claudia trying to imply? That my fiancé is controlling. I open my mouth to refute this suggestion, irritation flooding through me when Claudia grabs her bag and flask. Thanks so much. Have a great weekend and see you Monday. She zips out of the front door, a bundle of energy. Seb appears at the kitchen door, giving her a smile and wave. How did you meet her again? He drums his fingers on the side table. Yo no, Libby from the Widows Group, I explain. Are you okay? You seemed a bit funny when you met Claudia. Where's she from? Her background? Seb pushes on, ignoring my question. She's recently come back from Australia. She lived out there for years, but had to come back for family reasons. Why? Do you think you know her? Seb shakes his head slightly. No, I did think I recognized her, but no, I don't. He walks towards me and puts his arms around my waist. Just be careful, Juliet. I don't want you on some mad quest to lose weight that takes over your life. I pull him to me, burying my head in his shoulder, trying to forget Claudia's words. Indignation surges through me. It's not her place to make comments. She knows nothing about my relationship. Footsteps pound down the stairs. Sylvie appears at the bottom. Her large eyes bore into me. Jessie. I close my eyes. I hadn't realized how similar she looked to her mother until I examined that photo last night. She walks up to me, smiling. That's promising. I smile back, hopefully. That photo of Mum is nothing to do with me. Chapter 3. Hi Juliet. We're going to be doing a full-body resistance band workout today. This is excellent for muscle toning and strengthening, and I think it's a good idea if you start sending me your daily food diary, so I can see exactly what you're eating. I'm sure I can cut down on the carbs and calories for you. Looking forward to our workout. I don't know why she's lying. Seb huffs as we walk across Tooting Common at a brisk pace. It's a dank Sunday morning in early February. The sky is grey, with clouds that look fit to burst. The wind pulls the strands of my hair back and shakes the leaves on the trees. I dig my hands into my pockets, eyes straining for the mobile coffee van that appeared on the common 3 months ago. I can't wait for my morning shot of caffeine. Why do you think she's lying? My tone is harder than I intended. I bend my head against the wind, studying the path. As I said, I've never seen that photo of Jessie before, Seb snaps. I didn't put it there, so it must have been Sylvie. It's one of the first times we've exchanged a crossword. I pause and look at him. His blue eyes have darkened. They're normally so light and bright and filled with laughter. Not now. You're allowed to have photos of Jessie around the house, I say wearily. I honestly don't mean. No, Seb shouts, his mouth in a snarl. Shaken, I take a step back. He's never raised his voice to me before. His cheeks are red, his eyes bulbous. I told you, it's not me. Okay, I believe you. My own voice cranks up a notch. Stop it, you're upsetting me. We fall silent. Eventually, I try again. But does it matter if it's Sylvie who put it in the kitchen? I don't mind. Well, I guess I do a bit, but it's totally understandable. It's her mum. I pause for breath, and when Seb doesn't respond, I push on. She's understandably resentful that I've moved in and I'm marrying you. I glance down at the pink diamond on my left hand. Again, I wonder if we are doing the right thing. Sylvie is so young, and she only lost her mum 2 years ago. As she sees it, I am trying to replace Jessie. Suddenly, Seb's arms are around me, pulling my head to his chest. You're right. I'm sorry. But I love you, and Sylvie's somehow got to find a way to live with it. His heart beats against my ear. I want to hold him tight and never let go. She'll come round, he mutters at last. I told her we'll spend an evening going through photos of her mum. Her mum, not Jessie. It sounds so detached, almost what you'd say about your ex-wife. Eventually Seb lets me go and points ahead. The coffee van. I'm dying for one. Flat white? Oh yes. A smile spreads across my face, but it abruptly falls as I remember. Oh no, I can't. A black Americano, please. Seb clicks his tongue crossly. Is this one of Claudia's rules? His voice is scornful, the emphasis on the word rules. I sigh. It is. My mouth waters. Oh God, I could murder a flat white. I clench my hands into fists. No, I mustn't. Claudia says that flat whites, with all that milk, will undo some of my good work. A black Americano is around 10 calories, but a flat white and you're looking at 80 to 150. I can picture Claudia's face, her eyebrows drawn in horror, her mouth the shape of an O. To her, an extra 80 to 150 calories probably represent grounds for arrest. What if I have it with skimmed milk? I'd asked, almost whispering. Big mistake. I then had a lecture about how skimmed milk was much worse than full fat, as despite having fewer calories, it contains more sugar. Claudia's voice is in my head as Seb passes me my coffee cup, his mouth taut. Push-ups, 10 reps. Walking lunges, 10 reps for each leg. A plank for 30 seconds. Wow, it's almost like she's here, shouting in the park. I realize the voice isn't in my head at all. Someone is shouting instructions nearby. Claudia? It can't be. Can it? I follow the sound with my eyes. Oh yes, it's Claudia all right. She's wearing her signature bright pink leggings and tight t-shirt, her golden hair in its usual high ponytail. A group of women surround her, valiantly attacking the push-ups, most of them on their knees rather than balancing on their toes. I grab Seb's arm. Look! It's Claudia. I can't keep the surprise out of my voice. What? Seb's eyes swivel and he sighs sharply. She's never far away, is she? What the bloody hell's she doing here? I wince at his anger. It's not an emotion I usually associate with him. It's surprising, I say slowly. Especially as she asked me if I could do a workout with her this morning. I know I couldn't, but surely she'd have known that she had this class on. I didn't even know that she did classes. I approach the group, Seb gripping my arm so firmly it feels uncomfortable. The women are now in plank position, legs trembling, eyes focused. Is that? I screw up my eyes. It's Libby, my best friend from the widows group who introduced me to Claudia. Her face is bright red and her cheeks are puffed out like a hamster. But there's a big grin on her face as she collapses on the ground after the plank ends. She sees me and waves rather manically. Claudia spins round and her face lights up. Both jog over. Fancy seeing you here. Claudia chirrups, not a hair out of place despite the workout. I didn't know you did classes, I blurt out. Just started today, Claudia replies gaily. Circuits. You should join us. It burns calories fast. Libby flings herself on me, arms round my waist. I hold my breath at the sour, earthy smell of her sweat. It's so good, she says eagerly. Please join us. We tend to be busy on a Sunday morning. Seb's voice is distant. I can sense his annoyance. I cringe slightly with embarrassment as I wonder where his usual friendly, hail fellow well-met attitude has gone. It'll be here, same time next week. Come join us. Claudia grips my shoulder briefly, and then with a quick wave she's running back to the group, her voice carrying across the common. Next, squat jumps, lunges and mountain climbers. Libby jogs back slowly before turning to face me. Coffee soon? She pauses. Sure. I plaster on a smile as I take a sip of my black Americano, wincing at the bitter taste. I usually love a generous dollop of milk. Seb grabs my hand and starts walking quickly. Come on, let's get home. Are you okay? I'm panting slightly as I try to match his long strides. At 6'2" ins, he's a foot taller than me, and I'm trotting to keep up. It would just be nice to have a day without you seeing Claudia. Seb's voice is clipped. I count on my fingers. He's been angry 3 times within an hour now, showing a side to his character I'd never seen. Maybe I need to tone it down, put my fitness in perspective, and dial back on Claudia. I'm about to say as much when Seb's phone rings. He grabs it from his pocket. Bloody hell. Him again. My heart sinks as I realize that this won't improve his mood. Seb runs his own business as an independent financial advisor, and I guess rightly that this is one of his clients. The voice is so loud that I can make out many of the words. It goes on and on and on. Seb scrunches up his face and holds the phone away from his ear. That is one angry customer. I wonder what Seb is supposed to have done. He's not the only one who's annoyed. This was supposed to be a relaxing Sunday morning walk, and thanks to Seb's dark mood and Claudia's impromptu appearance, it has been anything but. To top it off, I've had to force down a vile coffee. In a fit of pique, I fling the cardboard cup at the ground and watch the black liquid creep over the grass. Chapter 4. Hi Juliet, thanks very much for your food diary. There is a load of improvements we can make. Don't be disheartened though, there are some very easy things we can fix that will save you 400, even 500 calories per day. And can I recommend my own homemade protein shake? You can replace a meal with it, filled with goodness and way less calories than a normal lunch. Tell you more when I see you. X. Hiya. Libby steps inside the house in leggings and a t-shirt. I raise my eyebrows a little. Libby is not known for attending the gym and is usually in jeans and a sweater. But it seems the circuits class with Claudia has changed all that, as much as it can. She is in a hugely busy pediatrics hospital ward, and her shifts combined with looking after her 2-year-old Noah make it hard for her to keep up any hobbies. Thank goodness for her mum, who lives locally and helps out a lot. I love it, she declares of Claudia's class. It's got me back into the gym. I've made a promise to myself that I'm going to exercise at least half the week. Her face falls. If I can. Seb appears in the hall, car keys and mobile phone in hand, dressed in a smart suit as he heads out to work. I eye him appreciatively, noting the way the tight-fitting trousers show off his long and lean legs, and that the beautifully cut jacket emphasizes his muscular but slim shoulders. God, I'm like a teenager with a crush, I smile to myself, and it feels wonderful until I clock Seb's grim expression. Libby looks downcast. Hi, Seb, she mutters, staring at our parquet floor. I don't think she's admiring it. Hi there, Seb says, managing to bridge being both stern but flippant. He looks over her shoulder. Hope you're well. He doesn't wait for an answer. Right, I'm off. He blows me a kiss as he simultaneously opens the front door, and the next thing I know, he's gone. Libby's cheeks are flushed. I'm flummoxed and about to ask her if everything's okay when she violently swings open the door. Right, let's go to this place you mentioned. Plenty of healthy options on the menu. I take it. We set off swiftly. It's a healthy new restaurant that's opened in Tooting Broadway. Naturally, Claudia has recommended it. In a previous life, I'd have caught the tube. Not these days. Luckily, Libby feels the same. Walking it is. So, how's the wedding planning going? Libby asks. With little enthusiasm, I contemplate my egg white omelette. It won't be enough to satisfy my hunger. Good. I run through my mental checklist. We're getting married in a beautiful boutique hotel on banks of the river in Richmond. We've chosen the menu, the flowers, the music, and the drinks. There's just a question mark over my dress. I've chosen it, but I'm desperate to lose weight to look my best in it. All good, but I really want to lose more weight for my dress. Well, you've got several months to go before the wedding, so that should be plenty of time. Libby responds, tucking into her avocado on low-carb sourdough with relish. And Claudia will work her magic on you, I'm sure. Yes, I've dropped pounds already and am feeling so much better in myself. I try to ignore the growl in my stomach as I push away my empty plate. I love the circuits class, Libby continues. You should come along next time. Maybe? I hesitate, but I'm seeing Claudia practically every day as it is. I need to make time for Seb too. He loves our Sunday mornings. Libby puts down her knife and fork slowly. Her tone is diplomatic. Claudia mentioned that she felt that Seb didn't seem keen on your training. I think that's a shame. It's so good for you. He should be pleased that you're so motivated to get healthy. My light omelette feels like a rock in my stomach and my cheeks burn. I'm angry that Claudia has talked about me behind my back. I'm unhappy that Claudia criticized Seb a few days ago, and this latest development annoys me even more. I really don't appreciate you both talking about me behind my back. My voice is louder than I intend. Seb doesn't mind at all, but he wants to spend time with me too. What's wrong with that? Libby holds her hands up. Okay, I'm sorry, she says quickly. And we weren't talking about you behind your back. Claudia was just a bit concerned. Please, can we change the subject? I say tightly. Libby gives a small nod, and there's a loaded, uncomfortable silence between us. After a while, I break it. Are you still okay to read a poem at the wedding? I've chosen Libby, as she is part of our widows group, and knows both Seb and me, and has seen our relationship flourish. And we have a special bond. We've both lost our husbands, and have comforted, listened to each other, and cheered each other on through our grief. Although, after what she's just said, I'm not sure I want to involve her in the ceremony now. Libby doesn't sound enthusiastic. You don't sound thrilled, I snap. Libby's face is red and she hangs her head. Oh, I'm sorry. I am. It's just. Libby hesitates. I just wish I could move on with my life too after Jason. I feel stuck. I still can't get over him. Libby and I are the same age. Her husband Jason fell off a ladder while trying to clear leaves from the gutter of their house and suffered a fatal traumatic brain injury. Not only have we both lost our husbands, but we lost them from accidents. We have gone through the total shock of seeing them happy and alive, breathing and laughing, to being wiped off this earth so suddenly, with no clue that their lives would be cut short. Libby and her 2-year-old son, Noah, have become a significant part of my life. I try not to be offended at her words, moving on. I'm upset that she feels I've put Matt behind me. But then, I reflect, perhaps she's right. I am moving on with my life. I take her hand. I never expected to find someone again so soon, I say gently, ignoring a burst of guilt. But you will meet someone too, that's if you want to. It's harder for you, having a child. Yes, that's true. Libby smiles faintly. I think that's what I find so difficult. I feel disloyal because I'd like to put myself out there on dating apps and find some happiness again. But then I'm torn as I think of Noah and how he needs to be my priority. Even if I did meet someone, I'd want to keep him separate from Noah until I knew it was serious. She sighs. It just feels so hard and complicated. Obviously, I thank my blessings I have Noah though. I want a baby too. I try not to think of Sylvie, her half-closed eyes and downturned mouth, the lost look on her face. I'm not sure how she'd react if Seb and I had a baby. For my own benefit as much as Libby's, I changed the subject. Tell me about Claire's experience of Claudia as her personal trainer. How did it go? I can only summon Claire up by 2 things: dark corkscrew curls and a malignant melanoma. I cringe at the bluntness of my thoughts, sad that it's not more positive. I'm suddenly desperate for details. Did she lose loads of weight? Did Claudia put her on a calorie-controlled diet? Did it help her with the grief of losing her husband? Libby frowns. Yeah, it went well. I think I told you that previously. She speaks curtly, seemingly irritated by my question, and then jumps up, flinging on her coat and grabbing her bag. Oh my God, look at the time. I need to get back to work. And just like that, she sweeps out of the cafe, leaving me with just the unpaid bill for company. Chapter 5. Hi Juliet. We're going to do a boxing session tonight. As well as being an amazing calorie burner, it'll help get rid of any tension and anxiety you feel. Imagine you're pummeling a person you hate. Also, thanks for yesterday's food breakdown. I see you had spaghetti carbonara for dinner last night. I know it was only a tiny portion, but just think how unhealthy that mix is. Carbs, pancetta, cheese. Sorry about the lecture, but gotta get you into shape for your wedding. We're short of speakers, and we've only got 6 weeks to go. Kev, my boss, frowns. I nod, fixing an earnest expression on my face, trying to ignore the emptiness in my stomach and flash of anxiety that stiffens my limbs and furrows my brow. I'm a conference producer. I fell into it after graduating from university and have stuck with it ever since. Though I'm not sure why. I find it stressful. The back and forth with potential speakers. The sinking feeling when inevitably someone pulls out at the last minute. And the wild scrambles to try to find a replacement. Really, I should jack it in and find something else. But what? When Matt died, our life insurance paid off the mortgage on our home, and I was able to draw from his very generous work-life insurance policy. He had been a banker in the City of London and was heading to the top. As a result, I have few financial worries, especially as I have rented out our old house since moving in with Seb. I could easily go part-time or take a salary cut to have a less stressful job. But something drives me to keep going to this job, despite the unpredictability and anxiety. I'm frustrated with myself. I don't need to do this. But I worked so hard at university, and I was always so ambitious. It's hard to give all that up. But when I have a baby, I'll go part-time. I cling on to this thought as Kev fixes me with a severe look. I've got plenty of options, I mumble, shuffling back to my desk. My workmate Suzanne stares at me. Is that tiny salad all you had for lunch? She points at my empty lunchbox. I feel a shot of pride. Yep, tomato, cucumber, lettuce leaves and balsamic vinegar with 1 ham slice. Is that what your personal trainer is recommending? Well, not exactly, but she wants me to count calories and cut them down, I mutter, annoyed at her questioning. I've had a personal trainer before, and she wouldn't have wanted me to eat so little. Suzanne warms to her theme, seemingly oblivious to my discomfort. You need fuel to get through the day, particularly when you're working out. You must be starving on that salad. I'm surprised a PT would recommend just salad leaves. There was a piece of ham in it, I snap. Suzanne raises her eyebrows. The truth is that with Claudia going through my food diary each day with a fine-tooth comb, I feel embarrassed and, I hate to admit, anxious about her reaction. The raised eyebrow, the slight headshake, the open mouth as if she's dying to rebuke me. I'd forgotten to bring a packed lunch into work a few days ago and had to buy a sandwich. I'd only eaten 3/4 of it and went for the lowest calorie one I could find, but that drew a frown and a gentle rebuke from Claudia. She's my PT. I'm her client and I pay her. So why am I so keen to gain her approval? I want her to be pleased with me, and I'm desperate to lose weight. Exercise is only a small part of losing weight. It's all about what you eat. I can hear Claudia's chirpy tone echoing round my mind. My mobile phone rings, and thankfully sends Suzanne back to her computer. Hi, darling. Listen, the weather is horrendous. I've been planning to walk to the graveyard, but we can't in this. Do you mind giving us a lift after work? Seb's car has failed its MOT, and he hasn't got round either to fixing it or buying another. I don't really need it. I get the tube everywhere. He always tells me. I find it a bit annoying. Seb has so many speeding fines that if I let him drive my car, the insurance would cost me an arm and a leg. We regularly travel outside London, and I always have to drive, which he knows I never particularly enjoy. Now isn't the time to have this discussion, however. Seb sounds stressed. It's a bad day for him and Sylvie, as it's the 2-year anniversary of Jessie's death. My mind turns inevitably to the day Matt died. Though I'm so happy with Seb, Matt's absence has left a hole in my heart that I cannot fill. I already feel sad, contemplating the next anniversary of his death, and the dark thoughts that will engulf me. I know I'll see his car crash, the crumpling of metal in my mind, and the smell of fire in my nostrils. I know just how Seb feels. Of course, I say, even as I imagine Sylvie's hostile eyes. She won't want me there. I'd been planning to keep totally out of there. Well, her way today, working late before a gym session with Claudia. I look at the rain streaming against the window and hear the wind whistling. I'm happy to give them a lift, however Sylvie might react. I'll wait in the car while they lay flowers. I'll drive and I'll say nothing. Just get through it. Seb, Sylvie and I run to the car. I try to tilt the umbrella over Sylvie, who is carrying a big bunch of tulips through the pouring rain. But she resists, even as the rain soaks her hair and runs in little rivers down her face. There's an uncomfortable silence as I turn on the engine. I make no attempt at conversation. They don't want or need me here. Best I try to make myself invisible. Mum loves tulips. She clutches the bouquet to her. Loves, the present tense. I keep my eyes on the road, waiting for Seb to reply. Nothing. I glance in the mirror to see him hunched over his phone. For goodness sake. They're beautiful flowers, I say at last. I glare at Seb's reflection. Answer her. But he's still frowning at his phone. As expected, Sylvie scowls, tossing her head and staring out of the window. I find a space in the car park by the graveyard. Take as long as you want, I tell them. Seb grabs the umbrella. Come on, he says tersely to Sylvie. They get out of the car, and I watch as they walk away in the murky gloom. Seb slips an arm round her, and she leans into him, which makes me smile. The rain drums down on the car, and I shiver, switching on the engine so I can have heating and the radio. The presenter's soothing voice helps to block out the relentless rain and the eerie darkness, illuminated only by the odd lamppost placed around the car park. There are only 2 other cars, apart from mine, both empty. I try not to feel scared when out of nowhere, I see someone walking quickly across the car park. It's hard to see clearly through the splatters of rain, but I glimpse long blonde hair and a tall, slender figure. Dot. And something familiar about the appearance and gait. I peer through the window intently as the woman slips into her car, a red car, which looks very similar to one that I know. Claudia. I jump out of the car, ignoring the rain. The woman revs the engine. I wave my arms, but she doesn't look at me as she speeds off. I am determined to follow her until, just in time, I realize how crazy that is. Abandoning Sylvie and Seb to chase a random woman who looks a little like Claudia. Really? I switch off the engine. Flushing with shame, I realize I am becoming obsessed with my PT. I've known her only a few weeks, yet already she has a hold over me. I give myself a shake. There's no way that woman was Claudia. My weight loss journey is consuming me. Hell, I'm even calling it a journey. Exactly the sort of phrase Claudia would use. I simply have to take a step back. A blast of icy air signals the return of Seb and Sylvie. Sylvie's face is contorted with anger. Seb's mouth is a thin line, his eyes dark and glowering. You hated her, screams Sylvie. Stop it, hisses Seb. Why the hell are you coming out with this? What a day to choose. Because you kept fighting with Mum before she died. Sylvie is shouting now, her self-control abandoned. She was crying when I saw her, and then she was dead. Why were you fighting? I can't remember, says Seb wearily. I'm open-mouthed, hands on the wheel, but making no move to turn on the engine. Do I intervene? Seb makes up my mind. Just drive. Sylvie sobs heavily. You didn't care that Mum died, and you still don't care because you're replacing her. Seb doesn't say anything. I look at him in the mirror, and his eyes are filled with tears. I can't get involved. Chapter 6, please. No pasta. I know you've got a hard few days coming up, but stay off the spaghetti. It practically turns to sugar in your mouth. Substitute pasta for grated courgette. X. Are you sure you're okay for Claudia to come over? I'm sitting in the car with Seb in the driveway. Sylvie's leapt before I'd even turned off the engine, slamming the door so hard the whole car seemed to shake. Of course. Seb's response is instant. I take the bull by the horns. Why is Sylvie saying you hate Jessie? What did you argue about? I realize how insensitive I sound, and I apologize for being so blunt. Seb shrugs. It's okay. I can only think it's because we are getting married. I'm sorry. That must be horrible for you to hear. But I think that's why she says I hate Jessie. And as for the arguments, I mean, she's right. We did argue sometimes. We both had stressful jobs. Jessie was a senior financial manager, as you know, and struggled to cope with the demands. We did argue just before she died. I can't remember what about, though. He shakes his head. It makes me feel terrible and like I'm a horrible person. One of the last days of her life, and we had an argument. I fling my arms round him, and he rests his stubbly cheek against mine. You're human. Arguments happen. My voice is fierce. I argued with Matt in the weeks before he was killed, and I tortured myself. But you have to let it go. People argue. It doesn't diminish your love for her. Seb holds me in his arms, his fingers digging tightly into my back. Thank you. That's what I needed to hear. The moment is interrupted by the sound of a car engine and the glare of headlights. Claudia, I mutter, my heart sinking. Scowling, Seb pulls away from me. For God's sake. I could bloody well do without her. I asked and you said it was okay for her to come. I cry, affronted. Seb's face relaxes and he gives a half smile. Thankfully, his tone is warm. Sorry, you're right, and I'm in the wrong. You must see her. He kisses me on the cheek as he opens the car door. I need to sort things out with Sylvie. As I watch Seb go, I find myself agreeing with him. I could bloody well do without Claudia too. I turn to get out of the car and stifle a yelp of surprise. There is Claudia's face pressed against the window, her eyes staring into mine. Chapter 7. Hi lovely, I know work's tough, but don't comfort eat. Instead, channel your emotions into a kick-ass workout. Sorry, I don't mean to sound patronizing Kazess. Hi Claudia. You okay? It must have been a difficult day for you. I silently get out of the car and walk to the front door. How do you know that? I ask, trying to sound casual but failing. I never told you that it was Jessie's anniversary. I watch her face closely, bathed in the light, spilling out of our hall. Claudia's expression doesn't change. Because you told me, she says calmly, holding my gaze. Remember at our gym session 3 days ago? I can even be precise. She gives a little laugh, swinging her bag. You were doing a plank, and I was talking to you to take your mind off how hard it was. You told me then. I could tell you were stressed about it. My mouth hangs open. Wow. Yeah, I've got an amazing memory. Probably remember too much for my own good. She chortles as she strides past me into the house. I'm still standing on the doorstep. I never said that, I say faintly. Did I? I'm sure I didn't. I have absolutely no memory of it. I rack my brains. I remember doing the plank that day, and that's it. You won't remember, because you were concentrating so much on a difficult move. Clients often say the weirdest things to me, and they're not really aware because they're focusing on such intense exercise. Claudia says nonchalantly. Okay, I must have said it. There's no other way she could know. I frown, still uneasy that I have no memory of it. Are you ready for your workout? Claudia marches to the garage. I follow. Hang on, it's my house. Shouldn't I be taking the lead? It'll help blow away all that stress you've been feeling today. A door slams upstairs. I can hear Seb's pleading voice, followed by Sylvie's shouts. She's right. I scurry into the garage after her and bang the door shut. Now, Claudia sounds full of purpose as she pulls up the schedule on her phone. We're really going to work out that upper body of yours. We're going to do chest presses, triceps dips, and bicep curls. I zone out, still trying to recall the moment I told her about the anniversary of Jessie's death. I give myself a shake. Get over it. I must have said something, and that's that. 10 reps of each and 4 rounds. 1 minute off between each round. Go. Claudia barks. The dumbbells are in my hands and I'm doing bicep curls. To my surprise, in between breaths, I find myself telling Claudia about Sylvie's accusations and tears today. Remember I said this. Remember I said this. The words in my mind are in beat to the moves of my arms. Claudia's eyes soften with sympathy. It must be so hard for you, she says, but I think you have to leave them to sort it out. Emotions are always going to run high on this day. Right, on to the triceps dips. How are you settling back into the UK? I pant, counting my moves. 10, 9, 8, 7. Difficult. Claudia's voice is flat, in contrast to her previous chirpy tones. I miss my old life. I went to Oz on bad terms with my parents. We weren't in contact. I built up my life there. Her phone beeps. Okay, you can rest. I sink down onto my mat, breathing heavily. I savor my rapid heartbeat and the ache in my upper arms. I feel some of the tension of the day drain off me. Claudia continues in the same low, emotionless tone. I met my partner Rob, and we were so happy. We got engaged and started trying for a baby. But it didn't happen. We tried IVF, and to be honest, the stress ripped us apart. I was desperate for a child. Her phone beeps that my minute's rest is up, but she ignores it, and I don't like to interrupt her. Claudia takes a breath and glances at the ceiling. We split up, and I had a few family issues too. So, I really had no option but to come back. I want to know what the few family issues are, but I don't like to be intrusive. Claudia is suddenly aware of the time. God, sorry. We've gone well over a minute with my bleating, she exclaims. Her customary brightness has returned. Round 2. Come on. I grip the dumbbells and automatically start the reps, but I can't stop thinking about what Claudia said. Brilliant. Claudia claps me on the shoulder. You've done amazingly well. I'm breathless and sweating and reveling in it. I open the garage door and Claudia motors past me into the kitchen. Sylvie is there, pouring milk onto a bowl of cereal. I pause in my tracks, dismayed to see her. But despite the redness around her eyes, she looks calm. I hesitate, wondering what to say, but Claudia jumps straight in. Hello. She extends her hand to shake Sylvie's. A little presumptuous, I think. Sylvie pauses and then returns the gesture cautiously. I'm Juliet's personal trainer, and I've heard all about you. Claudia booms as I cringe slightly. I had expected Sylvie to leave the room quickly. To my immense surprise and jealousy, she engages with Claudia. Why is she never like this with me? My friends are talking about joining the gym. Apparently, when you're 14, you can go as long as you're with a parent. Claudia nods wisely. Yes, that's right. But, she pauses, a smile dancing on her lips. I don't think anyone can object to you having a go on some equipment in your garage. Want to have a go? Sylvie's face lights up. I realize it is the first time I have seen her properly smile for a long time. Really? Her eyes sparkle. I'd love to. The two disappear without a backwards glance into the garage. I hear some thuds and then laughter. I should feel pleased, but I feel rejected again by Sylvie. Compared to the golden, wonderful Claudia, I feel like the Grim Reaper. I pace the living room angrily. I've had enough of today. The moods, the tempers, the coldness. Feeling like it's my fault. I clench my fists. Get lost, Sylvie and Seb. I know I'm being utterly unreasonable, but I'm uneasy at Sylvie and Claudia being together. And I want Claudia to leave now, to try and salvage an evening with Seb. I take in the living room, my gaze moving from the ceiling to the floor and all the nooks and crannies. And then I see something that I've never seen before on one of the alcove shelves. It looks like a ceramic pot decorated by lilac flowers. I step forward to examine it. It has a swollen, circular base, narrowing out into a thin end. I open it to see if there's anything inside. There are layers of tiny grey particles. I lower my fingers to touch them and then freeze. That's not a pot, it's an urn. And those particles are ashes. Chapter 8. Sylvie is great. I loved showing her some exercises. She adored it. I think my workouts will be good for her, help her through the trauma she's had. I'd love to take her under my wing. I back away, my heart thudding, even though my rational voice tells me not to be so silly. Of course they are going to have Jessie's ashes in the house. It's probably a source of comfort. I'm shocked because I hadn't seen it before. I'm sure the urn wasn't there before today. I like my surroundings spotless, and so spend a lot of time and effort cleaning the house. I dust those shelves regularly, and I've never seen an urn there before. I calm down as I realize it makes sense. It's the date of Jessie's anniversary, so Sylvie or Seb brought them out from wherever they usually keep them. I gingerly put the urn back on the shelf. My heart is back to its regular beat, but I still feel anxious. Jessie's ashes so close unsettles me. I feel like she's watching me, in her home, with her husband and her daughter. I hear a giggle and go out to the kitchen to investigate. Sylvie and Claudia are entering from the garage. Sylvie's face is flushed and she's beaming. I loved that. She flexes a muscle. I want to get really strong. Then I can stand up for myself when Steve at school is being a git. Oh, you'll be able to do that all right. Claudia leans forward and ruffles Sylvie's hair. I'm taken aback. It seems an overly familiar gesture, considering the pair only met 20 minutes ago. Sylvie grins at Claudia, and I'm ashamed of the jealous spark that shoots across my mind. You were brilliant. You already have a good technique for kettlebell swings and ball slams. Can you keep doing more exercises with me? Sylvie gazes at Claudia. It's obviously really important to her that she does these exercises with Claudia. Of course. When I come round to train Juliet, I'll train you sometimes too. Claudia responds easily and is treated to a beaming grin. All okay. Seb appears in the kitchen doorway. He's changed into joggers and a baggy t-shirt, a contrast to his usual slim-fitting jeans and retro tops. He needs a shave. Dark stubble dots his lower face. Dad, I just did a workout, Sylvie shouts enthusiastically. Her earlier animosity to him has vanished. I lifted dumbbells and slammed balls and did kettlebells. Sylvie, that's brilliant! Seb exclaims and pats her on the back. She leans into him and he hugs her. I'm so happy that we've put this afternoon behind us. I ignore the low-level jealousy thrumming though me. Right guys, I need to shoot, but I'm round to train Juliet in 2 days, so I'll train you too, yeah? Claudia slaps hands with Sylvie. Thank you. Seb's beautiful turquoise eyes are pools of gratefulness as he stares into Claudia's eyes. She gazes straight back and touches him on the shoulder. You're welcome, she murmurs. I turn away. Please go. As if she can hear me, Claudia grabs her rucksack and water bottle. Laters, she sings. She locks eyes with Sylvie as she exits the front door, as if just the two of them are in the room. Sylvie watches the front door slam and then heads to the stairs. I'm going to bed now, but, Dad, please can I go on my phone to look up weight exercises for teenagers? Sylvie has had a mobile phone since she started secondary school to keep in touch with friends, and so that Seb can contact her if need be. He is strict with her time surfing the web and social media on her phone. He hesitates and then smiles. Okay. 10 minutes. Sylvie flings an arm round him and then darts up the stairs. Seb mutters, phew, as we enter the sitting room. He collapses onto the sofa. After our fight today, I thought things were going to be terrible between us. I'm so relieved Sylvie's happier again. Thank God for Claudia's weight exercises with her. His face softens and he smiles. I stiffen as he adds, wow, she's done wonders. I'm aware I'm unreasonable, but I'm angry at his reaction and jealous that Claudia is now admired by Seb and Sylvie. What about me? I give myself a mental shake. Stop it, you're being pathetic. I remind myself that it's easier for me if Claudia and Seb get on. We chat as Seb flicks the TV on and channel surfs. But underneath our usual familiarity, there's an undercurrent of my simmering envy and unease. My eyes keep getting drawn to the urn perched on the corner of the shelf. Should I mention it to Seb? I open and close my mouth. Seb's eyes are tired, his mouth is pulled down, and he runs his hand hard through his hair. It's not been an easy day for him, and now isn't the right time. Anyway, it's none of my business. Seb turns the TV off and stands up. It's been a long day. I'm going to bed. Me too. I follow him out of the room, turning to take a quick glance over my shoulder at the urn. I almost expect Jessie's spirit to rise out of it, like a genie in a bottle. Chapter 9. Hi Juliet. Thanks for your food diary today. You've done a great job, despite that bar of chocolate you had. A moment on the lips, a lifetime on the hips. If you must have chocolate, can I suggest you have just 1 or 2 pieces, not the whole bar? Or even better, instead of milk chocolate, have dark chocolate. Lecture over, and I'm looking forward to our workout. We're going to be concentrating on arms today. X. I ring the doorbell and stand back on the doorstep. Seb does the same. We've come round to carry out an inspection of the house I rent out, mine and Matt's house in Tooting Broadway. The tenancy is up in 2 weeks, and we've come to inspect the condition of the property before our tenants extend their contract. Loud music pounds in the living room. Seb frowns. I'll ring again. He steps forward and rings the bell twice in quick succession. I flinch at his irritability. I want to be respectful of the fact that this is Jen's, Danny's and Nina's home. I try to forget that this was Matt's and my home where we hope to see our children grow up. A policeman standing on the doorstep, his hands clasped and face serious, is so real I almost reach out to touch his sleeve. Then the front door opens and he disintegrates as quickly as he appears. Nina is standing on the threshold, her hair held back in an Alice band and wearing jogging bottoms and a t-shirt. Hello. She sounds slightly out of breath. Amid the dance music, a familiar voice pounds out. Come on, you can do it. Just 10 seconds to go. 10, 9, 8. That voice sounds very familiar. Surely it can't. No, it can't. Seb's eyes widen and his mouth drops open. We've just got our first fitness session with a PT. So sorry if you've been standing there a while. The music's rather loud. She puffs, gesturing us in. My limbs jerk as I move automatically towards the living room, one foot in front of the other, drawn to that voice. Seb follows in my wake as I open the door and peer in. Danny and Jen are dressed in similar attire to Nina and are enthusiastically performing Mountain Climbers as the theme tune to Beverly Hills. Cop booms around the room. I do Mountain Climbers in my PT sessions too. I move my eyes to the woman leading the session by the window. She's doing the same exercise as my tenants, but swifter, with stronger, cleaner movements. The familiar blonde ponytail bounces along to the action. Her blue eyes move from the floor to lock into mine. Claudia, I whisper. I see the shock I feel mirrored on Seb's face. Claudia's legs stop moving. What the hell? She says, her voice veering between astonishment and laughter. She jumps up. What are you doing here? Seb's voice is flat, his eyes hardening as she giggles. What? You know each other? Nina asks, shaking her head in surprise. We certainly do, Claudia exclaims, seemingly oblivious to Seb's less than delighted reaction. She chuckles again, her hand in front of her mouth. I'm Juliet's PT too. No way, breathes Jen, her face red and sweaty. It's rather a coincidence, says Seb dryly. It certainly is. Claudia agrees in her sing-song voice, which is starting to grate on me. I needed to get my PT business up and running after coming back from Australia, so I leaflet dropped all round Collier's, Wood and Tooting Broadway, even up to Balham, where you live, Juliet. Danny takes up the story. We contacted her after she dropped a leaflet through our letterbox, and she said she could come to our home and offered discounts for training multiple people at once. We've all been moaning and wanting to get to the gym, but not achieving it, so this seemed perfect. I can imagine. Danny, Nina and Jen are in their early to mid-20s, and in the work hard, play hard mindset, undertaking commutes most days to central London to work at busy jobs, amid working from home days. This arrangement must be perfect for them. There's a silence as our trio of tenants give me sideways glances. I plaster a smile on my face. Well, I'm sure you'll enjoy the training as much as I do. I chortle, cringing at my bland words. We'll let you get on. Nina nods. I hope you find the house in order. Give me a shout if anything's amiss. Claudia leaps up. Alexa, play 1990s dance music. Right, come on. The last exercises are coming up. Thumping techno music blasts out as Seb and I exit the room hurriedly and head blindly to the kitchen. I stare around absent-mindedly. Do you believe her? I ask. Seb shrugs. Hell of a coincidence, he says, anger seeping out of his voice. I open the cooker oven door unenthusiastically and peer at the stove. It all looks clean enough to me. My mind is whirling. The way she describes it, maybe it is indeed a big coincidence. Where she lives is just down the road from this house after all, and it makes sense she would leaflet drop to drum up business. I want it to be a coincidence. To be honest, thinking about it, it probably is a fluke, I say shortly, banishing the brightly coloured urn that appears in my mind. Maybe. Seb shrugs, frowning. He's not convinced, but he appears to forget all about it as he paces around the kitchen, pulling out the fridge, washing machine and cupboards, inspecting the cooker ventilator, and peering at the top of shelves. Gosh, you're doing a thorough inspection, I laugh. You know there's no need, right? They are signing a new contract with us. Seb shakes his head seriously. No, Juliet. We need to check everything's in order. Don't want them hiding some fault, only for it to appear when they've moved out. He pulls open another cupboard door with some force. And honestly, I really feel you should have put up the rent. The market is going crazy in London for renting. We're losing out on money. I shrug. I like and trust them, and I'd rather they keep living here happily than move out and then we have to find someone else. Also, I remember what it's like trying to scrape by in London on not much money at the start of my career. I don't want to make life harder for them. I don't tell Seb this though, aware that I don't sound like a businesswoman. Ever since we drew up new wills and I made Seb the beneficiary of this house, he's really nagged me. He was the one who insisted on the inspection of it, despite the fact that I don't see the need. The girls have lived here since I moved out and I trust them. He's also been badgering me to put the rent up. But he is a financial advisor, and so it's his area of expertise. He's just trying to protect me, to protect us in this investment. The thing is, this wasn't an investment until very recently. It was mine and Matt's home. I see Matt pottering around the counter, chopping up vegetables for his favorite dish, pasta and tomato and bacon sauce. There we are, sitting at the oak dining room table. He's laughing and running a hand through his hair, at the same time as shoveling a heaped spoon into his mouth. I can see him so vividly that for a few seconds, I think I've been transported back 2 years. My husband isn't dead, and we are planning our lives together. And then, the bare table hits me. There's an empty bowl from dinner last night, with dry strands of spaghetti in it, that I know Seb will frown on. Everywhere I turn, there's a memory of my husband, and I expect to see him at any minute. Lounging in the armchair, in and out of the pantry, fussing over the stove. Except he will never be in this house again, and he's gone forever from my life. As Seb diligently inspects the kitchen, tears fill my eyes and plop down my cheeks. He points at last night's dinner bowls. Can't they even put their bowls in the dishwasher, he says, spinning round to me. He's on the verge of a rant, but seeing my tears, he bounds over to me. I'm sorry. This must be so hard for you. He hugs me gently, and I sniffle into his shoulder. I always find it hard coming home. I mean, back here. It just reminds me of Matt and what I've lost. I sob, trying to stifle my tears. I need to pull myself together. I don't want my tenants or Claudia seeing me like this. I get it. Seb holds me harder. I feel the same in our house. But I'm lucky because you being there really helps. Before you moved in, though, I saw Jessie everywhere, and she was in my dreams all night long. I cling to him, my tears drying up. I'm lucky to have someone who understands what I'm going through. The door opens, and Claudia bursts in. What a great workout, she says, as I hastily scrub the final remnants of my tears away. I just wanted to let you know I'm going, and confirm our next workout. Tomorrow at 6 p.m., right? Yes, that's right. I try to sound light and airy. Seb winces. My heart sinks. He thawed towards Claudia, after her workout with Sylvie, but it appears he's back to his usual quiet hostility after finding her here today. But then he rubs his back, wincing again. Are you okay? I open my mouth, but Claudia gets in before me. Have you hurt your back? Yep, Seb replies, seemingly reluctant to open up about it. There's a pause, and then he offers. I was working out and have done something to it. I'll just keep on the ibuprofen. I'm sure it'll go away. Ironically, despite Seb's antipathy towards my own workouts, he is a regular gym goer and takes his training seriously. His lean but muscular body is testament to that. Despite the tension between us today, I smile as my eyes flick over him. Whereabouts? Claudia barks. Seb points to his lower back. She leans forward and touches it, stroking her fingers around the affected area. Seb looks shocked, but then his face relaxes. He's certainly not moving away from her. Claudia's fingers reach lower until they are almost caressing his bottom. My hands are balled into fists. I want to jump forward and slap her hand away. Get off him. I'm a sports massage therapist as well as being a PT, Claudia says. I've got my diploma and certificate in it, and I can definitely help. Fancy booking in a session. I stare at her hand, which is still pressed against the very bottom of Seb's back. Okay, why not? Seb smiles. But you've only just got this pain, I burst out. I'm sure it'll go away in a few days if you give it a chance. To be honest, my back's been giving me jip for a while now, Seb says. I'd like to get it sorted once and for all. Well, I can definitely help you, Claudia beams. I'll text prices and availability to Juliet, and she can let you know. Sounds good, Seb says. Claudia digs her fingers further into Seb's back. Chapter 10. Hi Juliet, thanks for today's food diary. If you want to hit weight loss goals, then you really need to cut down on the snacks. I know you get hungry, especially on the days when you go to the office, but grapes have lots of calories. And don't get me started on raisins. If you must have a snack, best to stick to protein, like a hard-boiled egg. Lecture over. I'm looking forward to the massage I'm giving Seb later. Your man really can do with one. I can't wait to get my hands on his back, Claudia Johnston personal trainer. I hit return, and a stream of names and profiles appear on my screen, but none of them are her. I try Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and X, but nothing matching her profile appears on my screen. I frown, pushing my glasses up my nose. I'm meant to be working from home, finalizing the last of my speakers for a conference, but instead I'm Googling Claudia. Part curiosity, but part unease. It probably was a coincidence, but I can't shake off feeling unsettled that she was at my old home with my tenants. The blonde woman at the graveyard also whips through my mind. I'm surprised that Claudia doesn't appear to be anywhere on the internet. You didn't think that she would be big on social media, trying to promote her business and win clients. Seb comes into the study, dressed in jogging bottoms and a Tottenham Hotspur's football t-shirt. He kisses me on the nape of my neck, and I smile, briefly forgetting about Claudia. She soon re-enters my head with a thump though, when Seb reminds me, "Come on, I'd best go for my massage." My heart sinks. Of course, the sports massage. I stand up reluctantly. I'd offered to give Seb a lift. I'd no idea she was also trained in sports massage. She kept that quiet. A woman of many talents, Seb grins as we get into the car. I'm actually looking forward to it. He rolls his shoulder and gingerly touches his back. The thought of Claudia's hands on my fiancé's bare back causes a sick feeling in my stomach. Stop it. He loves me. We're getting married this year. When do you think you're going to get another car? I try to sound patient, but it's beginning to get annoying that I have to drive everywhere. I'm quite happy getting the tube, to be honest, Seb says distractedly. Then catching my frown, he adds quickly, I will, when I get a chance. I need work to ease up. He stares down at his lap, scowling. I know his job is demanding and busy at the moment. I don't like to quiz him too much about it as it makes him surly and stressed. I decide to cut him some slack. We drive in silence to Claudia's. Despite my reservations about the massage, I'm curious to see where she lives. We pull up outside a 1920s block of flats that has seen better days. Paint is peeling from window frames, and a discarded sofa sits next to overflowing communal bins. Seb looks at me quizzically. You don't have to come in with me. Well, you'll only be half an hour, so I might as well wait in Claudia's flat, I mutter. I'm curious to see her place, but more than that, I suddenly can't bear to be away from Seb as Claudia leans over him, her toned arms working on him, needing him. We press the buzzer. Come in. Claudia booms down the phone, and we open the door as she buzzes us in. We walk up the dusty stairs to the first floor, and Claudia is at her flat's front door. She's in her usual vibrantly colored leggings. These ones are bright purple, and a tight-fitting t-shirt that highlights her perky breasts and toned arms. Come in, come in. Her smile freezes as she spots me. Oh, hi Juliet. I didn't expect you here. A hot flush spreads over my face as I'm flustered and embarrassed. Seb is looking at me quizzically as well. I can hardly say that I'm uneasy about leaving Seb alone with her. Then an idea hits me. Actually, my back is really sore too, and my hip hurts. And I wondered if I could have a sports massage too. Claudia's eyes narrow slightly, but then she blinks and smiles. Sure, your body will be adapting to all the working out you're doing, and a massage is a good idea. Relief floods through me that she's taken me up on my offer. And why not? She'll want the extra money for it. We enter Claudia's flat, and I can't hide curiosity as she takes us through to the living room. The walls are white, the floor's laminate. It houses a grey sofa and armchair, a small TV and coffee table, and a bookshelf. It's bland and reveals nothing of Claudia's personality. There are no pictures on the walls, no ornaments on the bookcase, no cushions, no welcoming rug. Who is she? I find myself thinking. Right. Who is going first then? Claudia asks. Seb sits down on the sofa. I've a couple of calls to make. He pulls out his phone. So you go, Juliet. Claudia bustles me into her bedroom. Sorry, it's a small flat, so the massage has to be done in my bedroom. Claudia looks embarrassed. The room has the same characterless look of the sitting room and hall. White painted walls and no pictures. There's a chest of drawers, a wardrobe, and a small double bed. Claudia has managed to cram in a massage couch. Claudia hands me a towel and disappears as I strip to my pants before lying face down on the couch. Claudia comes in and lays out some large candles, lighting them carefully before closing the curtains. To make it cozy, she says, as soothing, nature-inspired music comes from her phone. I'm puzzled. This doesn't feel like a sports massage. Surely the candles and music are more suited to a relaxing massage. It seems rude to query her, and so I close my eyes, expecting deep tissue work that might be painful. Instead, Claudia smears some aromatherapy oil on her hands and starts to knead my back. I mean, it feels wonderful, but I wasn't expecting a relaxing aromatherapy massage. You feel tense, Claudia murmurs as she kneads my back. Whale noises have filled the room, and I'm almost drifting off when my eyes snap open at her words. I know it must be difficult for you, with your relationship with Sylvie. I tense, not wanting to discuss it with Claudia when she adds, and is everything okay with Seb? You seemed a bit upset the other day, when I was with your tenants. Claudia has modulated her voice from chipper and over-enthusiastic girl guide tones to a whispered, slow, gentle tone, and it irritates me. I'm about to snap that everything is fine when a thought occurs. Actually, I do feel a bit worked up. On the anniversary of Jesse's death, when you came over to train me, I found an urn with ashes in it. I'd never seen it before. I don't understand who placed it in our house. Claudia's hands stop moving and rest heavily on my back. Seb or Sylvie must have kept her ashes somewhere and got them out on her anniversary. Claudia starts rubbing my back again. I do think that on the whole, but a little bit of me is unsure because the thing is, Claudia, I think someone is playing with me. I raise my head and crick my neck to glance at her. Her eyes, deep indigo pools, meet mine. So why would Seb or Sylvie do that? Her fingers don't pause as they bury into my back. I wasn't expecting to burst out with my thinly veiled accusation. My subconscious mind obviously suspected that the urn might not have anything to do with Sylvie and Seb. I ignore her question and lose myself in my massage, even though it's not the sports massage I was expecting. Right, mister, your turn. Claudia smiles widely as Seb and I turn away, trying not to imagine him naked apart from his boxers lying on the couch, her hands all over his back, and possibly elsewhere. Seb leaps up. Great. I'm looking forward to getting some help with my back. Claudia leads him into the bedroom, a waft of chamomile and lavender scent escaping the room before she closes the door firmly. I wander back into the living room. I've got 40 minutes to kill. 40 minutes to stop myself thinking about Claudia massaging my fiancé's body. I shake my head impatiently. When did I get so possessive? I never used to be. I walk out to the hall and peek in at the small galley kitchen. The counters are cluttered with chopped fruit and vegetables, piled haphazardly into mounds. Tins of protein powders and supplements are stacked up, some with their tops off. Their powder is scattered across the counter. There are 2 blenders, one filled with a green and the other with a pale pink liquid. A cauldron wouldn't appear too out of place. I step out back into the hall, marveling at the difference between the chaotic kitchen and the blandness of the rest of the flat. I look around her living room again, a spark of curiosity in me, but the room looks just as featureless as before. The only thing of any interest are 2 cardboard boxes stacked neatly in the corner. I open up the first one and can only see bank statements and formal letters. I look at the next one, ignoring my niggle of guilt. I sift through a random assortment of books, from Jane Austen and Marion Keyes to some factual books, including one about exploring Australia. I see a newspaper cutting resting on the book below it. I pick it up. It's from the local paper. A popular parish councillor has died of a cardiac arrest. An inquest has found. Jessie White, 36, was found dead by her husband Sebastian in the kitchen of their house in Balham. A post-mortem examination showed she died of a suspected cardiac arrest, the inquest was told, thought to have been caused by the heart condition ventricular tachycardia, a type of arrhythmia. Dr. Joseph Moore, the assistant coroner, heard she had been diagnosed with this form of arrhythmia 15 years previously and took medication for it. Mr. White broke down in tears as he gave evidence. We were about to go to bed, and she had gone to make herself a cup of tea. I thought she had taken a while and went to the kitchen, where I found her on the floor. I'll never forget her helpless face staring out at me. I rang 999 and did CPR as advised, but she was gone. Mrs. White was taken to hospital, where she was declared dead, as well as Sebastian. Jessie leaves behind their daughter, Sylvie, 11. A statement detailing the impact of her death added, "We are heartbroken at the loss of our wonderful wife and mother, taken in the prime of her life." Mr. White added that Mrs. White's ventricular tachycardia was thought to be well controlled with medication. Mrs. White, originally from Guildford, Surrey, was well known and popular in the community through her role as a parish councillor for 6 years. She was also a financial director of a Logden's manufacturing company. Parish council chair of the board, Rosemary Peters, said, "Jessie was a wonderful person and gave her heart and soul into helping our community and people. Nothing was too much trouble." Logden's CEO Chris Wolfe added, "Jessie was outstanding at her role. She has risen through the ranks, and I expected to go even higher, here or elsewhere. She had such a lightness of touch and a real sense of humour while handling a pressurized job." Our hearts go out to her family. I sink onto the sofa, gripping the newspaper article, my mind racing. I examine the photo splayed across the middle of the article. Jessie's face is grave, her eyes hooded. But her head is leaning against Seb's, her arms clasped around both him and Sylvie. Sylvie looks serious too, just a half smile hovering around her mouth. She is gripping her mother's hand. By contrast, Seb is smiling widely, showing his teeth. Couldn't they have at least selected a photo where the whole family looked happy? I banish my thought, ashamed. Seb and Jessie's family had enough to cope with after her unexpected death, without having to spend time poring over photos of her. I read the news story again, the words dancing in front of my eyes. Why does Claudia have this article? Was her entry into my life a coincidence, or was it planned? I hear steps towards the bedroom door, and I whip my phone out to take a picture of the article before stuffing it back into its box. Claudia bounces in the living room. "All done." She grins. "I think your fiancé enjoyed it." Seb is smiling as I drive him home. "That massage was amazing." He runs his hand over his back. "My muscles were so tight and now they feel loose again." "Great," I say with gritted teeth. "Were you naked?" "We're at a roundabout." I put my foot on the pedal and zip round. "Where did that come from?" Seb leans back sharply in his seat. "Of course not. I had my pants on." I see him appraising me out of the corner of my eye. I blush, embarrassed. I don't want to seem possessive. It didn't seem like a sports massage, all those candles, aromatherapy oils and music. I mutter. Seb shrugs. "Well, whatever it was, it's worked wonders on my back." We pull up to the house in silence, the photo on my phone feeling as though it is burning a hole through my pocket. Chapter 11. Happy Valentine's Day. To make up for the fact that you're going out to dinner tonight with the hubby-to-be, we're going to do a super hard workout today. Prepare yourself for it. You'll thank me later though, when you tuck into a dessert. But I know you'll be careful. Sylvie is beaming as the beautician approaches her ear with a needle. Seb has taken her to get her ears pierced, a long-promised treat, and one that he hopes will ease any pain she feels on Valentine's Day. I've traipsed along too, dreading Sylvie's frown and unwelcome shrug, but, surprisingly, she doesn't seem to mind me being there. She's not been friendly, but the fact that she hasn't been openly hostile is a plus. "Just relax," the beautician says, and Sylvie grabs her dad's hand. I meet Seb's stare, and I smile dreamily at him, the huge bouquet that I received from him this morning in my mind. You mean everything to me. Thank you for turning my life around. The message in his card is imprinted on my brain, and I feel such a shot of happiness I could burst. We've both been through hell and have come out the other side together. I can't wait to celebrate tonight with a meal with him. I've just got to get through a personal training session with Claudia. Unease grips me as I subconsciously grab my mobile phone in my back pocket, with its image of that newspaper article I found at Claudia's. I'm planning to bring this up with Claudia, but am dreading it. I try and focus on Seb and I, holding hands over a lovely romantic meal, and then Sylvie's gasp as the needle pisses her ear shatters my thoughts like glass. The beautician moves her needle efficiently to the other ear, and then announces, "All done." 2 gold studs take pride of place in Sylvie's red earlobes. The beautician is running through aftercare when Sylvie jumps from her seat and races to the jewellery display, pointing to some amethyst earrings. "I love these," she breathes to Seb. He stiffens. "I've already paid for the beautiful gold earrings," he says, gesturing to her ears, his voice emphasizing gold. Sylvie sighs and I lean to see the price of the earrings Sylvie has pointed out. £40 for a pair of sparkling purple amethyst hearts. No wonder Seb isn't thrilled. Then I sneak a look at Sylvie's face and see the longing in her eyes as she traces her finger against the glass case. "I'd love to buy these earrings for you," I blurt out, my hand fumbling for my wallet. "Please, can we have them?" I address the beautician as I see Sylvie's eyes widen with delight and her cheeks flush. "Thank you," she breathes. I'm on top of the world. Normally she ignores me or stares at me with dislike. Seb has registered my breakthrough. He winks and grabs my hand. I feel such satisfaction as I press my bank card against the card reader. Sylvie grabs the velvet pouch that holds her earrings, and my heart beats with delight. Maybe finally, we've found a way to come together. Now the only thing is to get through my confrontation with Claudia before my romantic meal with Seb. Hiya. Claudia is at the door holding huge circular barbell weights. I stand aside as she bursts through dragging the weighs to the garage. "I'm upping the tempo," Claudia says. "We don't want your Valentine's meal with your man making you put on the pounds." Okay, I say uncertainly. I'm keen to get stuck in, but the need to confront Claudia about the newspaper article weighs heavily on me, and I jump from foot to foot. Claudia slams down the weights on the garage floor. I whip out my phone, my heart beating hard. "Claudia, I found this article at yours." I show her the photo of the article on phone. Claudia's cheery beam vanishes, and her eyes become slits. "So you went through my belongings," she growls. The contrast to her usual light-hearted tone shocks me, and I take a step back. "Why did you go through my belongings?" Claudia repeats. A wave of heat spreads through my face, spraying my cheeks red. I'm in the wrong. I'd been so consumed with the newspaper article that I'd forgotten that it wasn't appropriate to look through someone's belongings. "I'm sorry." I bend my head, not sure how to get out of this. I was bored waiting for Seb to finish his massage and without thinking opened your box, absent-mindedly. The article was at the top. I hold my breath, wondering if she'll take in my tiny white lie. "You shouldn't have gone through my things." Claudia snarls, and I almost leap back at the viciousness in her voice. "I'm really sorry," I repeat, flustered and embarrassed. Then I shake myself. Hang on. She's the one who should be feeling uncomfortable, not me. I continue to hold my phone out to Claudia, showing the image of the newspaper article. "Why do you have this article?" My voice is surprisingly firm and strong. Claudia hesitates. I knew Jessie, but a long time ago. The aggression has left her voice and she stumbles slightly over her words. "We went to school together and were great friends. But then, we were about to go to university when we fell out over a boy." Claudia pulls at her hair. "It was silly, really. We both fancied him and he chose her. God, I was annoyed, but I regret it now." I gasp slightly as she agitatedly pulls a hair from her ponytail before discarding it. But she always did better than me. Little Miss Clever at school, excellent grades. And then I hear on to a fabulous accounting career. Bitterness drips from Claudia's voice, and I wince as she pulls out another hair. Anyway, we never spoke again. But my mum and dad saw that article in the local newspaper and sent it to me in Australia. Claudia shakes her head slightly. I was shocked. She wasn't diagnosed with that heart condition when we were young. She was full of health, in the school netball team, and played tennis and smashed cross-country running. Of course. She grips her hair yet again and viciously pulls out a strand. It's a big coincidence, isn't it, that Seb was married to Jessie, and you knew her? Or did you know that already when you offered to be my personal trainer? My mind is jumbled and confused. How could it be targeted? As Claudia didn't seek me out. I heard of her through word of mouth by Libby. But then I think about Claudia innocently training the people renting my house, another twist of fate. Or not. My own hand creeps to my hair and starts twirling it around my fingers. It really is a huge coincidence, Claudia says earnestly. She touches my shoulder. I had no idea that Seb had been married to Jessie when I first met you. But when I heard the name Sebastian White and I heard the names Jessie and Sylvie, I put two and two together and was totally shocked. She pauses and then rams home my own thoughts. I didn't seek you out. Libby recommended me to you. Why didn't you say you knew Jessie? The questions fire out of my mouth. I agonized over it, Claudia says slowly, shaking her head. But I thought the death would still be so raw for Seb. And I didn't feel my saying I knew her would be welcomed by him. Or by you, to be honest. I mean, would you really have gone for me if you knew I used to be great friends with your fiancé's dead wife? No. I don't need to speak aloud to know that she understands my answer. I can't believe it. I honestly can't. If you don't want me to train you anymore, I understand. Claudia takes a deep breath and stares at the dumbbell she's holding. I'm so sad about Jessie. I really wish I hadn't been so immature about boys and relationships and cut off our friendship. I think about her a lot. Claudia is staring into the distance. I sense that she isn't addressing me, but herself. Nevertheless, it soothes me that her hatred has gone, that she does care about her former friend. It's a tug of war. I'm uneasy, despite Claudia's protests. But then I think about my baggy jeans, suggesting I have dropped dress size, the toning up of my arms, and the increase in weights that I have been able to lift. Finally, I picture my wedding dress and know I still want her to train me. I look her in the eye. Let's get going with our session. There's a spark in Claudia's eyes. We're lifting heavy this session. I mean really heavy, a step up from what you've been lifting previously. Okay. I must look nervous as Claudia slaps me on the back. Nothing to worry about. I'm sure you're up to the challenge. She picks up the barbell. Squat barbell on your back, 30 kilograms, 4 rounds of 10 moves. I nod. I usually do 20 kilograms, but I don't find that too difficult, so hopefully that will be okay. Overhead press with barbell, 20 kilograms, Claudia continues. She's bent over the barbell, industrially screwing on the right weights. But I find it hard with 10 kilograms. I blurt out. All you have to do is try, Claudia says distractedly. Dumbbell chest press 10 kilograms in each hand. I normally have 7, I think. I protest weakly. You need to push yourself. Claudia sounds cool. You should be doing more than 7 kilograms now. Then she flings out the final exercise. Deadlift using a barbell, 50 kilograms. I gasp. No, I can't manage that. I find it hard with my usual 30 kilograms. If you don't try, you'll never improve. Claudia snaps back briskly. She addresses the Alexa balanced on a faded stool in the garage. Play old school dance. I'm not strong enough to hoist the barbell on my back, and so Claudia positions it for me. I crouch down, digging into my heels, and manage to pull myself up, balancing my weights on my shoulders. I'm doing it. Claudia's probably right. Then I get to the 3rd round, and I'm flagging. The 4th and my legs burn and I groan. I can't. I don't think keep going. Claudia shouts in my face, some of her spittle landing on my lip. I can't wipe off it as my hands are holding the barbell on my back. 10, 9, 8, she intones. I crouch down finally at 1 and almost collapse with relief when Claudia takes the barbell off my shoulders. 1 minute rest and on to the next move, she barks, her determinedly happy voice used to irk me. But I'd rather that any time than this bossy, shouty tone which leaves me uneasy. I lie on the bench, holding the 10 kilograms weights above my chest. I manage 1, 2, 3. and then at the fourth repetition the dumbbells rest on my chest. "Can I have a quick break?" I pant, my arms feeling like they're on fire. Claudia peers over me, her eye staring into mine, her pupils black as night. "Keep going," she thunders. I raise the weights again, and then again, groaning. I just can't do any more," I gasp after the third round, amazed I've managed 3 out of 4 rounds. Claudia shakes her head. "I'm here for a reason," she says. "To push you. Otherwise, why have a personal trainer?" I raise my arms, slowly and painfully again, before they collapse down. "I can't do any more." "Okay, you did just over 3 rounds. You didn't manage 4. Never mind." Claudia sounds like it does matter, though. She hands me a barbell with 20 kilograms. "Overhead press now," she shouts. I raise it above my head, my arms feeling like they're breaking. I take a deep breath. I can't give in just yet. Painfully, I admit to myself that I'm scared of Claudia's disapproval. I want to please her and hit my targets. I raise my arms again and again. I feel like I'm going to collapse when Claudia shouts, "You did it." End of round 1. She claps me on the back, and I bask in her approval, despite telling myself I'm being pathetic. Again, she calls out as I lift the barbell above my head. And again, my arms start to shake. "I need a quick break," I call, but my voice is lost as Claudia shouts, "Turn up the volume, Alexa." "No, Claudia, please, I need a rest." Despite my words, my trembling arms continue to automatically move up above my head and down. "You did it," Claudia bares her teeth as she smiles. Round 3 in 1 minute. My arms are weak, and my chest feels heavy. I can't do round 3. Why can't I just tell her? "Go." I start to raise my arms. They shake and feel so weak that I fear I'll drop the barbell. "I'll have to stop," I say. At the same time, Claudia shouts, "Alexa, turn the music up. Salt and peppers." Push it blares round the room, deafening me. I push the weights up. Again and again, letting out a scream as I finally finish, the barbell dropping from my hands and crashing onto the floor. I lean over, clutching my chest as a stitch digs into my left side. A droplet of sweat drips onto the floor. "You're doing amazing," Claudia says. "But I can see how much you're pushing yourself. We'll skip the last round of this and move to the deadlift." Okay, I stand upright, my limbs unsteady. The music booms round the garage and deep inside my ears. I want her to turn it off. I open my mouth, but nothing comes out. I bend down to lift the barbell and emit a scream as I lower it again. "Claudia, I'm sorry, but I can't manage this." "Alexa, turn up the volume," Claudia screams. The techno beat booms round the garage, making me want to cover my ears. Claudia puts her face up against me. I look into her eyes. Hatred shines out of them, and I turn away quickly in shock. Is she trying to punish me for going through her things and finding the article? I drop the barbell at 9 reps. It narrowly misses my feet as it crashes to the floor. A wave of nausea sweeps over me, and I'm dashing out of the garage to the toilet. I make it just in time as I heave and bile splashes into the bowel. My face is clammy and I feel awful again. I retch, and then there is a gentle hand on my back. "Are you okay?" Hatred has been replaced by concern beaming out of Claudia's eyes. But maybe there was never hatred in the first place. Perhaps it was my imagination. My mind is foggy, and I retch again, bringing up more bile. "The exercise has made me sick," I croak. "I know," says Claudia, soothingly. "It can happen. I pushed you too hard, and I'm so sorry." She holds her hands up. "But you did amazingly, and I think I can keep pushing you cautiously." I want to throw up in her face. Claudia stands up. "I have something that can help." She disappears and comes back holding a flask. "Oh no, not one of Claudia's special protein shakes. One of my special recovery smoothies," she intones proudly. "This'll help you replace some of the fluids you've lost in exercise and will make you feel better." I reluctantly take the flask. "I don't think I can stomach this. What's going on?" Seb is standing at the door looking concerned. "I threw up," I say. "You shouldn't have been exercising if you felt ill." Seb folds his arms and glares at Claudia. "I didn't feel ill when I started. It just came on." I improvise quickly. I don't want to tell Seb the truth, in case he becomes more resistant to my PT sessions, and I feel much better already. Which is true. My heart rate has slowed, and the clamminess of my skin has faded. "Don't worry, I'll feel fine for our meal out tonight." "Okay." I'm glad to hear that. He looks uncertain as he walks into the kitchen. I take Victoria through to the front door, after she collects the extra weights she brought over. The living room door is open and I see her clocking the huge bouquet of roses, my favorite flower, on the alcove shelf. A Valentine's gift, she asks stiffly. I nod gravely. I don't want to seem smug about my beautiful gift, when Claudia no doubt won't have a Valentine's Day to look forward to. But it occurs to me that, while she hasn't mentioned a boyfriend explicitly, it doesn't mean that she doesn't have one. There seems to be a lot I don't know about you. As if reading my mind, Claudia pauses on the doorstep. You won't tell him, will you? She says quietly. I don't have to ask what she's referring to. I'm about to mouth no. When I pause, a flash of anger shooting through me, as I think about the way she concealed her connection to Jessie from me. The thought of her pushing me until I vomited makes me clamp my mouth shut. I won't tell Seb, because I want to continue my personal training. But I don't want her to know that and be reassured. Let her worry. The newspaper article simmers between us. Chapter 12. Hello. After our experience with lifting heavy, we'll give that a break and focus on cardio at our next session. I'll be upping the tempo considerably. Though don't worry, not enough to make you sick. Sure, you're up to the challenge. Got to get you in tip-top shape for that hunk of yours, X. Oh no, Seb groans. He's reacting to a WhatsApp that's just appeared on his phone. Miriam's got a migraine, so she can't babysit Sylvie tonight now. A cry of disappointment escapes my lips. I'd been so looking forward to our Valentine's night. We've planned cocktails at a gorgeous, speakeasy little bar first before heading to our favorite Italian restaurant. But Seb, she's 13, I say. Surely, she doesn't need a babysitter at this age. She's got a phone she can call if there's a problem. We'll only be down the road. I've brought this up before, and even though I know I'll be met with short shrift, I can't help it. Seb shakes his head. I've told you before, Sylvie gets really anxious on her own in the evening. It's to do with Jessie. She's terrified of her mum being a spirit in the house haunting her. I'm not sure why she thinks that, if I'm honest, but the minute she's on her own, she becomes obsessed with the idea. I'm sorry. I stare at the floor, chiding myself for being selfish. I need to remember that the poor girl lost her mum at 11 years old. I remember the long evening and nights after Matt died, when I couldn't sleep and used to pace the house, desperate for someone to be with me, to take my mind off his death, to shield me from the nightmares I'd have about his accident. That lasted until I met Seb. Anyone else that could babysit, I changed tack. Seb shakes his head. I can't think of anyone. Libby, I wonder aloud but reject the idea even as I speak. Of course, she can't come as she has a toddler. Seb shakes his head crossly. Number 1, toddler, and number 2, Sylvie barely knows her. It needs to be with someone she's comfortable with. I can see our evening slipping down the plug hole. Sylvie herself appears in the room, fiddling with her new stud earrings. She actually gives me a half smile. Result? Warmth spreads through me. Buying those earrings was worth it for this small breakthrough. I'd have paid triple the amount for her thawing to me. What time's Miriam coming over? She slinks onto the sofa and turns the TV on. Seb sighs. She can't come, she's ill. So we'll be staying in after all. Sylvie pauses in her channel surfing. You can still go out. I'll be okay on my own. My heart jumps hopefully, but Seb frowns. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Sylvie. Remember what happened when I last left you on your own? Sylvie grimaces. That was over a year ago. Dad, I'll be fine. She pauses, and a grin spreads across her face. Especially if you can get me a Pizza Express takeout, dough balls, and pepperoni pizza. Oh, and I want popcorn. Can you download me a film? I beam at Seb. He gives a half smile but still looks unsure. Okay then, he says at last. Make sure you have your phone on you. Call us at any time and we'll be straight back. We'll only be on the high street. Sylvie flicks her hand. I'll be fine. I lean over to squeeze Seb's hand but stop. I don't want to upset Sylvie. He winks at me and my heart soars. We're sitting in the restaurant, shadows thrown on the walls by the candles. I'm fueled by a delicious Aperol spritz in the bar that we went to before the restaurant. Bottle of wine? Seb asks. I pause. I'd love to share a bottle with him. But I don't want my workout to be in vain, especially as it's the hardest one I've done. I actually feel really thirsty. I'll just have a Coke for now, I say. Irritation and disappointment chase each other across Seb's face. Oh, come on. It's Valentine's Day and we don't get out loads, he exclaims. At least have one glass. I hesitate. I'll have a slimline tonic and vodka then. That has fewer calories than wine. Seb grabs my hand across the table. You're perfect as you are, Juliet. You don't need to go on this mad diet and exercise rush. Excuse me, are you ready to order? The waiter asks politely. We give our orders, my steady voice belying the pressure in my chest. It's not just about looking good for the wedding. It started as that. But it's become so much more. It's about my mindset, about becoming strong and fit and healthy. The waiter leaves our table and I try and tell Seb that, but he flaps his hand impatiently, as if batting away an annoying fly. I don't trust her, he says. I don't need to ask who her is. I feel a shot of relief that she hasn't turned his head, that my worries about the massage and her coquettishness are unfounded. But I don't want friction. I want to continue my PT sessions without having to mollify Seb at the same time. Are you mad? I try and bury the little voice in my head, accusing me. But it gets louder. She knew Jessie and hid it from you. The newspaper article's words bore into my brain. I think about the weights session this morning, where she was pushing and pushing me until I almost collapsed. Why? I thought she'd grown on you because of Sylvie, I say. Seb shrugs. She did, but sorry, Juliet. It still seems like a strange coincidence that she just happens to start training the people renting our house. I'm glad I've decided not to tell him about Claudia's connection to Jessie. Is she really who she says she is? His words sound more like a statement than a question. I ignore the unease fizzing in my chest as a waiter brings our drinks. Cheers. Seb clinks glasses with me. A woman with long blonde hair tied into a ponytail glances around and I start. Claudia? Surely not. Then I see her full profile and relief washes over me. Just someone who looks like her. Thank God. That was lovely, I say, smiling at Seb as the waiter slips the bill down on the table. Despite Claudia's shadow hanging over us at the start, we moved on to other subjects and chatted animatedly, from politics to the news, to our house and holiday plans. I even had another vodka and tonic, although declined a pudding, even a spoonful of Seb's tiramisu. Seb picks up the bill. You don't mind putting this on your card, do you? Okay. I quench my surprise. It's the 21st century. Why should men always be expected to pay? I'll pay you back, Seb adds quickly. I've forgotten my credit card. He grabs my hand after I slip my card on to the bill. What's mine is yours and all that. I think it's about time we started sharing all our finances. Now we're getting married. Great, I agree. That will make things easier if I have a baby and go off on maternity leave. I try not to think about Sylvie. Holding hands, we walk home. No word from Sylvie, so hopefully she's okay. Perhaps I should have texted her to make sure. Seb frets. She'll be in front of the telly, watching a film and scoffing pizza. Mark my words. We turn into the drive. The lights on the porch flick on, and Seb is fumbling for the key when the front door is flung open. And a familiar figure stands there, blonde hair in a high ponytail, clad in skin-tight leggings and trainers that span fashion and sport. Claudia. Chapter 13. Hey, you did so well at your meal last night, not to have dessert. It's a shame you had the alcohol, but never mind. Vodka and tonic still have some calories, you know. Also, would it be okay if we include Sylvie in our next workout? She's keen to watch and have a little go herself. After what's happened, I'd like to try and cheer her up, and I think the exercise will be good for her ex. I blink and shake my head furiously, hoping beyond hope it's a figment of my imagination. But no, she's there in the hall, gesturing us into our own home. But this time, she doesn't have her usual beam and happy, lilting voice. Her eyes are clouded and troubled, her mouth pulled down. She opens her mouth to speak, when sobs bounce around the hall. Sylvie is on her knees, her hand over her face. Seb rushes to her. Oh my God, Sylvie, what's happened? She's hysterical and gasping for breath. There was someone at the house and I think it was Mum. She collapses into Seb's arms. I'm bursting with questions, the most pressing. Claudia, Why are you here? But now it's important I keep my mouth shut and wait to hear what else Sylvie says. Sylvie, what happened? I can tell that Seb is struggling to stay calm. A vein is throbbing in his forehead, and a trickle of perspiration appears on the other side of his face. There was a tapping on the living room window. At first, I ignored it, but it happened again and again. I was so scared, but I pulled back the shutters, and I saw Mum. I swear it was her. I saw her blonde hair as she raced past the window. I saw her profile, and I just thought straight away, it's Mum. Huge tears are coursing down Sylvie's face. She's haunting us. Seb's arms tightened around her. Sylvie, she loved us, and you, more than the world. She would never haunt you and make you feel scared. Sylvie coughs and her nose streams. It was her, she shouts. And she wasn't the Mum I knew. She was bad, I could sense it. And then I heard scraping in the cellar. I was too scared to investigate. I raised my head sharply. I didn't know there was a cellar in the house. But now is not the time to ask. I was so scared, so I WhatsApped Claudia, and she came straight away. Seb looks at Claudia gratefully, while my insides simmer as if a volcano is about to explode. Why are they WhatsApping each other? They've only met once. I'm surprised Seb isn't asking these questions. I remind myself that he's too focused on Sylvie and her emotional state. Would it be appropriate for me to ask Claudia myself? I'm asking myself that question when my mouth takes a life of its own. It snaps open, and I find myself firing out, how do you have each other's numbers? When I met Sylvie the other week, I gave her my number, responds Claudia, her gaze fixed on Sylvie. She was loving the exercises, and so I gave her my number in case she wanted to work out on her own and had any questions. She pauses. She texted me, and we've exchanged quite a few texts, which has been lovely. She smiles, her teeth showing. She messaged me tonight as she didn't want to disturb you on your Valentine's dinner. She makes speech mark quotations with her fingers, and I bristle at the sarcastic undertone. I seem to be the only one that does, though. Seb continues to smile at Claudia, whilst Sylvie raises her head and gazes at Claudia, her tears stopping briefly. I WhatsApped Claudia as I didn't want to disturb you, she says. I see a spark of guilt on Seb's face. We haven't done anything wrong, I want to scream. But then I think about how I would have felt as a teenager. My mum dying and my dad swanning off on a romantic meal with his new fiancée, and my heart plummets. But I also want to confront Claudia about exchanging numbers with Sylvie. Surely that can't be appropriate, especially as she never asked us if this was okay or mentioned it. But Seb doesn't seem to mind at all. He continues to smile at Claudia, to the point where I want to smash my fist into those full lips and white teeth. Don't ever worry about disturbing me, Seb says, his hands cradling his daughter's face. I'm just glad Claudia came. Claudia beams, and I hate the contrast in him. One minute he distrusts her, and the next he thinks she's the best thing since sliced bread. Sylvie pulls away from Seb and moves close to Claudia. Can you stay for a bit? She whimpers. Claudia slings an arm round her. I'd love to, as long as your dad doesn't mind. Her eyes slice me out of the picture as she stares at Seb. Okay, I'm not Sylvie's mum, but I live here. I want to shout, clenching my fists in anger, that I'm not seen as important enough to ask. No, please. You must stay. Seb gestures as he speaks, his face a mix of gratitude and stress. You're obviously helping my daughter, and I really appreciate it. Claudia touches Seb on the shoulder. Oh, it's nothing. Sylvie's delightful, and I'll do anything to help. She turns to Sylvie. Do you want to watch something in the snug? Sylvie nods, her face pressed close to Claudia's. I bite back, indignation, at the familiarity of Claudia, casually talking about our snug and walking to it, authoritatively with Sylvie, as if she lives here too. Seb smiles as we walk into the living room. I have to get it out. I feel really uncomfortable that they've been in touch without us knowing. I mean, is it appropriate that my personal trainer is texting your teenage daughter? Seb sinks onto the sofa and flicks on the TV, but his eyes aren't focused. I'm more worried about Sylvie's mental state, he replies, undoing his top shirt buttons. She says she saw Jessie, which I know is obviously rubbish, but it's freaked me out. But she said she's seen Jessie before, I say, trying to suppress the frustration in my voice. Yes, but not with this level of description. He jumps to his feet, heading to the window and peering through the shutters. Seb, you can't surely believe the ghost of Jessie is wandering around outside, I say gently. Seb flings open the shutters. Nothing, he mutters, his voice filled with relief. He glances at me and looks sheepishly away. Of course not. But, his voice trails away. Where's this cellar? Curiosity tugs at me. You never mentioned there was one before. Sorry, I just never thought to mention it. I rarely use it, other than to store stuff. Seb stands up. I'll show you. He takes me to the garage and stops outside the American fridge freezer. There is already an integrated one in the kitchen. Peeking out from behind it is a door. What, that's the basement door? I'm surprised. I've never seen a basement accessed from the garage before. I'm also surprised that I've never noticed it, given that the garage is where I work out with Claudia. Dumbbells are scattered over the floor, while our workout mat is bundled up in a corner. Why is the door half hidden by the fridge? I bark. Seb gives a half laugh. I'm not sure. I think over time, we've just pushed the fridge over without realizing. It looks rather dodgy, doesn't it? The perfect hideout for a kidnap. He nudges me. Joke. Can I look? I'm unsettled by it. Sure. There's nothing of interest, but here goes. The fridge freezer screeches on the floor as Seb pushes it away from the basement door. He turns the key in the lock and flicks on the light before we descend the narrow staircase. He's right. There's nothing to see apart from a shelving system holding paint tins and a large storage box in the corner. A pile of bricks and various spare tiles lie by the door. It has a slightly fusty, damp smell. It's good for storage, I remark, for something to say. Seb grunts, and we turn round to see Claudia and Sylvie at the top of the stairs. Sylvie screams, her hands flying to her mouth. Goodness, Sylvie, you almost gave me a heart attack. Seb snaps, stopping abruptly. You gave me a shock, Sylvie retorts, tears creeping out of the corners of her eyes. I suggested we come down here to show her that there's nothing making a noise down here, that there's nothing to worry about. Claudia says stridently, her face poking round Sylvie's head like a jack-in-the-box. Seb starts, his face flooded with guilt. He leaps up the steps and pulls Sylvie to him. There's nothing here. Look at it. He gestures. You don't need to worry. But I heard noises. Sylvie's face crumples and her nose runs. There was someone outside. I think it was Mum, and she got in the house. Seb glances at me, anguish in his eyes. I feel clumsy, awkward, like a third wheel. He wants me to reassure Sylvie, but I can't find the words. She believes she heard noises in the basement and saw someone who she claims is the spirit of her mum outside. Who am I to say otherwise? There's honestly nothing down here, I say at last, weakly under Seb's imploring gaze. Sylvie and I are going to have a look and a chat, Claudia says forcefully. She gives me a push as I edge past her, and I glare at her in anger. How dare she touch me, push me out of the way? Claudia catches my eye and looks away. I just need to reassure her, she murmurs. Seb and I enter the living room in silence. I want to talk to him about how unsettled I am, and about how we deal with Sylvie's assertion that she's seen her mum. But instead, I stare blankly ahead. Who am I, the dastardly stepmother, to say anything? And to be honest, I feel too exhausted to get involved anymore. The door slides open, and Claudia is standing at the entrance, her arm around Sylvie. I'm going to go home, she says. Sylvie's feeling much better now, aren't you? Sylvie gives a little nod. Her eyes are still bloodshot, but her face is calm, and she stifles a yawn. But maybe when I next come here to train you, Juliet, Sylvie can join in. You'd like that, wouldn't you? Sylvie nods, wiping her fist over her nose and snuffling, suddenly seeming much younger than 13. I don't want Sylvie in my session. I know that's wrong after everything she's been through, and a shot of guilt runs fast and through me as I watch Claudia leave the house, her eyes staring into Sylvie's. I'm going to bed, Sylvie mutters. Seb jumps up and grips her firmly. I'll come with you to say goodnight. They climb the stairs, and I'm about to close the front door when I see a glint of gold on the doorstep. I crouch down and pick up a delicate chain and locket. Claudia must have left it. I pick it up and open the locket curiously. A tiny photo of a young woman with thick blonde hair cascading down her shoulders stares up at me. A ragged edge cuts into her hair, and half the locket is empty. It looks like half the photo is cut off. I'm tracing my finger over it when Seb appears on the stairs. I hold it up with no words. Seb moves forward, taking it from me, his eyebrows shooting up. I recognize that, he says, holding it close and frowning. Jesse used to wear that when we first met, I think. That's Jesse in the photo. He peers inside the locket. It looks like there was someone else in the photo with Jesse, who's been cut out with scissors. I prompt. Seb is silent, his finger tracing Jesse's face. Yes, he says abruptly, snapping the locker shut. I brace myself for his anxiety to come back in full flow about Jesse haunting the house. I'm irritated to find my own mind fixated on that after finding the necklace. It feels a bit sinister, finding this, after Sylvie's worries, I say at last. Seb shrugs. Sylvie loves to go through Jesse's jewelry. She'll have taken it out and hoarded it, and then dropped it by accident tonight. Jesse's been on her mind, so it makes sense. But you said you haven't seen it for years, I say. Yeah, I haven't. Seb slips it in his pocket. I assume Jesse went off it, or something. He steps in the house, obviously eager to get indoors. I pause on the doorstep, a breeze causing the hairs on my arms to stand up. I look around, wondering if I will see a flash of blonde hair, someone gliding past. Juliet? Are you coming in? Seb appears on the doorstep and grabs my hand. Come on, let's go to bed together. He wraps his arm around my shoulder and pulls me close. I snuggle up to him, burying my face in his shoulder. But the locket burns in my mind, a deep, dark yellow. I think about the fact that it was found on our doorstep. Sylvie, Seb and I are not the only people to have been here tonight, and I don't believe in ghosts. Chapter 14. Hey, I'm so pleased you're going to come to my group circuit session on the Common tomorrow. I think you'll love it, and I'm going to use you as an example as to what can be achieved with personal training. You're going to help the others so much. Please feel free to bring Sylvie along too. She could join in if she wanted, or just watch. I think it'll be really good for her mentally. See you tomorrow. XPS Libby always comes, so I'm sure you'll be pleased to see her. I don't know why, but I'm nervous as I walk over to the group exercising on Tooting Common. Claudia stands out the most, clad in neon green leggings and t-shirt. She is flamboyantly doing cartwheels at the front. I catch sight of Libby industriously stretching. She jogs over to me. I'm so glad you could make it. She hugs me, then catches sight of Seb and Sylvie turning away briefly. They're watching us. Sylvie wanted to, I explain. Libby doesn't say anything. You don't mind, do you? I ask, puzzled at her silence. Oh no, Libby says quickly. I just get a bit self-conscious, that's all. She stares at me. Wow, you're looking amazing. You've lost so much weight. My heart gives a surge of delight. Thank you. I've lost a stone. I stare down at my visibly flatter stomach. I feel so much cleaner and lighter. Honestly, before, I just used to feel heavy and unfit. It's good to remind myself of the benefits of Claudia in my life. Despite her oddness and intensity, just look at the results. And I need to remember that when I'm hungry, like I am now, with just a black coffee in me, I wish I could afford a personal trainer, sighs Libby. I feel like I tread on eggshells around Libby at the moment, as if I'm flinging my good fortune in her face. But it's great you're doing these weekly circuits, and you said you're going to the gym, I say, wondering if I sound patronizing. It's really hard managing it with Noah. Thank God I've got my mum to help. Libby stretches her leg behind her morosely. Plus, my work shifts are hard. I just feel drained with it all. Libby's pale ginger freckles, scattered delicately across her nose, seem to darken at her words. She's obviously feeling down and wants to open up. I'm considering the best thing to say. That is both sensitive and buoys her up when Claudia briskly claps her hands. Right, come on gang, she shouts. Let's get to it. I've a great workout for you today. 10 of us crowd round her. I note Sylvie watching intently from the side, while Seb is buried in his mobile phone, frowning. A big welcome to Juliet, Claudia waves at me. Her fiancés let her join us. Libby leans forward and says in a stage whisper, I'm so pleased you could come. I thought you wouldn't, what with Seb not being keen. Anger washes over me. This again. This implication that Seb is controlling me, that I'm some dutiful little fiancé trying not to upset him. Okay, he wasn't thrilled when I first pushed to go to Claudia's class. But who can blame him? All my training takes me away from him, and what with our busy jobs, we don't see an awful lot of each other. Juliet is my client, and is very au fait with all these moves. Claudia carries on, beaming at me. So, Juliet, come up here with me, and we can show the group the moves together. I flinch as all eyes slowly swivel to me. I'm frozen on the spot, but Claudia gaily beckons me up to her. I move slowly towards her, as if walking a Pytrate's plank. Squat jumps, push-ups, burpees, mountain climbers, walking lunges, jumping squats. Claudia fires out, the usual 45 seconds on, 15 seconds off. Come on, Juliet, let's give it to them. I want to curl up in a dark corner, but instead I gamely move my body into the different exercises, desperately trying to follow Claudia as she gracefully bends and twists her body. There's no need for me to do this. Why have you asked me? I stumble as I jump up from a burpee, struggling to keep up with Claudia. Come on, keep going, Claudia calls as she stretches out and starts vigorously performing mountain climbers. I can feel a flush spread from my chest to my forehead as I get myself on my hands into position and start pumping each leg to my shoulder. My t-shirt rides up, exposing my midriff, and I can feel the mound of my belly wobble as I push my legs. Claudia jumps, leans over me and taps it. Still a little work to do, she says lightly. But you'll lose it, especially with this class. I freeze, knee at my shoulder, my face feeling as if a fire has been lit within it. You want to humiliate me. There is a pregnant pause, and all eyes of the class are on me. Claudia's tinkly laugh slices through it. A faint giggle from one of the attendees follows. Libby. I stare at her in shock. Catching my look, she stops mid-chuckle, her mouth hanging open. I hope that Sylvie and Seb are too far away to hear Claudia's words, but Sylvie is looking at me, a huge grin on her face. She might be smiling at something else. After all, we've been getting on better. Go on then, Juliet. Get up and let's get going, trills Claudia. As I stand and do the walk of shame back to my space in the circle, I notice that Seb has looked up from his phone and is staring at us. Claudia, to be exact. His gaze is intense as he looks her carefully up and down. Is he looking at her lustfully, or is that my imagination? Anxiety and anger at the thought of him desiring her fight my gratitude, that he hopefully didn't clock my humiliation. Right to it, shouts Claudia. The timer's on. Libby keeps trying to catch my gaze, no doubt to say sorry, but I studiously stare straight ahead of me, a growing anger making me feel even more breathless as I jump and kick and bend. Maybe I should tell her she's not welcome to read a poem at the wedding after all, I think viciously. In any case, it's not like she's shown much enthusiasm for it. I'm counting down the seconds until I can run away from the class when I see a newcomer walk over to our circle. She's vaguely familiar, with her tight corkscrew, dark curls and glasses, but I can't think from where. 50 seconds pause, calls Claudia, not a hair out of place, and her face a delicate peaches and cream color, not all scarlet and puffy, like the majority of us here. She waves at the newcomer. Hello, Claire. Find yourself a place. It's jumping jacks next. Just join in. Claire from our widows group. The one who had Claudia as a PT and recommended her to Libby. Of course. I've only met her briefly. It suddenly feels very important that I talk to her after this session. Libby's head has also swiveled in Claire's direction. I expect her to wave, as she knows Claire quite well, but she instantly spins away, staring at the ground. I get through the rest of the session as best I can, vowing never to go again, and wondering whether to give up Claudia as my personal trainer. But uppermost in my mind is catching Claire at the end of the session. She had Claudia as her PT. I'm desperate to know if Claudia acted oddly with her as well. Finally, it's over. Fantastic, gang, shouts Claudia, pumping her fist in the air. I rush over to Claire. I'm Juliet from the widows group. We've met once before, I gasp, stumbling over my words in my haste to get what's important out. Claire looks puzzled, then I see a flicker of recognition in her eyes. Oh yes, of course. And you're marrying someone from the widows group, aren't you? I nod quickly, plastering a smile on my face. So how did you find Claudia as a personal trainer? My words are leaden and clumsy, and when Claire's eyes widen, I'm not surprised. What? she asks. I open my mouth, pitching my voice a notch louder, and speak more slowly, when I see puzzlement on her face. Sorry. I'm not sure what you mean, she replies, leaning forward, and about to say something else when Libby runs up and almost barges into Claire. I step back surprised, and Claire looks taken aback when Libby skids to a halt and grabs her arm. Sorry to interrupt. I need to speak to you about something, she says, and then they're gone. And I'm on my own. The patch of sunlight that I was standing in suddenly dark as a cloud passes over the sun. Chapter 15. Hi, Juliet. I'm a little disappointed that you had a binge, as you call it. It's going to put a pound or two on. Look, I appreciate you being honest with me, and I understand that you felt down about your midriff. I was only having a little joke at circuits the other day. Really no need to take it to heart. But let's make that the only binge and stick with the healthy eating. Obviously, you must indulge now and then, but one treat, not a bag of crisps, 2 chocolate bars and a whole pizza. Let's forget it now, but tomorrow, we're really going to go for calorie burn. You can do it. XX, my legs burn and my feet ache from heel to toe, despite my comfy flats as I disembark the tube at Balham. It's late, and my stomach gurgles as I pass a fish and chip shop, the smell infiltrating my nostrils. I hesitate. Do I? I think of my strict food diary, and how I've been faithfully sticking to it since my slip-up. I want to look good for my wedding. These words repeat themselves in my mind every day as I grimly grip onto my willpower. But then I think about my day. Pounding a busy conference hall from early in the morning, topped off by standing all evening for a drinks ceremony. I organized the conference, and so I needed to attend the 2 days. I'm glad it's over and that I have tomorrow off. Someone barges into the takeaway shop, and the smell of fish and chips overwhelms me. I dive in after him. I've been on my feet all day and have probably burned hundreds of calories. I deserve this. The hot chips slathered in salt taste wonderful as I walk home, and like a machine, I pop one after the other into my mouth. Claire is in my head, as she has been every day since Claudia's circuits last week. She was hiding something, and I need to know what. Did she even have Claudia as a personal trainer? I've messaged her on Facebook about meeting up to ask her a quick question, but she hasn't replied. I've also texted Libby, but although 2 blue ticks on WhatsApp show she has read it, she hasn't replied. Why was Libby so keen that I didn't speak to Claire? I'm struggling with her at the moment. I don't blame her for being jealous of me, but I'm sad at the way that has come between us. When I emailed her over the poem to read at our wedding, I got a lukewarm response 2 days later. I'll take back that poem and give it to someone else. I stomp into the house, greedily breaking the fish with my fingers to shove some in my mouth, but pause as I hear laughter and music from the garage. I forgot that Claudia is here at her session with Sylvie. In a panic, I glance around wildly and then fling the greasy paper bag of my food in a kitchen cupboard, before running the tap quickly over my oily, salty fingers. After pleading by Sylvie, Seb has decided to allow her a personal training session with Claudia once a week. He was so grateful to Claudia after she came over when we were out at dinner that I've gone along with it. But while I'd rather she had her own session than tag along on mine, something about it makes me uneasy. Is it because they get on so well? Seb asked. It must be hard to see. His voice was gentle, but I feel a shot of anger. Just come out and say it. You think I'm jealous? I think about that as I open the garage door. There's no doubt envy is there, but I understand why Sylvie can't take to me. It makes me feel uneasy for other reasons that I just can't voice, and it doesn't help that Seb hasn't offered to pay for it. Rather, it's been added to the lump sum I transfer to Claudia over online banking every week. I peer into the garage and I jolt with surprise. There, alongside Sylvie and Claudia, is Seb, all of them performing jumping squats. My eyes wander to the basement door, and I notice that it's almost totally covered by the fridge freezer. But my eyes are soon diverted. Seb is in tiny black shorts that showcase his pert backside and slim, muscly thighs. A tight Tottenham Hotspur shirt highlights his pecs. As I fleetingly admire his body, I see I'm not the only one. Claudia is staring at him, a smile spread across her face. "Let's see who can jump the highest," cries Claudia. Ready, steady, go. I did it! I did it! Squealed Sylvie, her face flushed, laughing wildly. Right you, another go please. I need to beat you, laughs Seb. I freeze, taking in the cozy scene, the laughter and merriment. I'm separated from it by an invisible glass wall. I've never seen Sylvie so relaxed. I really felt I'd made inroads with her following the earrings, but this scene makes me realize how far away I am from truly getting her to accept me. I did it! Seb pumps his fist. Right guys, I really need to beat you. Claudia swishes that immaculate ponytail of hers as she looks at the doorway and clocks me standing there. I smile uncertainly, waiting for her acknowledgement, but she switches her eyes back to Seb and Sylvie, as if I'm invisible. 1, 2, 3. They leap up like Jack in the boxes. I did it. We've all won one, Claudia yells. They're panting and laughing and high-fiving. How dare she ignore me in my own home, taking my place within my new family. I stride forward. All three halt and stare at me, the laughter stopping abruptly. Hiya! Claudia trills, as if she's just seen me for the first time, running her hand through her ponytail. I'd like nothing more than to grip it and ram her head back. Are you okay, love? Seb asks, his voice deep and serious, a contrast to the levity in his tones before I appeared. Why can't he sound light-hearted with me? Sylvie looks at me briefly before flicking her eyes away. I decided to join in, Seb smiles. Got to get me looking as good for the wedding as you. He taps his firm abdomen. Can we keep going, please? Sylvie whines. Absolutely. Claudia winks at Sylvie. Seb moves quickly over to me. Come on, let's leave into it. He flashes a smile at them both and puts his arm round me, leading me out the door. I look back and Claudia is staring solely at Seb, her hand on Sylvie's shoulder. It's like I've been erased from her vision. Seb closes the garage door. How was today? Exhausting. I grumpily open the fridge, and my gaze lingers longingly over the chilled bottle of wine, before I unenthusiastically grab the bottle of sparkling water. I want to talk to you about something. My heart lurches, and I almost drop the bottle of water on the floor. Please don't tell me you've second thoughts about marrying me. The thought comes out of nowhere. Matt's face suddenly looms large in my mind, his easygoing smile and twinkling eyes making me feel nauseous. Seb leads me to the living room, my heart pounding so loudly it feels like it might burst out of my chest. I think we should let Claudia help Sylvie choose her dress for our wedding. My chest sags, so relieved that his words hadn't been about calling off the wedding. Then I stiffen. But Sylvie and I are meant to be shopping for her dress tomorrow. I cry. I'd taken the day off especially. Yeah, I know. Seb studiously studies his hands. But Sylvie begged me to let her get the dress with Claudia. It must be really hurtful for you, but you're too close to the bone. It's very hard to accept you after her mum, and I know you know that, love. He kneads my shoulder. All the fight leaves me, and I'm like a squeezed orange. Okay, I mutter. Chapter 16. Hiya. I hope you didn't mind me coaching both Sylvie and Seb. Seb joined unplanned. I'm glad he did though. It was great fun. I've offered Seb some training sessions, as he might want a few before the wedding. Not that your mister really needs it, of course, but if you're going to be all honed and toned, he might want to make sure he's in tip-top condition too. BTW, Sylvie had a great time training. It's doing her confidence so much good. I'd like to up her sessions, but not until after your wedding. Gotta focus on the bride-to-be, X. So, we have the dress that goes with a capital D, Claudia announces. I plaster on a smile, taking in the cozy way she and Sylvie are linking arms and exchanging smiles. For once, Claudia's not in her gym gear, but skinny jeans that highlight her shapely bum and a turtleneck top that clings to her toned muscles. She looks great. I'm glad Seb isn't here. I angrily banish the thought. He loves me for who I am. His head isn't going to be turned by a pretty face. I firmly delete the scene of him in the garage, with Sylvie and Claudia, warmly laughing and exchanging glances and high fives. I manage to smile and wave Sylvie off on her shopping trip with Claudia, cheerily, gritting my teeth to stop the anger and envy pouring out of me. I spent my day off pottering, and even fitted a session at the gym, all the time trying not to think of the two of them together, like mum and daughter. Claudia shakes a posh-looking bag. She looks stunning. She'll give you a run for your money. I fake a short laugh. Claudia's voice is joking, and she's no doubt trying to buoy Sylvie up, but it jars. Nice day? I ask. So fun, tinkles Claudia. We had an amazing lunch in central London and I had a cocktail. Sylvie says happily, staring adoringly at Claudia. I notice that, like her mentor, she also has tied her hair into a high ponytail. A cocktail, I start, shocked. She's third. Oh, a mocktail, Claudia interrupts breezily. Now are you ready for the big reveal? She's about to pull the dress out of the bag when she pauses. Actually, I've got a better idea. How about you go and put it on Sylvie? Then Juliet can really see how stunning you look. Sylvie nods eagerly and grabs the bag before sprinting upstairs. There's an awkward silence. I hope you don't mind me going with Sylvie? Claudia's voice drips with sympathy. Or maybe I'm imagining it, but I bristle. No, I say shortly. It's clear she didn't want to come with me. Claudia opens her mouth, no doubt to offer a cheesy platitude, but then a shadow appears on the stairs. My eyes swivel towards Sylvie as she descends slowly. She's wearing a dress that manages to be both demure, but shows off her slim waist and long legs. A little hat adds a jaunty look. Just gorgeous, breathes Claudia, glancing at me. I'm expected to exclaim in agreement, but my mouth won't move and my face feels numb. I stare at Sylvie as she steps down the stairs. Her dress and hat, while undoubtedly beautiful, are as black as night. Why are you dressed as if you're going to a funeral? My voice sounds like glass breaking in the loaded silence. Sylvie gasps and flings her hand over her mouth, her eyes welling up. She turns and dashes to her room. Claudia follows her, brushing against me. She doesn't say anything, but I see the scorn in her eyes as she glances at me. I stare at her retreating back. Why am I being made to feel guilty? My future stepdaughter is dressed all in black. Surely it's not my imagination that the color screams funeral and not wedding? And it seems extra insensitive considering that Seb's a widower and I'm a widow. But I know I've gone wrong in seemingly blaming Sylvie. This is all Claudia's doing. I inch reluctantly up the stairs, dreading it, but knowing what I have to do. I knock on Sylvie's bedroom door. A piece of paper with "Keep Out" printed on it is stuck to it with blue tack. I always thought it was a symptom of general teenage angst, but now I'm wondering if it's aimed directly at me. Sylvie's face is red and swollen and wet, and she is sobbing noisily, her head buried in Claudia's chest. She's never hugged me or snuggled up against me. I'm really sorry, Sylvie. I shouldn't have said that to you. Your dress is beautiful. I just got a shock that it was black, that's all. As I'd normally associate that with a funeral, but it doesn't matter at all. Sylvie's sobs jerk at my heart and I feel terrible. She's not behind this. I move forward and tentatively touch her shoulder, but she shakes me off violently. I hate you, she screams. You think you can just move in and take Mum's place. You're never going to take Mum's place, ever, with me. And my dad will never love you as much as us. She collapses onto the floor, and Claudia wraps her arms round her protectively. I think it's best you give her some space. Her eyes are cold. I hesitate, anger flaring. How dare she speak to me like that, in my own house? But I'll only make things worse with Sylvie if I snap back at her. I turn and leave the room quickly. I feel like Sylvie's words are arrows that have fired straight into my heart. But who can blame her? Maybe it's time that I think about hiring a new personal trainer. Chapter 17 Here. Sylvie loves that dress. I feel really bad for her. It's not easy seeing her dad getting married again. She tries to make an effort and feels it's thrown back in her face. Please don't blame her. It's my fault. I hope we can put this behind us. We're doing resistance bands today to get those glutes in shape X. I'm in the kitchen, making myself a cup of tea on autopilot, my hands shaking. Half of me is filled with breathless anger, but then shame bubbles through me at my words to Sylvie, at the way I caused her to sob. Maybe I'm going over the top about the dress. And what's Seb going to say when he comes home and sees his precious daughter distraught all because of me? I'm gazing at the tea bag lying limply in the mug, the water turning sludgy brown, when Claudia comes in. I glance up, rage taking over my whole body. You did that on purpose, didn't you? choosing a black dress for the wedding. I hiss. A feeling of relief as pent-up words explode from my mouth. Claudia holds up her hand firmly, and to my anger, I automatically close my mouth. It must be the natural air of authority she always carries. Let me show you something. She fiddles with her phone and then holds it out to me triumphantly. Website links fill the screen. Why black is chic for a wedding? The misconception that black is inappropriate for a wedding. Dress to impress with black for a wedding. I blink, some of my anger ebbing out of me. I glance between her and her mobile phone uncertainly. I just feel that black isn't appropriate for a wedding, I burst out with eventually. And surely you must have thought that it was tactless as Seb and I are both widowed. Sylvie picked that dress, Claudia says rapidly. She loved it so much. But I did hesitate, because funerals did occur to me. But I Googled and saw those links, so I thought it was okay. I hesitate, doubt sweeping over me as I stare at the websites on Claudia's phone. Maybe what she's saying is true. Why would she push Sylvie to dress in funeral attire? What benefit would it be to her? I probably overreacted, sensitive, due to the tenuous relationship between Sylvie and me, and Claudia's strange behavior. A kaleidoscope of images crowds my mind. Claudia, laughing at my midriff, on the common, the thunderous music in my ears, as she pushed me in weight training until I was sick, her appearance at my tenant's house. But it all smashes into pieces as I see pity in her eyes, and shame and embarrassment sweep over me. I jump the gun, I say lamely. I won't apologize to her. Despite my shame, my anger is still lurking below. I hear the click of the front door opening. Seb peers into the kitchen, sharp lines that I'd never noticed before etched around his eyes. I'm surprised he's back so early. He's been out visiting clients, and I wasn't expecting him back until evening. Is everything okay? As well as the noticeable line, Seb's eyes are clouded. Yeah, just a few things I need to sort, he replies distractedly, his fingers tapping away at his phone. There's a sudden frantic thudding on the stairs, and Sylvie bursts in holding the black dress. She flings it on the floor. She doesn't want me to wear this, she screams, not dignifying me with my name. Says I'm dressed for a funeral. You know what? It feels like a funeral to me, your wedding. Sylvie's eyes are so swollen they're slits and tears slide repeatedly out of them. What on earth's going on? Seb cries and reaches out to touch Sylvie's arm. She shakes him off violently, moving to Claudia's side. I'd actually rather go to a funeral, Sylvie continues, as if he never spoke. You're betraying Mum. You never loved her. She glares at him, and then at me, such hatred emanating from her eyes, it's like a punch in the stomach. Sylvie slides her arm around Claudia. And that's it. I have to get out. Not saying a word, I walk out of the kitchen, through the front door, managing to close it quietly and not slam it despite my whirling emotions. I head to the common, but then blindly, my feet lead me elsewhere, past a stone church down a quiet road to the small graveyard behind it. I make my way to a headstone by the fir tree. A vase of wilted flowers sits forlornly, and I realize with a pang of guilt that it's been a month since I visited. I crouch down and trace my fingers over the engraved name Matthew Stone. Taken too soon, a beloved husband, son and brother. The fancy letters remind me of the way our names were entwined on our wedding day order of service. I sink down further, haunted by thoughts of our wedding day. Maybe I shouldn't be getting married again so soon. Libby is probably right. I think about Sylvie's tear-stained face and hate-filled voice, and my own eyes are wet. But then I think about Seb, his huge hugs that envelop me, his firm hand holding mine, that smile that keeps my grief at bay. No, he is not the issue. I pull out my phone and Google, personal trainers, Balaam. Several pop up. I wonder whether to go for a man, but then Emily Moore, personal trainer, catches my eye. I click on her Facebook profile page. She grins at the camera, her face open and friendly. There are videos of her working out hard and explaining her moves clearly to her audience. There are no boastful images, hair carefully just so, a face full of makeup and skin-tight leggings and tight t-shirt. She wears sensible black leggings and a plain white t-shirt. I WhatsApp the contact number on her website, asking for her availability, and then click back on to Google. to look at other personal trainer profiles. It occurs to me again that it's strange that there's no sign of Claudia online. Surely, as a PT, she should be advertising her business. I think back to when I first searched for her online and found nothing. Despite that, I try again. Claudia Johnston, Collier's Wood. Nothing. I frown. Maybe I should ask her why. My phone pings and a message pops up. Thanks very much for getting in touch. Yes, I have availability. Let me know when suits. I even have tomorrow if that's an option. Best, Emily. I open the door softly and ease it shut. I suddenly feel like an intruder in this house, which belongs to Seb, Jessie and Sylvie. I long to be back in the cozy clutter of mine and Matt's house in Tooting. If Sylvie drives me out, and it doesn't work with Seb, I can serve notice on the lodgers and go back to live there. I pause, listening for voices, but there's just silence. Then the living room door opens. Are you okay? Seb asks, touching my shoulder. Not really. I stand glumly, eyes on the floor. He's done nothing wrong, but I can't help taking out my upset and anger on him. Where are they? I can't bring myself to say Sylvie's and Claudia's names. Claudia's taken her out for a bubble tea. I heard what happened, and we've calmed Sylvie down. And Juliet, I'm sorry you went through that. I would have reacted like you. About wearing black to a wedding, it probably affects you and me more because of what we've been through. So, what's happened? Does Sylvie think I'm going to be the most evil stepmother in the world? I can glimpse the double American fridge freezer in the kitchen, and I want to fling the door open and pull out cheese and ham and avocado and make myself a huge sandwich. And there's a bar of chocolate for Seb chilling in there. I can picture myself ripping the wrapper open with my teeth and cramming the chocolate slabs in my mouth as I start walking towards the kitchen, a magnet pulling me. No, Seb says rapidly. He moves in front of me, and I'm annoyed he is, without realizing, blocking my way to the fridge. I spoke to her, and she's calmed down and understands. We've come to an agreement. She wears the dress and hat, but lightens it up with colored tights and shoes. That's a good idea. I'm relieved that things seem to have worked out, but I'm sure Sylvie isn't as calm as Seb says she is. Well done for suggesting it. Seb laughs. Oh, it wasn't me. I wish it was. But I wouldn't have thought of that if I'm honest. It was Claudia. She's got more ideas about fashion than I have, Claudia. Of course it was. I open my mouth. There's an angry, tangled mess of thoughts in my mind that I want to somehow convey to Seb when he grabs my arm. Come into the living room. I need to speak to you about something else. Sounds ominous. My joke falls flat. Neither of us is in the mood. Seb sits on the sofa, crossing and uncrossing his legs, gripping the sofa arm and then leaning forward. You've probably gathered that work's a bit stressful, he says. Well, I'm having some issues with one of my main clients. You know, the one in Southampton. It's too much to go into, but I'm at risk of losing them. I need to sort it out, and I'll need to go down and work with them next Friday for a couple of weeks. But that's really soon before our wedding, I exclaim. There'll be stuff to do. Seb is very still. I won't be back until the day before the wedding, he says quietly. What? I'd imagined that we would be doing last-minute wedding errands together, being romantic and excitedly looking forward to our day, in a bubble together. I've even taken a week off work before the wedding. Seb stares at me. I'm really sorry, Juliet. I know you're upset and disappointed, and I am too. I really don't want to do this, but to keep my business afloat, I have to. If I lose this client, there's a real chance I'll lose my business. Chapter 18. Good morning. Seb told me about the fact he's got to go away for work for a few weeks. I've got a great idea. How about I move in with you while he's gone, and we can focus on getting you in tip-top shape for the big day. As well as training, I can make you my protein shakes every day. They'll work wonders at helping you drop that last half stone. Maybe even a stone. What do you think? See you at circuits shortly. XX. I almost dropped my phone as if it's a hot brick. No. I've got my first session with Emily today at the Common. It's the same time as Claudia's circuits class. I'll have to make sure I don't bump into her. I arrive at the Common and order a flat white at the coffee van. Emily meets me with a wave. Her eyes are wide and artless, and she shakes my hand. Sorry, I shouldn't have bought a flat white. I apologize. Claudia's voice is in my head. Do you know how many calories are in a flat white? You should have had an espresso. Emily laughs and waves her hand. Of course you should. I'm going to have one too. As I explained, we'll have a general chat first about what you want to achieve and how I can help. Coffees in hand, we chat as we walk across the common. I'm careful to lead Emily away from where Claudia will be doing her circuits class. I explain about my weight loss and fitness goals, dropping in the fact that I no longer want to work with my current PT. I can understand, Emily says, after I tell her about the rigorous diet plan Claudia has put me on. Of course, all personal trainers are different, but I don't believe in food restriction. Everything in moderation. And the calorie restriction, what you're describing seems really low in calories. It'll be hard for you to have the strength to work out on that. And that is only the tip of the iceberg. Imagine what she would think about what else Claudia's been doing. It's a relief to have corroboration that Claudia's diet advice isn't seen as right by another professional. Right? Let's get going. We stop in a small clearing and we start warming up. As we start to work out, there's no frantic movement and shouting, and the pushiness Claudia exudes to get me to always go further and harder. I feel nicely stretched by Emily. My heart rate is up. I'm out of breath and trying really hard, but it doesn't feel crippling, like that time Claudia made me work out so hard that I was sick. To be fair, that only happened once, but I can't imagine Emily ever doing that. I'm in the plank position, gazing around as I try to hold my position, arms trembling, when I see Libby in the distance, walking fast. Her red hair is vibrant and deep in the sunlight. She must be late for Claudia's circuits class. Shit, I didn't think she would walk this way. I freeze and stare at the ground, hoping she hasn't seen me. That's it, says Emily. You did brilliantly. Let's do some stretches. I get up slowly, hardly daring to look in Libby's direction. But she's still there and has moved closer to us, one hand pushing her hair out of her face. She gives a wave before setting off again. I raise a hand slowly, heart beating. All okay? Asks Emily. Yes, sorry. I snap back to attention as she takes me through the warming down exercises. We exchange pleasantries and agree to meet for another session in 2 days' time. I pull out my phone to text Libby when I see a message from Claudia. Where are you? Where are you? I grit my teeth. You don't own me. I don't have to tell you if I can't make your circuits class. Ignoring it, I message Libby. Hi Libby, please can you not mention that you saw me to Claudia? We'll explain all when I next see you X. I hit send and I shake my head. It's ridiculous to be so worried about Claudia finding out that I've seen another trainer. She's not my boss. If it works with Emily, I'll be telling her I don't want to use her anymore anyway. A jolt of anxiety runs through me at the thought. I start to walk briskly. Come on, you're an adult in a senior job. Why are you so nervous of confronting her? I give myself a pep talk as I stride along. Because she's unpredictable, because I don't trust her, because I fear she could do me harm. The voice in my head is so loud, clear and strident that I look around quickly to see if someone has spoken. There's no one there, just the blue sky, expanse of grass and me and my thoughts. I frown at my phone. I WhatsApped Emily to confirm a time to meet tomorrow for our training hours ago. Not only has she not replied, but there is only one grey tick, suggesting the message hasn't been delivered. Oh well. She must be somewhere with bad signal, or busy. Come on, we're here! My friend Liv is almost dancing a jig of excitement outside the wedding dress shop. It's one of my final fittings. I'd been really looking forward to it, but it's clouded by the fact that Seb is going away for the next few weeks. I know it's crucial that he goes to keep his business afloat, but I'm really worried at the thought it could go under, and what it would do to him psychologically. His business is everything to him. He built it up from scratch years ago, from his bedroom at his parents' house after university. And it doesn't matter how much I tell myself I'm being selfish. I don't want him to go. Becky, the wedding shop owner, opens the door to us. Come in, she grins. Liv dives in. We made friends on the first day we moved into Bristol University halls as freshers. I'm not having bridesmaids this time, as it didn't feel right to me for a second wedding. But Liv has been an amazing support. She wanted to organize a hen-do for me, But again, I drew the line at that. "At least let me come with you for your dress fitting," she said. "We can make a special day of it, with fizz and lunch." I try on the A-line wedding dress. Covered in delicate lace, it's beautiful. "Ooh," breathes Liv as she holds up her phone. "You don't mind if I take a few pictures, do you?" But, while I love the dress, I frown at my waist. Despite my weight loss, it doesn't look quite as small and delicate as I had hoped. The dress is tight against it, almost uncomfortably so, and rather than look cinched, it looks rounded, like if I plunged my hands inside the dress, I could grab a small roll of fat. Seeing me stare at my middle, Becky says brightly, "I can let the dress out a bit. You don't want to feel uncomfortable after a nice big Wegs breakfast." I frown, depressed that it's not just me that notices the dress, straining against my stomach. "I want to lose some more weight," I say rapidly. "I'll pick up the dress 2 days before my wedding. Is that okay for any last-minute alterations that might be needed?" "Oh yes," Becky nods. "But don't put yourself under pressure to lose weight. We can always, like I said, let the dress out." "No." My voice booms round the room, and Becky and Liv look startled. "I mean, thanks for the offer, but I'm confident that I can lose a few pounds." Liv and I leave the shop. I realize I'm being quiet as I give monosyllabic answers to Liv's questions, but I can't help wondering why I haven't lost more weight. It's plateaued over the last week. I've tried so damn hard. I clench my fists. I've been training nearly every single day. I think about the meal diaries I painstakingly put together for Claudia. Okay, I've had the odd slip-up, but surely that wouldn't stop me losing weight. "Sorry," I interrupt Liv rudely. "I just need to make a call." I call Emily on WhatsApp, but it doesn't go through. I try again. Maybe she's out of signal, on the tube or something. Liv grabs my arm. "Are you okay? You seem very quiet. By the way, you're looking great. You've lost loads of weight. You need to let me know your secret." I'd hoped that I would have lost more. Did you see the way the dress clung to me? I march glumly across the busy road to the Italian restaurant that Liv has chosen. "Of course I didn't," Liv says promptly. "Please don't go on some mad diet." I wait until the waiter has ushered us to our table, before I bring up my messages with Claudia on my phone. I've already been on a mad diet. Liv's mouth drops open as her eyes sweep the daily food diaries that I send Claudia and take in Claudia's admonishments if I slacken and have a bag of crisps or give in to carbs. "That's way too little calories," she says at last, continuing to scroll through my messages. "And your PT seems so controlling." "Oh, champagne, please. The pink one on your menu. We'll let you know what we want to eat when you come back with the drinks." She addresses the waiter. "My treat," she informs me airily. "Oh, that's very kind. But I'm not sure that I should have champagne. I mean, I really need to watch every mouthful now. I want to lose weight in these last weeks before the wedding." I flounder. "Pfft." Liv waves her hand as if batting my comment away. "Don't be ridiculous." She surveys the menu. "Now, I'm having mozzarella and tomatoes for starter and good old spag carbonara for main." She snaps the menu shut. I survey it, seeking out calories for each dish and trying to find dishes with the least carbs, which is hard in an Italian restaurant, with all the pizza and pasta on offer. "No starter for me, and I'll have the goat's cheese salad. Minus the bread," I add silently. "No starter? Oh, go on," coaxes Liv. "Don't worry about your weight. One little starter won't make a difference." Luckily, the waiter appears, and Liv is distracted by the champagne. "Cheers." She clinks glasses with me. "I'm so happy for you. After all you've been through, you deserve this happiness. And Seb is a real good I smile, and despite myself take a gulp of the champagne, enjoying the tingle of the bubbles on my tongue. Seb and Liv get on very well, and he gets on with Liv's husband, Luke, as well. We've been out as a foursome a fair few times, when Liv can get a babysitter for her 2 boys. I think about Libby's strange attitude to my upcoming marriage, the way she is holding me at arm's length, and heartily wish I'd asked Liv to do a reading at our wedding instead. Why on earth didn't I ask my oldest friend? "I'm sorry I haven't asked you to do a reading at the wedding," I burst out. "I really wish I'd asked you, and not Libby. I just felt a connection with Libby, the fact that we're both widows and in the same group with Seb." Liv holds up her hand. I completely understand. I completely apologize, she says quickly. My heart goes out to you after what you've been through, and you know I'd do anything to support you, but I can't understand like Libby does. She's been a bit funny with me, I continue, taking another sip of champagne. The bubbles are going to my head. Not replying to messages, not enthusiastic about the reading, wondering if it's too soon for me and Seb to marry. She's envious, says Liv gently. You must realize that? I think she's very happy for you, but sad for herself that she hasn't met someone too. Oh, you're right. I do know. Then the conversation turns back to Claudia. Those messages, says Liv slowly. She's texting you every day. I've never known a personal trainer do that. I open up about the strange coincidences of thinking I saw Claudia at the graveyard, of her training my tenants, and of course, the newspaper article about Jesse's death. She sounds like a stalker, Liv says finally. Are you sure she's really a personal trainer? Foreboding sweeps over me, and I grab my phone, checking my message again to Emily. There's still only one grey tick. I'm in the process of sorting out another trainer, I explain. But I can't get hold of her to arrange my next session. Give me a minute to just call her again. I try again, but it goes straight to voicemail. I glance at our messages, and the blood suddenly pounds in my ears when I see Emily's usual status, and last seen information is gone, and her contact picture of her in her gym gear holding a kettlebell has disappeared too, replaced by a generic grey avatar. That's weird, I say slowly. Emily's status updates have disappeared, and so's her profile picture. Liv puts her fork down, frowning. You don't think you've been blocked, do you? Chapter 19. Hi, lovely. Why aren't you responding to my messages? And why didn't you come to circuits? You missed an ultra good one. When do you next want to meet for a training session this week? Also, have you thought about whether you want me to move in when Seb is away? I guarantee you will drop those pounds. It won't be easy, but with constant supervision by me, exercise and my special protein shakes, you'll look to die for on your wedding day. 1 pound. I've put on 1 pound. How? It must have been that champagne yesterday, and the goat's cheese in the salad. A wave of irrational anger at Liv sweeps through me. She forced me into having the drink. I'm meant to be working from home, but instead, I'm pacing the bathroom like a caged animal. It's the morning that Emily and I had planned to meet for a session, and she's still not contacted me. One grey tick is still showing on my WhatsApp message, and her profile image has still vanished. I've tried ringing obsessively, but it goes to voicemail. I can only assume I've been blocked, and I'm hurt and confused. Why should I care so much? It's just a PT. It's not like a friend. But I'm so unsettled. Did I do something strange when I met her? I analyze my words and actions, but can't find anything amiss. Maybe she didn't like me finding fault with Claudia. Perhaps it's an unwritten code not to criticize a personal trainer to another. Perhaps she was worried I would do the same to her. My mind is going down a rabbit hole when I remember that Libby saw us training. Surely, she couldn't have had anything to do with it. Unease tugs at my stomach. I weigh myself again. I've still gained 1 pound. I need to forget Emily now. Whatever happened, she's not going to help me on my last health kick before the wedding. I scroll to Claudia's message on the phone. Should I allow her to stay? It would just be for 10 days, enough for me to have the cinched-in waist of my dreams. And, if I'm honest, I could do with some help with Sylvie. Seb had said vaguely that she'd spend a weekend with Jesse's parents, and that she'd be at school in the week, so I didn't really have to do anything. But I feel uncomfortable being alone with her, especially after the dress incident. Things have been more strained than ever between us. If she must speak to me, it's usually in as few syllables as she can muster, looking at anywhere but my face. Her resentment seems to seep out of her skin, like a heavy, cloying perfume. Claudia gets on so well with Sylvie. Let her take over Seb's daughter. I think about Seb and how gorgeous he is. When we announced our engagement to the widows group, I could see the envy in some of the women's eyes as they gazed at Seb and gave me a quick up and down, as if to say, I'm punching above my weight. What if they're right and I'm substandard to Seb and he goes off with someone who is thin, honed and toned? I'll be left alone with my grief for Matt, with nothing to take the pain away. Seb's never given me any indication that I'm not good enough for him. He's not shallow. He loves the fact that we get on, that we devour board and card games, traveling and dissecting the news. But I still feel an ache of worry. What if he looks at me and he sees my flabby body, my protruding stomach, and thinks he could do better? I'm pathetic for thinking this, I know. It's so shallow to think that he'd leave me over a blobby tummy and swollen ankles. I glance down at my body as it hits me that those have gone now. My midriff is firm, my ankles are slim, and I can actually see the shape of muscles at the top of my arms. I must stay like this. This thought propels me to my phone, and like a puppet master, guides my fingers to tap a reply to Claudia's text. Hi Claudia, sorry I haven't got back to you before. Things been a bit hectic. Yes. You can move in while Seb's away. Claudia is at the door, her arms heaving with bags. Oh, I'm taken aback by how much she's brought. Behind her are several suitcases. That's a lot of stuff, I comment weakly. It's only for 10 days. I have all my ingredients and utensils for my protein shakes, Claudia explains, bustling in. Can you bring that bag in over there? I follow her, peering into the bag I'm holding and seeing myriad pots and jars. Claudia lays down a pristine, expensive-looking blender and starts placing huge tins of protein powders on the kitchen counter. I'm not that bothered about having shakes. I protest, worried about offending her, but nonetheless sure I don't want to drink these disgusting drinks filled with God knows what, every day. Claudia slams a final tin on the counter and turns to face me. Well, you should be. These shakes are going to be the crux of your weight loss. We'll be replacing breakfast and lunch with the shakes. Each one is approximately 200 calories. Then you'll have a normal evening meal. Strictly no snacks or alcohol. She's smiling, but her eyes are severe. I feel a sudden urge to crack open one of Seb's beer cans and glug it down. I want to stuff one of Sylvie's pizzas in my mouth, to sink my teeth into the oozing mozzarella. Instead, I grimly start loading bottles from the bag that Claudia's given me. But I don't see any protein tins here. Rather, I see bottles of pills. I pause surprised. Claudia answers me before I can get the words out. I have a lot of vitamins, as you can see. She grins. I peer more closely at the bottles. But Claudia sweeps them out of my hands and bundles them into an empty box that she's placed in the pantry. I'm going to make you a shake for lunch, she announces. And then we are going to work out. It'll give you a lot of power. She winks at me. By the way, what time's Sylvie back from school? About 4:30, after her running club. I'm pulled between being grateful that Claudia is here and can deal with Sylvie to feeling irritated that she is homing in on the girl, soon to be my stepdaughter. I rub one foot up and down the opposite leg agitatedly. When I told Seb I was going to have Claudia to stay, we agreed, reluctantly, that we should ask her to the wedding. It was only polite. Plus, Seb pointed out that it would help Sylvie being there. None of Jessie's family are coming, although they gave their blessing to our marriage. It would be too upsetting for them, Seb said. And also, he didn't want them there, the representation of sadness on what was meant to be a happy day. Seb's parents will be there, but they are old and not particularly close to Sylvie. Plus, he is an only child, so there will be no other relatives for her. Seb seems relieved that Claudia is solving a problem. She'll look after Sylvie. Tick. I feel a jolt of unease that Seb is cavalier about asking someone who is not much more than an acquaintance to our wedding, and I'm worried that it will enable Claudia to worm her way into our lives even more. Would you like to come to our wedding? I'm embarrassed when my voice comes out as a squeal. My foot rubs even more frantically against my calf. A small smile spreads across Claudia's face. Thank you. I would love that. She starts stroking one of her protein shake tins absent-mindedly, and I can really help you with Sylvie. Me and her together. Her stroking becomes more frantic. Oh, I'll need to get a dress for the wedding. Maybe Sylvie can help me choose. My legs are weak and I'm panting as I walk through the front door, my heart thudding. Claudia decided we'd do a run, for once, and it wasn't easy. I haven't been on a proper run for ages, but somehow she got me to do 6K. I feel like I'm wading through cement as I step gratefully into the hall, and a wave of tiredness flows over me. I'm not surprised after that run. I log onto my laptop, as it's a working day, and check my work emails listlessly before logging on to my personal emails. I see one from Maggie, the leader of our widows group. Dear all, as most of you probably know, Seb and Juliet are getting married. Not only is this wonderful news, but it's the first marriage we've ever had between members of our group. So, I want to propose a little drinks party to celebrate. Can you all make next Thursday? I'm sorry there's not much notice. I've booked some tables in Cleves Bar, Balham. I smile, warmed by Maggie's message. Then my heart ramps up as I think about whether Claire will attend. Maybe I'll get some answers about Claudia. My eyelids droop, and my head is suddenly too heavy to think about anything further. I lean on to my outstretched hands on the table. Gosh, that run really took it out of me. Blackness. Tap, tap, tap. There's pressure against my shoulder. It's Jessie. She has her blonde hair scraped back and her face is a skull. The black spaces, where her eyes used to be, somehow managed to denotate hatred. He's mine. He'll never be yours. You'll disappear. Her huge teeth chatter up and down as she delivers her deadly comment. And then Claudia is leaning over me, hair scraped back and teeth prominent as she grins widely at me. I never realized that she had such large teeth. Gosh, that run must have exhausted you. You've been asleep for 2 hours. I realize slowly that my head is on my arms on the dining room table. My laptop inches from me. My muscles ache. God, have I been asleep for that long? 1 minute I was checking my emails and then blackout. I massage my sore neck, noticing that Claudia is wearing a jacket with a rucksack on her back. What's the time? Are you off out? It's 6 p.m. Claudia laughs like it's the funniest thing ever. I raise my head sharply. Is Sylvie okay? Yes. She came home from school. We've done a mini workout, and I've helped her with her homework. Claudia lists, and I feel a deep sense of failure that I wasn't there for Sylvie. Selfishly sleeping. It really shouldn't be up to my PT to arrange Sylvie's evening, much as I want her help. I stand up sharply. She's now watching Netflix, and I made her my special pizza. Guilt, guilt, guilt. I should have cooked for Seb's daughter, checked she was okay. Claudia, I can tell, is dying to tell me about her special pizza, about all the healthy ingredients. But I don't want to know. Are you going somewhere? I ask, clocking again her jacket and rucksack. Claudia's grin is a rictus. I might just be. She almost sings the words. Got stuff to do. I'll be back later. And then before I can say anything, she's striding, almost running through the hall, before the front door slams behind her. I stand up, stretching and massaging my sore neck, and wander to the snug, where Sylvie is lying across the sofa, one eye on the TV blaring out, and the other on the mobile phone she is clutching. All okay? My deliberately bright tone sounds brittle. Sylvie replies, still gazing at the phone and TV. I'm really pleased that Claudia's moved in, she suddenly says happily. I ignore the tight feeling in my chest and yawn loudly, clapping my hand across my mouth as Sylvie glances at me for the first time. Sorry, I'm exhausted. I back out of the room, and even though it's ridiculously early, head straight for bed, intending to get up later to make myself a bite for dinner. But when I wake up with a start, to my shock I see that my phone says it's 1 a.m. I leap out of bed. I've slept for hours, and I'm wide awake now. I slip out of the bedroom and notice that Claudia's bedroom door is wide open. I peer inside, and the bed is empty. I go downstairs, starving and planning to make myself a toasted cheese sandwich. It's pitch black, and as I flick on the lights, I realize she's not back yet, from wherever she went. I grab a knife and start roughly cutting clumsy strips of cheese. Where on earth is she? Chapter 20. Hiya. Sorry to text. Seems a bit silly since we live together. But I've just got in, and it's too early to wake you. I've had a bit of a late one, as you've probably realized, so I'm going to have a nap for a few hours. I've left your breakfast protein shake on the counter. Enjoy. Live together. Those words stand out in bold in my mind as I sleepily survey her text at 7 a.m. We don't live together. I'm speaking out loud in my anger. You are temporarily staying with me until my wedding, and then you're gone. I address the empty room as if she is in it. And to be frank, I will find another PT after the wedding. A normal one, Not Claudia with her quirks and coincidences, and not an Emily who blocked me for no reason. I banish Emily quickly from my mind, as thinking about her makes me feel too uncomfortable. Claudia sent the message at 6 a.m. The winky face gives me a clue as to where she's been. Surely, she must have been at a boyfriend's. Relief surges through me as I picture her familiarity with Seb. Hopefully I can now park my worried thoughts about that to the side. Why doesn't she just say, though, that she has a boyfriend? Why be so secretive? She's a dark horse. I get up and peer uncertainly in Sylvie's room. I'm not sure whether I should be keeping an eye on her and ensuring she gets up in time for school or not. The room's empty, so I assume she's downstairs. Claudia's bedroom door is closed. Sylvie is taking huge bites of toast in the kitchen, immersed in her phone. I wince as I notice the jug with slime green liquid in it. Grimly, I pour it into a takeout cup to take with me into the commute into the office. Morning, Sylvie. All okay? I hate that my voice is stilted and unnatural. Sylvie shrugs. Where's Claudia? She didn't come back all last night. I hate the sharp contrast of the indifference in her voice when addressing me, compared to the longing when talking about Claudia. Bloody Claudia. I pour the shake angrily and jerkily into my takeout cup, and it spatters on my fingers. I suck them. Yuck! Her protein shake tastes even worse than normal. She's back now. I pause, hesitating, then say as I head to the front door, I think she's spent the night with her boyfriend. I don't look back to see Sylvie's expression. I slam the door and take a swig of Claudia's shake, trying not to heave as I swallow forcefully. I'll get through this, I tell myself, my heart sinking that I have another tucked in my rucksack for lunch. But despite the sour taste and my grimace, my heart does a little leap. It's my last day in the office before I get married. I've taken 2 weeks off, even though Seb and I are only going for a few days on honeymoon. Seb doesn't feel it's right to leave Sylvie when she's been through something as momentous as her dad marrying again. I definitely agree. Glad that he's a good, kind father, even though deep down I would love to be packing a case and heading somewhere exotic after the wedding. But my positivity is quickly dampened when I arrive, and I'm instantly overwhelmed at the new emails filling up my inbox. I'm trying to tie up loose ends with the latest conference that I'm organizing before I go on leave. How's that personal trainer of yours? Suzanne asks, peering round her computer. I frown. Suzanne's always questioning me about Claudia, since she first saw me eating practically just salad leaves in my bid to keep calories down on Claudia's advice. She obviously disapproves of her methods. As do I, but I'm reluctant to hear about it. Just one more week, I tell myself for the 100th time. And then boom, once the wedding is over, she can exit my life. I ignore the background noise of my mind, highlighting the relationship between Sylvie and Claudia. Will that stop me cutting her off? Suzanne's waiting for an answer. Fine, I say, clipped. I gesture to the takeout cup, perched on my desk. She's got me on protein shakes for breakfast and lunch, in a last-ditch bid to drop extra pounds before the wedding. God, why did I tell her that? I want to shake myself for oversharing, knowing what the response will be. True to form, Suzanne's mouth hangs open. I know I keep saying it, but I just don't think what she's doing is right for a personal trainer. You're going to have no energy on that liquid diet. She gestures with disgust. Yes, yes. I cut those Suzanne's words rudely, though I expected it to give me lots of energy. Instead, I feel I'm wading through cement. I suppress a yawn. It'll be lack of solid food and calories. Combined with a commute, I'm not surprised you feel tired, Suzanne says wisely. I realize she's probably right when my eyes close in a meeting with my boss Kev, and I feel myself drifting off. Late night? Kev doesn't look impressed. I snap to attention, but I feel like a puppet trying to keep my neck up with strings. I'm really weak, too. Thank goodness. I'm not in the office much, or I'd never be able to keep to this diet. I managed to get through the day, despite wishing that matchsticks could hold up my eyelids, and I'm so happy to get home. I feel weak with hunger, and so tired. I just want to go to bed, but I'm desperate to eat first. Claudia has promised to make me dinner. I dread to think what that might be, imagining a pile of joyless veggies, when to my surprise, I see Claudia and Sylvie buttoning up their jackets in the hall. Oh, you're going out? I drop my bag like a stone. Sylvie stares at the floor, tapping her foot back and forth. Sorry, I should have let you know. We're going late-night shopping. I want to get a dress for your wedding, and Sylvie has offered to help me shop for it, Claudia says airily. Oh, okay, I say flatly. She's making an effort for our wedding. I should be pleased. But I'm uneasy and unhappy that Sylvie is going with her. Stop being jealous. I can hear Matt's voice in my ear. He was always brutally honest with me, but in a kind, gentle way. Be pleased that Sylvie is finding solace in Claudia and that Claudia's taking her off your hands. I jump, startled. His voice is so clear it's as if he's standing with me. An ache in my heart expands quickly, and a feeling so bleak drifts through me. All I want to do is lie on my bed and pull the duvet over my head. Okay, bye. My arm feels like weights are hanging off it as I raise it slowly to wave to them. Claudia waves joyfully and links arms with Sylvie as they sweep out of the door. Did she look triumphant? Or was it just my imagination? Sylvie stares straight ahead, not catching my eye. Suddenly, I don't care about having dinner. I just want to sink into bed, with the duvet placing a barrier between me and the world. Matt is still alive, and he's trying to tell me him dying has been a bad dream, despite the fact that his face has huge cuts on it, blood dripping into my mouth, hair and eyes as he leans over me. And his neck is at a funny angle, his head almost turned sideways. Wake up, he shouts, his hands round my neck. I open my eyes, floating on a cloud of relief that my wonderful husband hasn't died, that it was all a horrendous dream, and that I can erase those terrible months since I thought he had gone my life forever. When strands of blonde hair graze my eyes and mouth, and bright blue eyes stare at me, I try to shrink back onto my pillow. Claudia. Not Matt. The Matt of my dreams has disappeared forever. It's like my hand is squeezing my heart, and I can't breathe, feeling my loss all over again. Wake up, Claudia is repeating, her hands touching my neck. That does wake me up. What the hell? I shout, shocked her hands are on my neck. Sorry. Claudia removes her hands quickly. It's only 9, and I didn't expect you to be in bed so early. Sylvie and I are just back, and I want to show you the dress for the wedding. She chose it for me. Claudia's cheeks are rosy and her eyes sparkling. Shouldn't that be me? I should be looking like that, on the cusp of getting married, not this washed-out ghost lying weakly in bed. Are you unwell? Claudia looks concerned, laying a palm gently against my forehead. I've just been so tired is all I can say. It's an effort to open my mouth. Have you eaten? She asks. No, I've been too tired. To my horror, my voice is slurring. Why is that? What's wrong with me? You don't feel like you've got a fever. She drops to her knees and rests her fingers on my wrist. I'm just going to take your pulse. I'm surprised. It's a side of Claudia I haven't seen before. I search for the right word. Medical? It's a little fast, she says at last. I think you need liquid and food. I'll make you some. Come on, let's go downstairs. It feels nice to have someone look after me. In a bit of a daze, I follow Claudia down the stairs, holding onto her arm. There's no sign of Sylvie, although I can hear the TV blaring out of her bedroom. Claudia makes me a big bowl of pasta and tomato sauce with chopped veg, covered with a generous helping of grated cheese. I'm surprised. I thought I shouldn't eat carbs. I proffer, weakly, very glad that I am indeed able to eat them. I'm ravenous. I think in this instance you need fuel, Claudia replies. She sounds so kind and caring that I wonder if sometimes her icy, hard demeanor is in my head. I shovel in mouthfuls of pasta, hungrily chewing and swallowing like a machine. I can't get enough of it. Suddenly it's all gone. I feel an urge to lick the plate, clean of its slivers of tomato and cheese when I realize I'm alert again. The mist has cleared and I'm not sleepy anymore. Claudia has clocked it. She raises an eyebrow. How about a cheeky workout? You have 4 days before you try your wedding dress on. The final countdown. The last day that I can fit into my wedding dress and have it fit me beautifully. I paper over the fact it's pushing 10 p.m. Okay, why not? I feel a surge of energy. Brill. Claudia flashes me a megawatt smile. Also, I'd like to show you the dress I've chosen for your wedding. Sylvie was so helpful, she convinced me to buy it. Claudia chatters away as she digs around in a bag at her feet. My stomach clenches, and I just know I won't be happy with the dress Claudia has chosen. She is smiling and looking me straight in the eye as she pulls it out of the bag and shakes it out in front of me. It's white, lacy and long, and cinched in at the waist. It looks like a wedding dress. I want to attack Claudia with words, to ask her why she's gone for such a dress. But I don't, because I remember Sylvie's dress and how I got it wrong. Perhaps it's the same for a white dress at a wedding now as a black one. Maybe it's not a faux pas to buy one. I'm confused and angry. I want to Google about wearing white as a guest to a wedding. But Claudia's beckoning me to the garage. I imagine Seb looking at her beautiful figure showcased by the slinky dress and wishing it was her he was marrying. I think about the way she fitted in with Seb and Sylvie so effortlessly in the garage. They're joking and mucking about while I stood in the shadows. Claudia is talking to me about my workout, but I'm lost in my anger and imagination. She holds up a punching bag and boxing gloves. "What's this?" I ask blankly. "Wakey, wakey. I hope you're not feeling sleepy again," Claudia says jokingly, and she's back to her usual self. Her earlier caring, maternal persona gone. "This is new equipment that I've ordered." She hands me the boxing gloves. "Remember, we did it that time at the gym, but using their kit. Well, I invested in the equipment to offer to my clients. It's great for calorie burning and stress management, both of which I think will be good for you in the run-up to the wedding." She holds up the punch bag. "We're going to do 1 minute on, boxing as hard as you can, and then 30 seconds off." She adjusts the stopwatch on her phone. "Go." I start punching as hard as I can. Claudia in her white dress and Sylvie in her black dress fill my mind, and I punch harder as another flare of anger surges through me. "Rest," Claudia orders. I pause, my heart beating, waiting for the next minute. "Go," Claudia says again. I punch and hit and thump against the bag. Claudia giving Seb a massage, the newspaper article, and her secret about knowing Jessie, her and Sylvie's growing bond, her humiliation of me at the circuits class flow through my mind, stirring a pot of fury, distrust, and hatred. It feels like my emotions are going to boil over when Claudia says, "Come on, you're slowing down. Surely you can do better than that. You need to burn those calories if you're going to look as good as you want to at your wedding." She smirks at me, and with a burst of rage, before I can even register what I'm doing, I slam my gloved fist into Claudia's face. Claudia staggers back, her hand clasping her nose. Blood trickles out between her ears. I gasp, my arms frozen in a boxing position. "I'm so sorry. I'm shocked. I never intended to punch her. No thought of it entered my mind. It was like my arm took on a life of its own. I didn't mean to do that. I don't know what happened." I stumble over my words, staring in horror at the blood steadily dripping between her fingers, splattering onto the garage floor. Claudia takes her hands gingerly from her face. My nose might be broken. She stares at me. "Why the hell did you punch me? Do you hate me or something?" Her shoulders are shaking and I can see she is in shock. No, I say emphatically. "Of course not. It was a total accident. I'm so sorry." A half-truth. I certainly didn't consciously intend to punch her, but there is no doubt my action was fueled by my anger at her. I hesitate, wondering whether to tell her the truth about my feelings, but it wouldn't achieve anything but to pull us further apart and would make everything awkward, from her staying in the house to going to our wedding. I put my arm round her and gently lead her to the island in the kitchen, helping her onto a stool. I feel in shock myself, horror at my action rapidly building. No matter how angry I am with her, even if she has been deliberately provoking me, there's no excuse for punching her. I've never been violent in my life, and I'm ashamed. Claudia slowly pulls her hands away from her nose, and I look at it closely. Please don't let her have broken it. It suddenly hits me that I could be charged with assault. And just before my wedding, what would Seb say? Would he still want to marry me? Despite my intense workout, I'm suddenly ice cold. I examine her nose fearfully. The blood is bright red, dripping from both nostrils. I've no idea if it's broken or not. I grab tissues and press them into Claudia's hands. "Oh, what am I going to look like at the wedding?" Claudia frets, her voice trembling. "My nose. What will Seb think?" I look at her sharply. "What do you mean?" Why are you so concerned about what Seb thinks? My guilt and fear being infiltrated by my previous anger. Is she after Seb? She loves Sylvie. They'd be the perfect family. Between that and my worry about being arrested by the police, I feel like vomiting up the pasta I had for dinner. I don't just mean him, I mean everyone. How am I going to look with a big, swollen, bruised nose? And what will people think when Claudia no doubt tells them that the bride caused it? My worry begins to bubble sharply again. Claudia grabs her bag from the breakfast bar and takes out a pocket mirror. She lays the blood-spattered tissue paper down and examines her nose intently, wincing as she touches it and runs her hands around it. It's not broken, she says at last, and I feel weak with relief, wondering how she knows this. Her medical knowledge is better than mine, thank God. It's a little puffy, but that's to be expected. I just hope it's not like that for the wedding. My relief is tempered by a little voice in my head. She could still go to the police. Can you get me a cold compress? Claudia demands. A bag of frozen peas will do. Why didn't I think of that? I dash to get a bag from the freezer and hand it to her, before pouring her a glass of water. Anything else I can do? I do my best to make my voice sound kind and concerned. Just then, Sylvie comes into the kitchen, and I see her start as she takes in the bag of peas Claudia clutches to her nose and the spatter of blood on the counter. Oh my God, what happened? Are you okay? Claudia smiles wanly. We had a bit of an accident, didn't we, Juliet? Her voice evokes quote marks around accident. Any hope I had of Claudia concealing what really happened fades, and I'm not surprised when she continues. We were doing a boxing session, and for some reason, Juliet punched my nose instead of the punch bag. She smiles sweetly at me, but her eyes are dark and hard as she takes away the bag of peas to show Sylvie her nose. Sylvie glares at me. Any good that came of the earrings I bought her is long gone. She rushes to Claudia's side. Are you okay? She touches Claudia's shoulder gently. Shall I get you paracetamol? How can a 13-year-old think of paracetamol and not me, a 36-year-old? I feel useless as Claudia nods gratefully, and Sylvie darts to get them from the pantry. I didn't mean it. I really didn't. I meant to punch the bag, and the next thing I know my fist was on your face. I'm begging both Sylvie and Claudia to believe me. Claudia nods curtly. Sure, accidents happen. There's a sarcastic slant on accidents. Sylvie wraps her arms around Claudia. She looks so young and needy in that moment, almost as if still at primary school, and then she stares at me, hostility beaming out of her eyes. I turn away. I'm sorry, I mutter. What I really want to do is shout and beg. Please don't tell Seb and the police. Chapter 21. Hi. I can't deny that I was upset, but let's put it behind us. I'm committed to getting you in your best shape ever for the wedding, and there's only a few days to go. We're going to aim for a 2-hour workout today, and for that you need strength. So, I've made my protein shakes a bit bigger, and let's just say more powerful, for today. Maybe no boxing for the foreseeable though. I groan as I scan the text. Why does she keep texting me when we're staying together in the same house? Her words evoke last night's punch and flashbacks flood my brain. I push back deeper into bed as words like assault and police fill my mind. I should be waking up happy and excited, not filled with anxiety. My phone rings, and Seb's name comes up on the screen. I'm so pleased and relieved to hear from him, but that soon changes when he cuts through my hello. Sylvie says you've hit Claudia. What on earth's been going on? Seb asks curtly. I want to pull the cover over my head and hide away from his abruptness. It's really not how it sounds, I say, trying to inject passion and indignation in my voice. Instead, I sound flat. We were boxing, and I just don't know what happened. 1 minute I punched the bag, the next her face. It was an accident. Seb's sigh wafts out of my phone. You could have broken her nose, he says sharply. She could have you charged with assault. Don't you think I know that? My voice is wobbling, and all I want to do is burst into tears. But Seb continues, impervious to my distress. It's really upset and shaken up Sylvie. I don't want her exposed to violence. I'm not violent, I cry, my heart lurching. I am not a violent person. Whether you meant to or not, you punched Claudia. We just have to hope she doesn't go to the police. The continued sharpness in Seb's voice feels like it's cutting my heart. Seb, I don't trust her. I really don't. She came back last night, flaunting a white dress to wear to our wedding. You just don't wear white when you're not the bride, and then encouraging Sylvie to wear black. It's all upside down. She's doing this on purpose. Black-white. Who cares? So, you did hit Claudia on purpose because you were angry. I don't recognize Seb's harsh voice and words. We've barely quarreled since Claudia first started training me, and now this argument right before our wedding. I didn't, I say wildly. It's not altogether a lie, I tell myself. As while I was angry with Claudia, I didn't mean to hit her. It was like I was detached from my body at the time. Look, let's forget it, and hope Claudia does too. Sylvie says you didn't break her nose. That's something. The curt tone is gone. Instead, Seb sounds weary. How is it going with the company? I decide it's better to change the subject. Not great. I think there's a good chance I'll lose them, although I'm doing my best. Seb sounds wounded, lost and worried. And despite our argument, I want to put my hands through the phone and stroke his face, tell him it'll be okay. But will it? I'm really anxious about how Seb will cope if his business goes down. So, I guess there's no chance that you can come to the widow's group party tonight. As soon as the words are out, I wish I could pull them straight back in. He's concerned about his business, and all I can do is witter on about the party. I'm selfish and violent. That's what Seb thinks. I hate myself right now. No, I'm afraid not, Seb sighs. I need to put my all into rescuing this client and my business. I'm sorry. I'm not thinking, I stutter. Look, I'm sorry to miss it. Seb's voice is kinder. Only a few days, and I'll be back for the wedding. Enjoy your day off. And do me a favor. Please can you check Sylvie is okay, and make an extra fuss of her. I press my finger on the end call sign. There's no point telling him Sylvie doesn't want me to make a fuss of her, or even have anything to do with me. The only person she wants is Claudia. I push the pillow over my head and welcome the tears pouring down my cheeks. At first, I'm crying about my punch and Seb's reaction, but then Matt's face fills my mind. I can see the 5 o'clock shadow he always grew. The specs placed halfway down his nose as he read a book, his whimsical smile. It's so real that I can't believe he's gone, and then I'm sobbing for him, for the fact he's left my life forever, and that I'm marrying someone else. There's a knock on the door. I scrub the duvet fiercely across my eyes. Yes, I shout. I just want to be left alone. The door opens and Claudia pokes her head round. I've got you breakfast, she says, appearing pleased with herself. The tray she is carrying has a cafetiere, poached eggs, salmon and orange juice. My eyes widen in surprise. Wow, what's behind this? I wish she wasn't here though, despite the surprise breakfast. I want to howl into my pillow on my own. And where's my shake? I add, remembering with a sinking heart that Claudia wants me to have extra large protein shakes today. I thought we could start the day with exercise. And for that, I think it's a good idea to have a filling breakfast, she explains. You can have your shakes for lunch and dinner instead. She touches her nose, and I notice a faint bruise. No doubt she's drawing attention to it on purpose. A mixture of bitterness and guilt surged through me. I had to use quite a lot of concealer to cover up the bruise. Claudia says loudly, pumping up my pillows behind me and placing the tray on my lap. I thought I'd treat you to breakfast in bed, as it's your first day off work before the wedding. That's got to be a good sign. Hopefully, she won't go to the police, and I won't get arrested for assault. The smell of the eggs and salmon is delicious, and I hungrily scoop some onto my fork. Claudia peers at me, taking in my swollen eyes and wet cheeks. What's wrong? You look like you've been crying. I feel bad about hitting you, and I've just been thinking about my first husband. Getting married again is making me feel emotional, I murmur, trying to keep it as brief as possible. Claudia leans over me, fluffing up my duvet. I almost joke that I feel like a hospital patient. Don't worry, I forgive you, she says gently, leaning towards me. You obviously didn't mean it. She pauses. It can't be easy, thinking about your loss of Matt. I wince. It doesn't feel right, her uttering my beloved Matt's name. Claudia continues, and it must be stressful what with Seb's job being up in the air. How do you know that? I ask sharply. Claudia shrugs. I've exchanged a few texts with him, mainly about Sylvie, she says lightly, as if no big deal. And maybe it isn't. Perhaps I'm just a jealous, possessive person. I was never like that with Matt, but then I had no reason to be. There's no doubt I resent Claudia's relationship with Sylvie. It puts my own failed one with her into sharper context. I stab another piece of salmon, but it tastes like sawdust. Claudia rubs her hands together. I have a great workout planned, she says. You're going to need stamina. An hour later, we're on Tooting Common. It's spring and daffodils are blooming, the air fresh and warm. It soothes my troubled mind, and I eagerly jump into the workout. Enjoying the focus on my breathing and movement, on my arms and legs, blocking out my punch and phone call with Seb. Claudia takes me through a dizzying array of exercises, from lunges to walkouts and press-ups, from squats to mountain climbers and running. I'm on a high when I finish, the endorphins pounding through me, and I relish the dampness of my t-shirt and the sweat trickling into my eyes. Claudia and I high-five. Let's get coffee. We walk to the coffee van. Flat white? She asks. Yes, I stutter, surprised. But I thought you didn't want me. Claudia brushes away my words with a jaunty flick of her hand. Oh, it's your wedding in a few days and you've done a bloody good workout. I think we can forego the Americano today. This is at odds with the usually controlled Claudia, breathing down my neck to stick to low calories and espressos, or black Americanos. She even orders herself one, and we stroll back across the common towards home. It's been a while since I had a flat white, and I sip it, savoring the strong coffee taste breaking through the creaminess of the milk. I won't be here again tonight. I'll be back in the morning, she says. It sounds a little forced, as if she's trying hard to sound casual. My interest is piqued. It must be a boyfriend, surely. How can I ask without seeming nosy? I decide just to blurt out my question. Okay, thanks for letting me know. You off to do anything nice? I give a splutter of laughter, inwardly cringing. Maybe. Claudia looks guarded, and then taps her nose. I'd rather not go into it, though. As you know, I haven't been too lucky in love. I don't want to jinx it. It's a contrast to the way she opened up to me about her ex, Rob, in Australia. But it's true she has been unlucky, and I feel embarrassed for pushing it. Of course, I say hurriedly, gulping the last of my coffee. Maybe I'll tell you, someday, Claudia continues, as if I haven't spoken, a funny look on her face. I turn the key in the lock. Right, I'll get you a protein shake for lunch. This one has even more ingredients than usual, given your workout this morning. She bustles into the kitchen, and my heart sinks as she hands me a large glass. I made it up earlier. I grimace as I sip it. The extra ingredients make it taste even more sour. Well, enjoy tonight, Claudia says. I'm off to the gym now to meet clients and then, well, I'll be back in the morning. I'm so relieved that I have arranged for Sylvie to stay with a friend tonight. There's no way I can leave her on her own while I'm out for the evening with my widows group. Especially after what happened on Valentine's Day. I go to the study and flick through my phone to make sure I'm on top of everything for the wedding. I slurp some more protein shake and then take a deep breath. Here goes. I down it in one, retching at the last mouthful. I need to go to the hotel, to go through the arrangements for the day, and then I'll be getting my wedding dress. I yawn. Why don't I snuggle up in bed for a moment? I sink into bed. The feather duvet encases me cozily, and I sigh happily into the plump pillow. I'm feeling really sleepy all of a sudden. I'll just shut my eyes for 2 minutes. When I open my eyes, the bright light of the room has dimmed. I turn my head, every movement and effort, to look out of the window, and am shocked to see a dusky glimmer. I grab my phone to see the time. Surely, I only slept for 20 minutes. But it's 6:30 p.m. I can't believe it. I've slept for over 4 hours. And drinks with the widows group starts at 7. I leap out of bed, trying to ignore the fact that it's like pushing through cement to get to the shower. I turn the shower on cold to wake me up and squeal as icy droplets batter me. Why am I so tired? I worry about my health, and various conditions and diseases race through my head, like a kaleidoscope on speed. I promise myself I'll investigate tomorrow and perhaps book a doctor's appointment. For now, I need to concentrate on getting ready and getting to the group drinks on time. I jump out of the shower, and after drying myself, wriggle into a floaty pink skirt and clingy t-shirt. The skirt is loose around my waist. A thrill rises dully up through the sludge of my tiredness. I slap my cheeks. Wake up, wake up! It hits me that I didn't complete my checklist for the wedding. I'll have to get up early tomorrow. I apply my makeup as briskly as possible, trying to stop my mind racing through the things I need to do for the wedding. I don't take as long as I would have liked and guided by the time I try and run out the door. But again, it feels like trudging through thick mud. I just hope I start to feel more alert as I walk as briskly as I can to the bar. It's one of the bars I love and emblem, all shabby chic and low ceilings. I walk in, wishing I didn't just want to lay my head on the bar top and go to sleep. Libby leaps up from a crowded table and waves at me merrily. I walk towards her, my gait unsteady, and she rushes out to me. I've been so looking forward to tonight. She hugs me warmly. I'm surprised and relieved at her gesture. Maybe I got it all wrong about her, or she went through an episode that she's come out of. The bags have faded under her eyes, and there's a smile that looks genuine on her face. Her hair is tied back in a taut bun, emphasizing the freckles scattered across her cheekbones. She draws me to the table, and I melt at all the familiar faces, the people who have seen me through the worst thing that's ever happened to me, who have walked with me every step of the way. Maggie rises and waves a bottle of champagne. We've a lot to celebrate, she says warmly. Maggie founded the group after her husband died of throat cancer. My eyes scan the table. Leo's wife died of breast cancer. Chelsea's husband died of sepsis. I look round the rest of the group. There's Sadie. Her husband died of a stroke. Sally's partner died of leukemia. I try and blot out thoughts of death as I sink into a seat next to Libby. Maggie pours me a glass of champagne and then raises her glass. To Seb and Juliet. She says a lot of nice things about us both, but they drift over me as I struggle to concentrate. I take a gulp of champagne and then another. Suddenly everyone is clinking glasses. Here's to a wonderful life together, Maggie says. Everyone is talking eagerly and asking me questions. It's hard to answer. My tongue feels like a slug in my mouth. More champagne? Asked Libby merrily, grabbing the bottle and pouring me some. I'm trying to join in the conversation when I see Claire enter the pub. Her curly dark hair is tied back, and she wears crimson lipstick. Contact lenses have replaced her glasses. I exit the conversation abruptly and walk towards her, clutching a glass of champagne and holding a hand out towards her. She smiles at me cautiously. Me confronting her on the common about Claudia, and then following up with a Facebook message, which she never responded to, probably unsettled her. Congratulations, Claire says simply. I smile and nod. Thanks for coming tonight. Am I speaking clearly? I see Claire glance at my glass of champagne. Claire, I just want to follow up on what we spoke about at the park. I thought you had Claudia as a personal trainer. That's what Libby told me. You did, didn't you? There's suddenly two of Claire, looking confused. I put my empty glass of champagne down and rub my fists over my eyes. But when I finish, I'm still seeing double. Claudia. Even in my fuzzy state, it sounds like she is racking her brains to think of who she might be. You mean the circuits class, Claudia? I don't know why you keep asking me that. Annoyance glints in her 4 eyes, or maybe I'm imagining it. I shake my head, willing the double vision away. I've never had her as a personal trainer. At least I think she says that. The background noise suddenly sounds very loud to me. Booming laughter and music entwine. I'm struggling to concentrate. Never, I say. No. Did she say no? I feel like I'm trying to catch her words, but they keep floating away like balloons. But Libby said you did. I'm definitely slurring, but I can't control it. Claire says something back, her voice vehement, but I can't make it out. The words going through one ear, and then instantly out of the other. Two Libbys suddenly bear down on us. Her voice sounds accusing, and she says something about drinking, but I can't work anything else out. I'm dizzy, and all I want to do is go to bed. Chapter 22. Oh dear, oh dear. Someone had too much to drink last night. Oopsie. I had quite a heavy night too, shall we say. Haha. So I've gone to bed for the morning. I've left your protein shakes downstairs for you. The breakfast one has extra vitamins in it. That should help you with your hangover. I open my eyes and frown at the ceiling. The last thing I knew, I was in the bar at Balham, music and talk blaring. The contrasting silence in my bedroom is jarring. I'm aware that I'm in my pajamas, and my bag and shoes are lined up neatly in the corner. I never do that. Usually my shoes are flung in opposite directions after a night out, and I dump my bag in the hall. I have no memory of getting home. My heart pounds as I try to put the puzzle of the evening together. Oh God, I must have made a fool of myself. What will my friends think? I must have had too much to drink. I try to recall how many glasses I had. I can't. All I can remember is that I had champagne. I grab my phone to see if there are any clues. Claudia's message instantly pops up on my screen, and I feel sick with worry. I must have been really drunk. I wish I could remember what happened, rather than just blackness. It's so unsettling. Underneath Claudia's message is one from Libby. I really hope you feel okay this morning. I took you home and got you to bed. Call me if you want X. I'm stabbing my finger on my phone to call Libby straight away, my heart pounding. The shame I feel sweeps from my feet to my head, and I want to wail at the way I must have cut short and ruined the night. Libby picks up promptly. How are you feeling? Awful. Libby, I'm really panicking. I have a complete blackout. I can remember speaking to Claire and then nothing. My voice is trembling and I squeeze my eyes shut to stem teardrops. Your eyes half closed and you leaned back. I caught you and managed to get you home. It was a bit of a job as I'm not sure you were fully conscious. I managed to drag you into an Uber with help from a few others. I then got you into bed. I texted Claudia to let her know what happened and to keep an eye on you. Libby's voice sounds outwardly sympathetic, but it's laced with an undertone. Irritation. The thought of everyone seeing me drunk and people from the widows group helping me into a taxi makes the blood rush to my head. I can't believe that I behaved like some drunk teenager. I'm mortified, I cry. God, what must people think? Honestly, no one minds. Everyone was just worried about you. There it is again. A jarring quality in Libby's voice at odds with her kind words. Everyone but Claire, that is. Libby's voice takes on a cool tone. You went on at her about her having Claudia as a personal trainer. Again, I have a flashback. Claire, with her corkscrew dark curls, denying she ever had Claudia as a personal trainer. She said she never had Claudia as a personal trainer, but you said she did. My mind whirls as I try to understand how this helps me solve the mystery of Claudia. It stops in its tracks as Libby says abruptly, I don't know what you're on about, and nor does Claire. You know she had Claudia as a PT. I told you. So why do you keep asking her? Libby's initial sympathy has turned to outright frustration. I have another fleeting recollection. Claire has scarlet lipstick smeared on her lips. I've never had her as a personal trainer. Her voice rings round my mind. She said she never had her as a personal trainer. I repeat with more confidence. There's a pause, and then there's a long sigh down the phone. Oh, Juliet, you were so drunk or, well, I don't know what, but you're imagining things. Claire absolutely had Claudia as a PT, hence my recommendation to you. But my head is buzzing. I have a flashback to seeing 4 of Claire, and I start to doubt myself. And anyway, whether she had her as a PT or not, what does that have to do with the strangeness of Claudia? I'm not sure whether this is the right key for me to unlock the mystery of my PT. I sink back into bed. I'm sure. She said she never had Claudia as a PT. My voice is feeble. I'm telling you, she had Claudia as a personal trainer. Libby's voice booms down the phone. Look, love, what was wrong? You only had a couple of glasses of champagne at the pub. Did you drink at home first? Or take something else? You were honestly out of it. Your version of events is in your imagination. Go away. I bite my tongue. Libby is meant to be my friend. Why won't she believe me? You honestly think I took drugs? I blurt out. Oh, Juliet, I'm sorry. It's just that while you drank your champagne mega fast, you only had a couple of glasses. So, I'm surprised you were so out of it. I wondered if you had another substance before. I hate her intonation on substance. No. I hang up. I get out of bed briskly and dress. Surprised that I feel okay, considering I should have a hangover from hell. I walk out onto the landing, past Claudia's closed bedroom door. It must have been a late night for her with her boyfriend. At least she'll leave Seb alone. I walk into the kitchen and see 2 glasses of yellow-looking slime. Under each is a label clearly written, breakfast shake and lunch shake. I pick up the glass of my breakfast shake and fling it into the sink. The liquid splatters all over it, looking like vomit. Trying not to retch, I wrench the tap on, watching the water force the liquid down the drain. I pop a piece of white bread in the toaster, get the butter out of the fridge, and wait, salivating. I spread a thick layer on the slice of toast and eagerly bite into it, the butter spilling down my chin. I need to go to the wedding dress shop to try on my dress for the last time. I try and push thoughts of last night out of my mind and the way I humiliated myself. What do my widow's group friends think of me? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Wow. Becky at the wedding shop stands back to survey me. Not only does the dress fit me, but it is baggy on me, in contrast to my last fitting when it strained slightly. I need to take this in. Becky kneels, pins in her mouth. It'll be ready for you tomorrow. You've lost loads of weight, I must say. I look at myself in the mirror. My waist is narrow, my arms are toned. I wait for the elation to bubble through me. Everything I've worked for. The protein shakes, the constant workouts, my dream of being 2 dress sizes smaller, I have achieved. But I feel flat. Becky sticks her pins around my waist as I stare blankly ahead. The day my wedding is over, Claudia will be moving out, and that day can't come soon enough. I put off going home, as I don't want to see Claudia. I go for a coffee and mooch around the shops. When I finally get home, I'm surprised to see that Claudia is still in bed, her bedroom door firmly shut. What on earth has she been doing last night with her boyfriend that she's still in bed at 4 in the afternoon? Half an hour later, she emerges from her room, large bags surrounding her eyes. Gosh, I'm tired, she yawns widely. Now are you okay after last night? I take it you were a bit drunk. She titters, her palm over her mouth. I want to slam my fist into her hand and stop those giggles. Instead, I say evenly, yeah, I was drunk and I'm mortified. But you know, I only had a few drinks there. I'm not sure why I was so out of it. Oh dear, these things happen. She pauses, rubbing her hands across her eyes. She looks exhausted. I'm going away again tonight. So, let's plan your dinner. I'm intrigued. Is she really going to see a boyfriend? If so, surely she should look happy and relaxed, a glint of excitement in her eyes. Instead, her eyes are dull and her mouth droops down. Hopefully it'll be a fun night, I answer tactlessly. Claudia frowns and gives a hollow laugh. I'm not sure about that. She stomps down the stairs, her usual chatty, glowing mood and big grin totally gone. I don't think it is a boyfriend she's seeing, but what she's doing I can't guess. Could this give me a clue about who she really is and what she might be hiding? I stop suddenly on the stairs as a crazy thought hits me. I could follow her. I almost laugh at the absurdity, but still my mind races forward making plans. I could follow slowly, way behind her, maybe wear sunglasses or my hat pulled down. Are you coming down? I want to help sort your dinner. Claudia's irritable voice cuts through my plans. She is standing at the bottom of the stairs. Usually she's a ball of energy, limbs snapping and moving everywhere, but now she seems depleted and slow. I'm coming. I move reluctantly down the stairs. I'm not 5 years old. I don't need your input into my dinner. I follow her into the kitchen grumpily, like a sulky teenager. Claudia pauses when she sees my lunchtime protein shake flask. Grabbing it, she shakes it and slams it down on the counter. You didn't drink it. She swings round to face me, eyeing me accusingly. I left the house in a rush and forgot, I say unconvincingly. Have it now. She pushes the glass into my hand. I take a few reluctant sips while she bustles about the kitchen, pulling out chicken from the fridge and a pile of dreary-looking vegetables from the pantry. Here's your dinner. Just 1 chicken breast, mind. The calorie content is low, it's only. I can choose my own dinner, I snap. I can count calories, you know. Claudia stares at me. It's 2 days until your wedding. You want to make sure you're not bloated and retaining water. I'm helping you to choose foods that won't cause that. Well, actually my wedding dress is baggy on me, I say proudly. The dress fitter is having to take it in. Claudia taps me quickly on the stomach. So let's keep it that way. She leaves the room, and for the second time that day, I sling the protein shake into the sink, watching as the vivid yellow liquid splatters down the drain. I start half-heartedly cutting up the vegetables, keeping an ear out for Claudia. Eventually, she appears in the kitchen doorway, a bulging rucksack on her back. "I'm off," she says gruffly. Her face looks strange without its wide smile that proudly displays her gleaming white teeth. Even the bounciness of her voice has disappeared. Wherever she's going, she doesn't want to. She walks down the hall and then pauses suddenly. "It feels strange without Sylvie," she says. Guilt shoots through me, as I realize that I've found it a relief, her not being here but knowing she's safe at her friend's house. It's been bliss, not having to walk on eggshells around her, to feel the resentment seeping out of her. But what kind of stepmom to be does that make me when the PT misses Sylvie and I don't? Why is she so attached to Sylvie? I'm mulling it over when Claudia gives a cool wave and disappears out of the front door. Quickly, I leave the kitchen and slip my sunglasses over my eyes, pull a baseball cap on, and grab my bag, feeling like a character in a bad detective film. I slip out of the door just in time, see Claudia rounding the corner of the road. I pull the cap over my eyes as I follow her, pretty sure she's heading for the tube. Sure enough, she walks in, wafting her phone over the barrier. I wait, and then follow her down the escalator. I hover by the stairs, away from the platform, until the train comes roaring in. Claudia steps into a carriage, and I head into the next one, positioning myself by the door. When we come to a stop at the next station, I peer intently out of the window, but no Claudia. I wonder momentarily if she's heading back to her flat, as the train is going in that direction. But she gets off at the following stop. I can't think why she'd get off here. Head down, I follow her up the escalator, and then through the barriers out onto the street. She turns left and walks down the high street. I struggle to keep up with her, as throngs of people meander slowly, or linger on the street. They've either finished work and are going home or are going to one of the numerous bars and restaurants that flood the road. A pungent, spicy aroma wafts out of a tiny curry house, and I glance longingly in as I scuttle after Claudia, wishing I could down a pint and bite into a Kuma naan and a chicken Rogan Josh. My mouth is watering as Claudia suddenly stops and slips into a McDonald's. I stop in my tracks, surprised. Claudia and fast food? Surely not. I press my face against the steamy window and clock her going to the toilets. I'm tired, and I hope she's not too long ordering and eating food. I want to get to her destination sharpish, and then be free to go home with an answer. The minutes tick by, and people pour in and out the doors of the fast food joint. Someone collides with me, and a blob of mayonnaise from their burger lands on my jacket. What on earth is she doing? I'm wondering if she's fallen or somehow got locked in, and whether I should alert the staff when she emerges out of the toilet and walks to the front door. I duck quickly to the left, intending to stare at the ground for fear of being seen, but I can't tear my eyes away. There's something different about her, and my mind scrabbles about trying to locate it. Claudia briskly marches down the street. I step forward and freeze. She's changed her clothes. The blue loose-fitting dress with white piping that she's now wearing is something I recognize. I'm struggling to put the pieces of the puzzle together, and then it hits me. A nurse's unform. My shock has rendered me immobile, and Claudia is getting further away from me. I break into a light jog to catch up. Her hair, normally in a jaunty ponytail held back with a bright band, is piled into a severe bun scraped off her face. Her usual flashy trainers are nowhere to be seen, rather sensible leather. Flat black shoes adorn her feet, and in contrast to her brightly colored leggings, she is wearing black tights. A nurse. She's a nurse. My mind scrabbles to understand it, even as I know where she's heading. The large hospital down the road. My local hospital. I know where she's going, so I might as well turn around, but nevertheless, I continue, in case I miss anything. After all, I missed that she was a nurse. I suddenly see a figure scurry towards her, one that has bright red hair tied back, although curly tendrils still escape. I recognize her gait, her figure, and so does Claudia. Libby. Libby works at this hospital. She taps Claudia on the arm. Claudia stops in her tracks, and so do I. They know each other. They must work together. My mind races over the implications. Libby being off with me and acting strangely. Was it to do with her knowing Claudia? Why didn't they tell me they knew each other? Why have they hidden that Claudia is a nurse? The jigsaw pieces whirl round my mind and then collapse as all I can focus on is their next actions. I observe Claudia's face behind my sunglasses. Her usual smile is replaced with a snarl, and she's jabbing her finger in the air. Libby looks like she's responding heatedly, but it's hard to concentrate fully as all I can think about is how they know each other and what secrets they're hiding. Then they disappear through the hospital entrance together. Liv's voice is in my ear. Are you sure she's really a personal trainer? Chapter 23. Hi, Juliet. I want to talk to you about something that's troubling me about the house tonight. We'll still have a nice time, though. I've got you some bubbles. Can't wait to get stuck in. X, this is where you'll be sitting. And this is where the best man is. Do you want to have a quick go on the microphone? We're in the hotel where our wedding is taking place and going through a last-minute run-through of events. The hotel manager holds the microphone out to Seb, but he rejects it. No, I'm okay. I know what I'm doing, Seb says with a genial smile, pulling away from the microphone and squeezing me around the waist. He's distracted, his eyes darting around the room. He came back this morning from his work trip, and it doesn't appear to have gone well. He's evasive and grumpy when I ask about it, knuckles clenched and a vein throbbing in his temple. The thought of him losing his business causes my heart to thump, and I remind myself sternly that we are getting married tomorrow. I need to focus on that and put companies collapsing and jobs going under firmly out of my mind. And I also need to stop thinking about Claudia and her secret career as a nurse, and that she and Libby work together. I'm going over and over it constantly, trying to work out what it means. Why have they withheld the truth? And are they in on something together? Something sinister towards me. The minute the wedding is over, that woman is leaving our house, and I will be having it out with Libby. When I'd realized what was happening last night, I'd frozen in a fit of indecisiveness. Should I confront them or wait? They'd disappeared from my view and into the revolving doors of the hospital as I'd hesitated. I've decided to confront them after the wedding, even though the thought of Libby reading during the ceremony, holding her secrets and her lies within her, and causes a streak of white-hot anger, and the thought of Claudia staying in my house, worming her way in with my fiancé's daughter, makes me want to scream and recoil. I don't want a big emotional confrontation before my wedding. What if confronting them ruins it? I'm not prepared to risk that. You okay? Seb whispers. I'm holding my breath. I let it out in a long sigh. Fine. The hotel manager's words waft over me. I want to take them in. This is about one of the most important days of my life, but I can't catch the words and absorb them. Seb is slightly more on the ball than me and nods and shakes his head in the right places, although I can tell that he's thinking about other things. I wish I could push Claudia and Libby from my mind. I'm not going to tell Seb, as he's stressed enough already. The meeting has finished. You still okay for me to stay here? He asks. Seb is spending the night at the hotel with his parents, Sylvie, and other relatives. Of course, we agreed it, didn't we? I snap and instantly feel guilty. The bride and groom are meant to spend the night before separately. I'm pretty sure that's a tradition. I try and paper over my testiness. Seb hugs me and gives a lingering kiss, and I hold on to his firm shoulders, Claudia, and my worries slipping away. I'm marrying the man that I love. I never thought I'd be happy after Matt, that I'd have any kind of life. My chest burns at the thought of Matt, and I cling on harder to Seb. I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Seb eventually extricates himself. Are you doing anything tonight? No. My mood plunges again. I feel so sad and lonely. I'm just in the house, with Claudia, on my own. I had the chance to arrange to see Liv, but stupidly decided I wanted a quiet night. But that was before Claudia moved in, and I fully realized she's not all she seems. I'm just having a quiet night. What about you? Dinner? Seb tells me about the restaurant meal planned with his family, and my evening feels so barren compared to the jollity he'll be enjoying. If Mum and Dad had been alive, we'd have been together tonight. Mum would have poured champagne, her eyes gleaming with delight and relief that her daughter had found happiness again. Dad would have asked me about my wedding day, about what I was most looking forward to, and what I was anxious about. He always wanted me to talk to him, to reveal my hopes, wishes, and fears. Mum would have had a huge smile watching me walk down the aisle, while Dad's white cotton handkerchief would have been clutched in his hand. But there'll be no champagne with them tonight. My mum's heart-shaped face won't be in the congregation as I get married. I won't see her blue eyes, sparkling with happiness for me. My dad's reflective green eyes won't be fixed on me. As usual, I wish I had a brother or sister, someone who could be with me tonight. The emptiness of my evening looms large, and I fight away tears. At least, in the morning, I'm going to Liv's to get ready for the wedding. A makeup artist and hairdresser are coming over, and Liv and I will get ready together before her husband takes us in his car, decorated with streamers, balloons, ribbons, tin cans, and a just married sign. I think again about how I should have asked Liv to read the poem, and not Libby. I'm picking up Sylvie now from Clara's to take her to her mother's grave. Seb looks uncomfortable, as if reluctant to tell me. Sylvie wants to, understandably, and I want to pay my respects before tomorrow. Of course, I totally understand. I went to see Matt's grave earlier today. I want him to know that despite me marrying again, I still love him, that he's still with me. Seb's unease seems to dissipate. I should have known you'd understand. He hesitates. Sometimes, I wish we'd had Jessie cremated. That way, Sylvie could have buried her ashes in our garden or even have them in an urn in the house. It's not for me, but I think she'd have taken comfort from them. I'm about to plant a kiss on his lips when I freeze. The urn, with its delicate lilac flower decoration, shoehorned onto the shelf in our living room, bursts into my mind. But you do have her ashes. Seb flinches. Juliet, Jessie was buried, not cremated. I thought you would have known this. The gears swing slowly into place in my brain. Of course she was buried. I knew this. Idiot. Even though Sylvie and Seb had visited Jessie's grave, on the day I saw the urn, its appearance shocked me so much. I totally forgot that Jessie wasn't cremated. In addition, I was distracted by Seb's and Sylvie's argument, and of Claudia being in the house with us, thus, that day. Why on earth was there an urn in our house then, on the anniversary of Jessie's death? I ask blankly. Is it someone else's, ashes? I try to say it delicately, but there's no disguising that I sound as blunt as a hammer. No. Seb shakes his head, frowning. We have never had any ashes in the house, but you did. I want to scream. The urn had disappeared the next day. So, I assumed that Seb and Sylvie had just taken it out for the anniversary, before hiding them away again, thinking that they found it too upsetting to have permanently on display. Somebody's playing with us, I say slowly. I open my mouth to say Sylvie, then shut it abruptly. But Seb's eyes glint. He could tell what I was about to say. It's not my daughter, he says flatly. No way is she sophisticated enough, or sick enough, frankly, to do something like that. She's 13, for God's sake. I'm sorry, I say quickly. Of course it's not. Seb does have a point. She's only just become a teenager. Even if she hates and resents me, would her mind really leap to do something this twisted? There's one other person. As our eyes meet, I know Seb thinks the same thing. Claudia, I whisper. The urn wasn't here before. She comes to our house, and then it appears. I think of her face pressed against the car window that night, and her doppelganger in the graveyard. I think she's a bit odd, but would she really do something like that? Seb speaks slowly, as if to himself. Yes. I want to scream and shout as I think about her secret career and her hidden relationships with Libby and Jessie. I discard Sylvie from my thoughts. Claudia has to be behind it. Plus, she seems to have a good heart. She's so kind to Sylvie. Seb continues with his thoughts. I realize my hands are clenched. Are you sure you're not just imagining it? I can't imagine why an urn would be in our house at all. I start doubting myself. I was stressed, I remember. Could it have been a figment of my imagination? But then I picture the urn so sharply in my mind, in an exact corner of the shelf, and I know that it's not. I need to go and get Sylvie now. Seb pulls out his car key. He looks uncomfortable, biting his lip, his hands shuffling in his pockets. I want to walk towards him, intent on pulling him into my arms, but my body won't move. I'm frozen to the spot. I watch him as he leaves the room, the door slamming behind him. Someone put that urn in the living room, and it wasn't me. In my mind, I watch the urn fearfully, as if a malevolent spirit might appear out of its top. I reluctantly drive home, after dropping my wedding dress off at Liv's. I'd collected it before going to the hotel. A glimpse of its beautiful lace makes me smile. I think about my tiny waist enclosed in the satin material, and resolve to barely eat today. I'd been in too much of a rush this morning to have my usual protein shake for breakfast, so I'll have it for my lunch now, and then another shake for dinner. I grimly think that Claudia will be pleased. The house is silent, Claudia is in bed, and I know why. She must be extra exhausted juggling her nursing night shifts with personal training clients. But I'm probably her only client, apart from my tenants and her circuits class, both of which, I'm increasingly sure, are because she's targeting me. I dash into the living room to inspect the shelves, to make sure that the urn truly had gone. A stack of books, where the urn had been placed, meet my eye. I sink onto the sofa, trying to work out what to do. There's not a doubt in my mind that this was Claudia. It's the final straw on top of everything else. She's sick. She's twisted. My mind chants. She's hiding secrets. Thank God she's only here for one more night, what with the wedding being tomorrow. But even that feels too much. My mind is whirling, wondering if I demand she leaves tonight. Claudia has left my protein shake as usual. I grab it and down it, grimacing at the taste before disappearing to the bedroom to pack my stuff for tomorrow. I've just finished folding my clothes in the suitcase. When I start to feel sleepy, my eyes drooping and limbs slow, I sink into bed. All I want is to close my eyes and curl up under the covers, but I force my eyes to open and grab my phone, painstakingly typing into Google. Why am I always tired? Anemia, underactive thyroid, depression. I decide to go to the GP for blood tests, and then I'm asleep. Claudia in a nurse's uniform is leaning over me with a hammer. It smashes into my face. I scream, and my eyes snap open, and Claudia is leaning over me, minus her uniform. She's also not in her usual leggings and t-shirt. Rather, she's in joggers combined with a baggy sweater. "It's only 7 o'clock, and you're fast asleep," she exclaims. She looks pretty tired herself, with bags under her eyes. I don't know what's wrong with me. I keep feeling so exhausted and needing to sleep. I mumble, shrinking away from her, my dream vivid in my mind. Claudia collapses onto the bed. "It's the night before your wedding. We should have a nice evening. Come downstairs, and I'll make us a nice dinner. I've also got us some champagne. I think we should celebrate." She leans closer to me, her eyes glassy, her grin fixed. Tendrils of greasy hair have escaped from her ponytail. Even though I'm still feeling dazed, I can see she's not as well put together as usual, no doubt because she's done 2 night shifts at the hospital in a row. I sit up and fling my legs out of bed. A move that usually takes seconds seems to take an inordinately long time. I stand up and unsteadily follow Claudia, gripping the walls as I go along. "So, what do you fancy eating?" "I thought let's go for a halfway house. Steak, with some veggies." "So, still a treat but no carbs," Claudia suggests, pulling out huge rump steaks from the fridge. My mouth waters. "Well, actually, I was going to have one of your shakes," I say reluctantly. Claudia's eyes sparkle.
"Great choice,"
she says, as she darts into the pantry and emerges with hands filled with cucumber, spinach, mint, and cress. She grabs a tin of protein powder. She's in slow motion as it hits me. My tiredness begins when I start those shakes. Actually, do you know what? I won't have one. I'm just not hungry for anything. Let's go for the champagne. Is that a spark of disappointment in Claudia's eyes, or my imagination? The vegetables fall from her hands and clatter on the counter. "Sure," she says easily. "I could do with a drink too. You go and sit down and I'll sort out the drinks." In a daze, I walk slowly to the living room and sink into the sofa. My mind trying to tie together my tiredness and forgetfulness with the shakes that Claudia made. Surely it was just coincidence. Please. I'm almost begging for that to be the case. Claudia is a liar, but surely she wouldn't deliberately put something in my drink. Then the urn appears in my mind, the flowers on it so vivid and glowing, I feel I can reach out and touch it. I stand still, going over and over the last few days, or at least what I can remember. All my tiredness and that drunken night with the widows group happened after I had one of her shakes. I stride to the kitchen. There's a popping sound, and I start momentarily before realizing it's the cork bursting out of the champagne bottle. Claudia holds out a glass to me. I'm dizzy, and all I can think about is getting her out of my house. I actually just want to be on my own tonight. Please, can you go back to your flat? My voice is strong, despite the fuzziness in my mind, and I feel a sudden surge of relief at this woman being out of my home. Claudia slams the glass on the counter, her eyes widening with shock. That's a bit of a turnaround, she stammers. Why do you want me to leave? Because I think you're drugging me. I want to scream, because you're lying to me. But I don't think it's a good idea to start accusing her, to open up arguments and conversation. I just want her quickly and cleanly out. I'm such an idiot. Shame and anger course through me. Then my mind goes blank again, and I struggle to follow my thoughts. I focus, and with my best efforts they come to me. How could I have been so naive as to let her move in, to keep training with her, despite knowing she knew a Jessie, but kept that concealed? Despite the fact that she is a nurse, and that she works with Libby, but kept that hidden. They kept hidden. Anger surges through me. At Libby, the woman I believed was close enough to me to give her a starring role at my wedding. Wait until I have it out with her. I think about Claudia's weird behavior and the way she has targeted people connected to me, like the tenants in my flat. It's so obvious that there is a secret motive, but I've been blinded by my desire to be in top shape for my wedding. I can hear my darling mum's voice in my ear. Don't be so vain. She always told it like it was. Some of it was admittedly that Claudia gets on so well with Sylvie that I didn't want to rock that boat, but I should have stayed true to my worries and myself. I want to slam my fist against my head in frustration. Claudia is still waiting for my response. Her eyes look like indigo ice. My mind is blank and I struggle to speak. I'm a bit overwhelmed. It's my wedding tomorrow, my second wedding. I need some time on my own. I'm surprised when tears spring into my eyes at second wedding. Matt's beam was so wide that I thought it would split his face as I walked down the aisle. You look beautiful, he whispered to me, his hand touching my shoulder. I can feel his hand on my shoulder now, a warm, comforting clasp. I almost feel shocked when I glance at it and see just the white sleeve of my t-shirt. The ice in Claudia's eyes has melted. I understand, she says gently, but could I at least have some champagne with you to celebrate your wedding before I go? I hesitate. Okay, I hate myself for my unassertiveness. I have my usual feeling of hesitation about coming across as rude. It's really holding me back. This woman certainly doesn't care about me, so why should I worry about offending her? We walk into the sitting room. Congratulations. Here's to a fabulous wedding and future with a wonderful man. My mind is still foggy, but I glance at Claudia sharply, alert for signs that she wants my wonderful man. I lean forward, vigilant for clues before slumping back in my seat. It's hard to focus. Claudia takes a sip of her champagne and I numbly follow. She places the glass carefully on the coffee table and traces her finger around the coaster. I shouldn't be bringing this up on the night before your wedding, she says, slowly. But I've been hearing things in the basement. The gulp of champagne I've taken fizzes through my nose and I cough. Basement. There's been something about that recently. I can't pinpoint what though. Claudia helps me out. Sylvie heard something in the basement that night when you were out with Seb for a Valentine's meal. She spits out Valentine's like a disgusting mouthful of food. Of course. I tense up and then take another sip of champagne. At the time I assumed it was her imagination, caused by her grief over her mum. But now I'm not so sure. Oh goodness. Why? Am I slurring again? Claudia is silent, looking at me sideways. I freeze. Claudia's slime green shake is in sharp relief in my mind. Claudia is telling me about the noises, and I do my best to focus, but the words float away from me. I try to catch them, but they escape from my ears. Tapping. Sounds like footsteps. Maybe rats, but I don't think so. I do my best to concentrate, catching words here and there. Before I know it, my drink's gone. Claudia grabs my glass. Gosh, that was quick. I'd better get you more. She disappears to the kitchen. I tap my foot agitatedly. I suddenly want to confront her about her hidden nurse's job and about working with Livy, but even in my sleepy state, I don't think it's a good idea to cause a volcanic explosion before the wedding. And, I don't like to admit it, but I'm a bit scared to confront her on my own, in the house with her. I'm surprised that I found the courage to ask her to leave tonight. The thought of her steely eyes, as she pushed and pushed me until I was sick, makes me uneasy. But once my wedding is over, I'll spill all to Seb and get her out of our house for good, with my husband alongside me, of course. I grip a sofa cushion, staring at my hard knuckles when Claudia wafts in, holding a flute filled to the brim with champagne. I notice that she's barely taken anything of her own glass. She hands it to me, and I take a grateful sip. So, back to where I was. I'm a bit concerned about these noises. I honestly don't think I'm imagining it. She drones on, and I zone out. There's important I'm trying to remember related to what she's saying, but it eludes me. I try to take another sip of champagne, but miss my mouth, and fizzing bubbles slipped down my chin. Then it comes to me. Sylvie said that when she heard noises, she thought it was her mum. She thought she saw her outside. The words tumble out. Suddenly I can see Jessie, what I know of her through photos, with her tumbling curls and large hazel eyes. A young Jessie is emerging from the TV screen, dimples in her cheeks and with an impish grin. Then I see a figure at the living room door and swing round to see an older Jessie, with curls that have turned slightly frizzy and with thin cheeks that hold only tiny indents as dimples. Then I see her face coming through the ceiling, her arms reaching out. She's everywhere. Her face, looking in at the window, sitting next to me on the sofa, long immaculate nails bared. I'm in her house, marrying her husband, living with her daughter, and she wants me out. I shriek, burying my face in my hands, closing my eyes tightly so I don't have to see her. There's a hand on my back. Goodness, are you okay? I peek through my fingers and Jessie has disappeared. I only see Claudia's face, concern seeping out of her brilliant blue eyes. Is it wedding nerves? Or, I've probably freaked you out, haven't I, with talk of the basement and the sounds I hear. Claudia stands up. I think a top-up is needed. She disappears from the room. Claudia returns with another full glass, and I hate myself for it. But I take a huge sip, even though I know it will make me more muddled and confused. What's all this about Jessie? Claudia sits back and nurses her glass. You know, Sylvie thought she saw Jessie, a ghost I guess, when Seb and I were out, and when she heard noises in the basement. I somehow managed to get the words out slowly. Claudia is silent, rocking back and forth. Poor Sylvie. It's terrible she lost her mum, and it's really affected her. But no, she can't have seen a dead person. She sounds slightly amused. But it's a worry she heard sounds in the basement, too. We're going round in circles on those basement noises and are no nearer to a conclusion. I change the subject as suddenly I realize there's something that I need to do. It takes me a moment to realize what that something is. Can you go now? Dimly I realize how abrupt my words are. What? Claudia's eyes widen. You still want me to go? Even after what I told you about the basement, I struggle to remember. Oh yes. But I lose my thread of thought, a burning question suddenly popping into my head. Claudia, you used to know Jessie and said you didn't like her, because of the boy you both liked, and you felt she always did better than you at school. I stumble over my words, trying to avoid the word jealousy, which I instinctively know won't go down well with Claudia. You said it was a coincidence that Seb was married to Jessie, that you had no idea of that when you started the personal training. I pause. My voice is slow and slurred, but still I carry on. Did you target us because of the link to Jessie? It's a huge effort to get the words out, and I take a relieved sip of my champagne once I've voiced my question. Claudia leans in towards me. I look into her eyes, and her pupils are as black as night. I'll tell you something. Her voice is a low growl. I hated Jessie. I hate that woman so much. And then her golden curls merge with Jessie's waves. Her blue eyes become four with Jessie's hazel hues. And the two women become one, staring menacing at me. A scream reverberates round the room, and I wonder who it is. When I see the silent stance of the two women, I realize that it is me. There's something I wanted Claudia to do. Something, but my thoughts are falling away from me. Chapter 24. Hi, Juliet. The big day has arrived. I take it you've already gone to Liv's as you're not around. You must have left very early. Have a lovely time getting ready with her, and I can't wait to see you walk down the aisle. I truly hope you have a wonderful day. X. The ground is shaking underneath me. I'm being rolled back and forth, and I wonder if there's an earthquake. Maybe I'm not in London anymore, but USA, where Matt and I love to go on holiday. My eyes snap open, and there's darkness. I can make out a hand on my shoulder, roughly pulling me back and forth. My mind is befuddled, but I'm dimly now aware that I'm not in an earthquake, but rather this hand is shaking me awake. I look down at my body. I'm not in pajamas, but rather am clad in my clothes, jeans and a t-shirt. I'm hot and sweaty and try and sit up to fling my top off, but my body won't move. The hand belongs to someone. It starts to dawn on me, and a face drops close to mine, tendrils of hair tickling my cheeks and chin. I'm worried there's someone in the basement. Claudia. Basement. I know that word. My mind scrambles to dissect it, but draws a blank. Claudia seems to get what's going on in my brain. You know I told you last night about sounds in the basement, she prompts. She flicks on the bedside lamp, and her face is pale, her eyes pools of concern. She taps the bedside cabinet with her index finger agitatedly. Oh yes, now I remember, I think. I can't move. I just want to go back to sleep. But Claudia won't let me. I can hear noises, taps and creaks. I'm worried there's someone moving around down there. Oh. I don't feel anything other than the desire to silently beg her to let me go back to sleep. My eyelids start to droop, and then the hand on my shoulder starts shaking me again. I'm too scared to investigate on my own. You need to come down with me. I'm forgetting what Claudia needs to investigate. My limbs are suddenly icy. What the hell is wrong with me? Is it early onset dementia? A brain tumor? I need to go to the surgery as soon as the wedding is over. Something is tugging at my brain, making me question whether there is actually something wrong with me, or if it's something else. Something has happened. I found out something last night. That much I'm dimly aware of. I want to wail with frustration as I try to remember what it was. I picture Claudia's bright green and lurid yellow protein shakes. It's something to do with that, and my stomach churns. Suddenly, I'm pulled back into last night, the champagne bottle gleaming on the side, and Claudia, standing by it with all her pristine beauty. I asked her to go, but she's still here. I'm shaking as Claudia pulls me roughly out of bed. Where are we going? My mind is totally blank again. To the basement. Claudia's hard, loud tone permeates my brain, and I grasp at it. But my legs are like jelly, and I lean on her. Not sure I've got the strength to walk. Claudia expertly handles me, and manages to support me enough so that I can put one shaky foot in front of another. She's very good at manipulating and supporting my movement. There is a reason for that, something about her profession, but it eludes me. We go slowly down the stairs. Where are we going? I can't remember the reason. The basement. Claudia's voice is fearful. You shouldn't be here. I want to scream this at her, but again, I can't for the life of me think why. We get to the door of the basement, and Claudia lays her hand on the handle, pausing. I'm scared. What are you scared of? Oh yes, my memory scrabbles about, and I remember there are sounds in the basement. I lean on Claudia heavily, my legs heavy and dull. Call the police, I croak. I'm slurring. Even in my state, I can hear it. Doctor, doctor, my mind whispers. Claudia's mouth opens and closes quickly. I can hear her voice, but I can't make out what she's saying. My heart starts to beat hard as she slowly closes the door. Thick darkness wraps around us. I don't understand why she's closed the door and not turned the light on, surely. And then my mind goes blank. She leads me down the stairs, my left leg dragging as we descend. I cling to her as I move my unsteady legs, scared I'm going to fall. We get to the bottom. Claudia, I suddenly realize, has a small black bag on her shoulder. She takes a few things out, one of them metallic and gleaming. I suddenly remember she is worried about an intruder. The The room is silent and still. I peer about the gloom but can't make out a lurking figure. There's no one here. My tongue is heavy and sticks to the top of my mouth. Claudia replies, but again I can't grasp the words. Fear rushes through me. I'm getting married tomorrow, and I simply can't be like this. Claudia doesn't say anything, but raises her hand with the metallic thing. I recognize it, and while I can't think what it is, instinctively I know it is bad. The urge to get away slices through my grogginess. I turn, and my feet patter on the tiles as I try to run. And then Claudia is behind me, so close that I can feel her breathe on my neck. Her hand slams into me. I fall to the floor, my head hitting the tile slabs. I cry out as pain pierces my temple, and then Claudia is kneeling over me, wrapping the metal thing round my hands, and then a black I can't remember what you call it is suddenly over my mouth. I want to kick and jump to my feet, but I lie helpless. Claudia doesn't look at me. She runs up the stairs, the slam of the door echoing round the room. The floor tiles are hard and cold and uncomfortable. I grind the metal encasing my wrists together. Suddenly the word comes to me. Handcuffs. Chapter 25. Hi Juliet, where are you? We're all really worried and Seb is frantic. Something bad must have happened for you not to turn up on your wedding day. Please get in touch X. I open my eye, a crack to darkness. My limbs are stiff and there's a dull ache in my head. I'm dazed for a second, and then I remember. It's my wedding day. I wait for a spark of anxiety and excitement to fizz through me, but I feel funny. Something's not right, but I'm not sure what. I move my legs uncomfortably. My mattress feels rock hard. Maybe it's time to buy another. It's very dark, so I assume that it's still in the early hours of the morning. Nevertheless, I'm anxious to check the time, as I want to be up in plenty of time to get my things together, to go over and get ready at Liv's. I try and move my hands, but they're pinned together. Something heavy is around my wrists, and there are clanging sounds as, panicking, I try and wrench my hands apart. And then I'm aware of something hot and heavy round my lower face. I try and open my mouth, but my lips won't move. I scream, but all that comes out is a throttled sound. I'm not in my bedroom. I'm lying on a tiled floor, in a dark room where I can just about make out shelves and shadowy boxes in the gloom. I'm in the basement. I try and flail my arms violently, but they're stuck on something. Awkwardly, I move around and see that the handcuffs are tied to a pipe running along the skirting board. I can't move. I can't even stand. I can only lie on the cold slabs. I thrash my feet, a faint feeling of relief sliding through me that my legs aren't tethered. I slam my feet down over and over on the floor, but they only make a dull thud. No one will hear me in the bowels of the house. I'm trembling violently. It's my wedding day. How can I be in this situation? Last night is patchy, but it's coming back to me. Claudia telling me she was worried there was someone in the basement, staggering down the stairs clinging to her, and then the handcuffs glinting at me. I've been drugged. I whisper it quietly to myself. There's nothing wrong with me. I don't have a brain tumor, or anemia, or dementia. I've had drugged protein shakes. A vague memory of champagne zooms into my mind. Everything came crashing down after that. There must have been something in that drink, too. I've been a fool. She set her sights on me from the beginning. We've played cat and mouse, and there's only one winner. I slam and stamp my feet and pull and jerk at the handcuffs in vain. I try and stand up, the metal pulling sharply on my wrists and keeping me down. It's my wedding day. My wedding day. I have to be there. I thrash and bash and hit my head on the tiles, a sharp pain ripping through my forehead. I slam my head again, not caring, welcoming the pain and imagining a bruise appearing. Then the energy seeps out of me and I finally lie still. The situation I'm in goes far beyond my wedding day. What does Claudia want with me? Am I ever going to get out? A vivid picture appears in my mind. A skeleton rotting in this basement, handcuffs still encasing decaying bones. I've never felt such terror. What's she going to do with me? She'll have a game plan. Even though it's around my mouth and my nose is free, I feel the gag might suffocate me, and I'm desperate to take heaving gasps through my mouth. I need to calm down. Suddenly, an image of Matt pop up in my head. We're sipping coffee on a lazy Sunday morning. The the newspapers spread over the kitchen table. Matt is immersed in an article, pushing his glasses further up his nose in concentration. He grabs my hand suddenly, and I can almost feel the firm, warm grasp of his fingers. The adrenaline coursing through my body slows down slightly, and I feel calmer. I've never believed in an afterlife, but I somehow feel that Matt is watching me, that he'll make sure I'm okay. And surely when I don't turn up at our wedding, Seb will find me. I can't possibly stay hidden in our home, can I? Chapter 26. Claudia. Before the wedding. Hi Juliet. Hope you're okay down in the basement. Not. I have to pretend to be worried about you, but actually, I'm delighted that you won't make it out alive. Don't take it personally. I want Seb and Sylvie for myself, and you happen to get in the way. God knows I'm some luck in my life. With you out the way, I'm finally going to get what I want. I smirk as I read my message through, but press delete. Much as I'd love to send it, I can't possibly. I start typing a solicitous message. I don't know why I bother, as Juliet's phone is switched off and snug in my handbag for now, but just in case there's somehow a reprisal, I send my caring message, checking in on her, gently wondering why she didn't say goodbye before heading to Liv's, and wishing her a wonderful day. After rereading and editing, checking the tone is correct, I press send. I lean over and survey the tiny photo of a 20-something-year-old with her lovely sparkling eyes and curls, encased in a cheap plastic frame, and feel nothing but hatred. I drop the photo on the carpet and push it with my toe under my bed. I hope that the photo of Jessie disturbed Juliet when I left it on the kitchen counter. Then I think of the ashes. I snigger. Juliet thought they were Jessie's cremation remains, but they were actually remains from my barbecue on a sunny day where I cooked chicken and sausages. Just little things, but all stuff carefully planned to break her down. I pace my bedroom. I need to play this day carefully. I have to be seen as a support to Seb, but put myself at a distance as to what has happened to Juliet. I decide to start acting normally and get ready as I nattily would for a wedding. I shower and rigorously wash my hair and smooth my face cream in before blasting my hair with the hairdryer and slipping into my dress. The white dress that clings to my figure and shows off my tiny waist. I spend some time in the mirror admiring myself. I never used to look like this, to have such a slim and fit figure and lustrous hair and smooth complexion. I shut my mind off to what I used to look like to those times. It makes me depressed. Instead, I slip on a gold necklace with a locket. I open it and stare at Jessie's face and trace the jagged edge next to her face. If you look really closely, you can just see a shoulder. Mine. That was taken at Jessie's 21st birthday, when we had to pretend to get along. Jessie gave me the locket with the photo in it for my next birthday. She must have been having a laugh, winding me up. That very same day, I angrily cut myself out of the photo, flinging my plain face in the bin. I pause. Wondering as always why, I impulsively chucked away my half of the photo and left Jessie in the locket. Probably because I always felt inferior to her, that I was worth nothing compared to her. A smile cracks open my face as I think about how I carelessly left the locket on the doorstep the night of Valentine's Day. When Sylvie thought she saw a ghost, aka me, I'd flung the locket on the doorstep in the hope that it would worry Seb and Juliet. I've no idea if it worked, but I'd found it in Sylvie's bedroom, so at least I know it was noticed. Despite everything, I clutched it round my neck for two reasons. As a fuck you to Jessie, and in the hope that wearing it will sprinkle magic dust and bring me luck in getting close to Sylvie and Seb. The house phone rings. I expect it and have my answer prepared. Hello, I say evenly, the locket between my fingers. Hi Claudia, is it? It's Liv. I know. Juliet hasn't arrived at mine yet. She was meant to get here almost an hour ago. I've tried calling her, but it goes straight to voicemail. The makeup artist and hairdresser are about to arrive. Liv sounds frazzled, as well she might. Do you know where she is? Has she set off? Well, when I woke up, she was gone from the house, so I assume she was on her way to you. I'm surprised she hasn't arrived yet. It comes easy to me. My voice strikes the right balance between puzzlement and concern. She was going by tube, I offer. Maybe there's been some huge delay, and she's stuck somewhere. I've looked online, and I can't see anything. There's a pause. Well, I'll try her mobile phone too and let you know if I hear anything. Let's keep in contact. I'm itching to end the call, but take care not to show that. Thanks. Liv sounds distracted. I just hope she's here soon. Can I have your mobile number, please, in case I need it? I give her my number, being careful to conceal the reluctance I'm feeling. I hang up, and what I've done suddenly sinks in. I'd been on a euphoric high before, barely able to believe that my carefully laid plans I'd held on to for months, had finally successfully come to fruition. But speaking to someone in Juliet's life and hearing their concern about her had taken the edge off my delight. She's down there in the basement alive. So much could still go wrong. Seb and Sylvie could still find her. I've just left her there to die. What if it takes ages to happen? Should I finish her off another way? My stomach clenches and churns. I just can't physically be violent to her. As it is, my heart beats at the thought of Juliet lying there until she's dead. I try and scrub over it quickly in my mind. I refuse to let myself go there, to think about finding her still body. And what will I do with it? I've had vague thoughts about dragging her body into the boot of the car and dropping it in the river. But there's nothing concrete. I've fixated so much on getting her into the basement, I've not allowed myself to think about my next moves. One step at a time, I remind myself as tension fizzes through me. I rush to the pantry and pull out a cardboard box I've hidden at the back. In it are loads of bottles and boxes, everything from protein powders, vitamins and homeopathic medicines to medication. I need a relaxant to take the edge off my anxiety. I pick up a bottle nestled at the back of the box. This'll do. That's one of the benefits of being a nurse. I can swipe the drugs I need. And I really did need medication for Juliet's protein shakes. I swallow the tablet down with some water. God, she was naive. Luckily, just as I think she may have cottoned on that something was wrong, she accepted the champagne last night. My nerves were seriously ticking at that point. If I didn't get the sleeping pills into her, there was no way that I would have been able to carry off getting her into the basement. My mobile phone ring pierces the air, causing me to jump. I really did need that pill. I don't recognize the number, but I know instantly who it is. She's still not here. Liv doesn't even say hello before launching into a monologue. I don't understand it. Her phone is still off too. The hairdresser and makeup artist are here now. This is a bloody nightmare. Her voice is split between concern and anger. I open my mouth to speak, but Liv plunges on. I'm going to have to call Seb and let him know. No, I interject sharply, then pause, taking a deep breath. That was a mistake. I can't make Liv suspicious. But on the other hand, I don't want her calling Seb. I want to be there to see his reaction and know what I'm dealing with and take control. And also, be the person he turns to. Imagine the shock he'll feel, getting a phone call, I continue, injecting a gentle tone. I think we owe it to him to do it face to face. And you never know, maybe by some miracle she'll be there. Without her dress, snorts Liv, it's still hanging in my wardrobe. I'd forgotten about that, I say lamely. By the time we get there, Seb will be waiting at the ceremony and it'll be filling up with guests, Liv argues. But I can tell by her voice that she's considering it as an option. Yes, but we'll still be there early, before the ceremony starts, and we can speak to him face to face. It's going to be the most horrendous shock for him. And I'll be there to support him. Okay, Liv agrees, and I sigh with relief at her compliance. I just hope she's okay. I don't understand why she's gone AWOL. After what happened with Matt, she so deserves happiness, and she's found it. What on earth has happened? Liv chokes back a sob, and despite myself, I feel a pang of guilt. It quickly vanishes, though. My husband will drive me over. See you in a bit, Liv mutters. I pace, Liv's words in my mind. I hadn't intended on going near the basement. Out of sight, out of mind. But I'm drawn to it. As if someone is using remote control on me, I make my way steadily to the garage and to the door of the basement. I pause, then press my ear against the door. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 27. Where are you, Juliet? Seb is devastated that you've walked out. Please come back. For him. Please message to let us know you're okay. The white car turns slowly into the drive. It's meant to be covered in ribbons, flowers, and balloons. I know because Juliet has been telling me excitedly about it. But it's plain, apart from a tiny piece of red ribbon hanging forlornly from a wing mirror. I take it that the car's decorations have been hastily ripped off following the no-show of Juliet. Liv jumps out of the car, wearing a flowery dress and with hair half up, half escaping a bun. She wears eyeshadow, but no other makeup appears to be on her face, with her pale lips and washed-out cheeks. It looks like she started getting ready before abruptly stopping halfway through. "Hi," I slip out of the house. "I just don't understand," she bursts out. "What the hell has happened? And how the heck can I tell Seb?" She pushes shaking fingers against her temples. It was so awful with the hairdresser and makeup artist. They left in the end. They wanted to do my hair and makeup still, but how could I let them? I touch Liv's shoulder. "Look, there'll be an explanation, I'm sure of it. It's horrible and worrying. But honestly, I think something very strange and quirky has happened and she'll be okay." I get into the back seat of the car, smoothing clammy hands down my dress and smiling at Liv's husband, who is apparently called Andy. "That's what I keep telling her," he says, leaning over and gripping his wife's knee. "What if she's been abducted on her way to ours?" Liv stares out of the window. My hands grip my dress hard. This is too close to the bone. "I'll tell Seb," I say. "It's harder for you, as you're such good friends with Juliet." Tears fill Sly's eyes. "Thanks. I'll be with you, obviously, but if you could take the lead." Her voice trails away. The drive takes about 45 minutes. We're mostly silent. Liv taps on the window and fidgets, occasionally muttering, "I just don't understand it." Andy's face is strained as he concentrates on the road. I stare out of the window, watching as the grey buildings and sprawling urban landscape becomes greener and leafier as we approach central Richmond. Despite the pill I took earlier, I'm anxious, my nerves crumbling. The thudding I heard in the basement vibrates through me. Juliet must have been banging something, the wall or the floor, in the hope someone will rescue her. I'm fairly sure that it can only be heard at the door of the basement due to its position in the house. But I start torturing myself that it might be heard on the ground floor. What if Seb and Sylvie hear it? What if they go down to the basement? I haven't thought this through properly. Here we go. Andy, pull up in front of an elegant Regency-style hotel by the river. "I'll park and join you." He grasps Liv's hand. "Good luck." My own hand feels empty by comparison, but hopefully, if my plan works, I'll have someone hold mine lovingly too. It's only what I deserve. I clutch the locket, and the thought of the face I hate in it gives me a spark and provides a shot of steel to my nerves. I can do this. I'm focused as I get out of the car and walk briskly into the hotel. Liv follows behind me, head down, her steps slow. Her body exudes dread. "Maybe she is here after all," she whispers, her own voice disbelieving. "Let's hope," I murmur back encouragingly. We make our way to the wedding reception room. Even though it's over half an hour before the start, the room is already half full. Among the guests I see Sylvie sitting at the front, next to an elderly woman with indigo eyes. A shade I recognize. She must be Seb's mum. Sylvie has accessorized her black dress and hat with pale pink tights and sparkling pink shoes to inject a shot of color into her outfit, as we planned. She looks down in the mouth as her grandmother talks to her. She spots me, and her face breaks into a smile. She half stands. "You're here. You look gorgeous." I try and focus on her and not convey my eagerness to hurry to Seb. "Thanks." Wearing the pink tights, Sylvie pushes out a leg. "Pathetic," she murmurs scornfully. "Now come on," Seb's mum admonishes her granddaughter gently. "We've discussed this." "I don't see why I can't just wear what I want," Sylvie mutters, head down. She chews a nail. "You are?" Seb's mum asks politely. "Claudia, Juliet's personal trainer." I start edging away. "Sylvie's told me all about you," she beams. A warm feeling grows in my chest and unfurls the knots in my shoulder and the tension in my mind. Her husband. Seb's dad, I take it, smiles briefly at me, then looks at the ground. His face is taut, his hand on Sylvie's shoulder. I don't feel much joy about the wedding emanating from him, because he feels sad about Seb's first wife, no doubt. I give the locket a squeeze, imagining my hands closing around her neck. Still, no need for me to do anything. Jessie's gone. And finally, I am on the path to getting what she stole from me. There's a cough behind me, and I swing round to see Liv waiting patiently. I look at the small stage at the front, lined with crocuses and lilies, roses and pinks. These flowers are so similar to Juliet's wedding to Matt. I know she loves them, but... Her voice trails off. I'm not sure if I'm meant to answer. It sounds like Liv's talking to herself. In any case, my attention is taken up as I glimpse Seb, standing to the side, talking to someone who I presume is his best man. My breath catches. He looks gorgeous in a navy suit, bringing out the color of his eyes. On his lapel is a pink tulip. I imagine myself floating down the aisle to him, knowing he's mine. My eyes swivel to where Sylvie's sitting. And she'd be mine too, my own little family. My hatred of Jessie becomes intermingled with jealousy at Juliet. She's had her shot. She had her first love. Why should she get another go, with what should be my family? I deserve this, not her. My thoughts crumple as Liv nudges me. Oh God, how can we tell him? And she's not here. Not that I really thought she would be, but I hoped so much she'd turn up. Her head twists this way and that around the room, almost as if willing Juliet to come out from behind the curtains or crawl out from under a chair. Seb catches sight of us and beams. Hello, he says. I'm pleased to see you. I take it Juliet is here if you are Liv. By the way, meet my best man, Giles. We've known each other from Freshers' Week at university. Seb's babbling. He's normally calm and composed. There's a nervous energy around him. It is his wedding day, I remind myself. I paint on a smile, wondering how the hell I'm going to broach Juliet's disappearance. Liv is silent, at my shoulder, waiting for me to take the lead. Seb, Juliet actually isn't with us. When I woke up this morning, she'd already left the house. I assumed she'd gone to get ready at Liv's as planned. But she didn't go to Liv's either. We don't know where she is. We've been texting and calling, but her phone appears to be switched off. I lean forward, unsure as to whether I should touch his shoulder. I'm so sorry to have to tell you this. I look into his eyes. He stares at me straight back. I look away, turning my gaze to the floor. The smile that had been on his face is still half there, frozen. There's a silence, broken by Giles, grabbing Seb round the shoulders. Mate. We'll sort this out. How? Seb's voice is accusing. He's taking his shock and panic out on his best man. The wedding is due to start in under half an hour. As he speaks, a small crowd of people, who look around late 30s, come into the room, waving and grinning over at Seb and Giles. They must be friends of theirs from university. Seb raises his arm in return as if on autopilot. Where on earth can she be? He stares again, straight into my eyes. I force myself to hold his gaze. Why does he keep staring at me? Does he think I'm involved? My eye twitches. I always get that when I'm stressed. I hope he doesn't notice. She wouldn't just disappear. She wouldn't. She couldn't wait to marry me, Seb continues. We both couldn't believe that we'd found happiness again. She said she used to pinch at herself. Are those tears in his eyes? I glance at Liv. There are certainly tears in her eyes. Oh, Seb, maybe it just suddenly hit her that she was marrying again, after Matt, and it got too much for her, Liv says, her voice trembling. It isn't the right thing to say. Seb is shaking his head, the moves getting more frantic. No, she wouldn't. I know her. She wouldn't have just gone off and not turned up on our wedding day. Mate, I'm going to speak to the registrar and explain. Giles wants to make himself useful, and he purposefully strides over to where the registrar is sitting at a table, busily shuffling papers. The pianist in the other corner of the room starts to play prelude music. Star Wars' theme tune bursts into the air, slicing through people's chatter. There are giggles and smiles at the quirky choice of prelude wedding music. We both love Star Wars. We spent our first weekend together watching the films back to back, Seb says, as if to himself. The start of the music quickens the atmosphere of the room as everyone starts collectively preparing for the bride to arrive and the wedding to begin. Seb grabs his phone. I'm calling the police. That's the last thing I want. Why didn't I think that might happen? I thought they would just think she couldn't face the wedding and had disappeared of her own free will. I'm worried she's been abducted, that someone's taken her. Maybe on the way to yours, Liv. It's crossed my mind, Liv says. Shut up. That's not helping matters, my mind screams. Seb prods in his phone code, and I know I have to move quickly to delay him. Seb, when did you last hear from her? I'm relieved as his busy fingers stop. Early evening. It was a pretty short message. But she told me she couldn't wait to be my wife. Seb's fingers move again, scrolling through his WhatsApp messages. I messaged her this morning. She didn't reply. I can see him searching for the message, the hope in his eyes that maybe there's a message after all with the answer to her disappearance. But his face falls as he surveys the message. It's only got one tick, he says slowly. Oh God, why didn't I notice that? He bangs his temple with a fist. That could have alerted me that something was wrong. Why didn't it cross my mind that it was strange that she wouldn't be in contact today? Liv moves forward and puts her arm around him. I want to push her out of the way and take her place. Please do not blame yourself. You couldn't possibly have known that this would happen, and you'd have been busy with all your family and getting ready. Liv's voice is firm and decisive and seems to have got through to Seb as he nods. I sent that message at 8:30 this morning, he says slowly. So do you know where Juliet was at that time? Had she gone by then? What time did you realize she wasn't at home? He stares at me again, his tone abrupt as he fires out questions. I almost feel like I'm being interrogated by the police, which I suppose I will be, as I was the last to see her and in the house with her. I feel sick as the consequences of my actions sweep over me. Like Juliet, am I going to have handcuffs placed on me and be hauled into an airless, dark room? I open my mouth to reply when, thankfully, the registrar and Giles appear at Seb's shoulder. I take my moment to slip away to the toilet. The room is full now, the excitement about the bride's arrival tangible. The theme tune of Jaws is in the air, coming to its climax. No doubt another film they bonded over. My lip curls. So naff to include it in the wedding songs. The crescendo of the piano, the people everywhere I turn, the cloying smell of mingled perfumes, and the huge, antique grandfather clock telling me it's 5 minutes away from the start of the wedding. Feel like a knot around my neck, pulling tighter. I can't breathe. I have to get out of this room. I stumble as I head to the door and rush to the toilets, pulling the cubicle door shut. Mercifully, there's only me, and I sink to my knees and lean my head on the cool of the door, grateful for the space to breathe and think. I pull out Juliet's mobile phone from my bag and switch it on. I've got my next move planned out, but I'm regretting how I've played this. I should have done this earlier and not let the wedding get this far. I puff out my chest. I've got to play this out. There's no way back for me. If I let Juliet go free now, I'll go to prison. I might as well go for my full plan, despite the difficulties. Juliet's phone turns on, and instantly a message from Seb pops up. I'd been worried when I first got her phone, once I'd banged shut the basement door, that I wouldn't be able to guess her security code. Not that it hugely mattered if I couldn't, but it would just make things easier for me if I could. But on first go, I type in Seb's birthday in numbers, and bingo, I'm in. Pathetic. And naive. But then, she obviously wasn't expecting to be locked up in a basement. I go to Seb's message. Morning, Juliet, I can't wait to see you later today, walking down the aisle towards me. I feel like the luckiest man in the world. Love you. Vomit. I make a face, but I don't have time to spend focusing on this message. Instead, I quickly move to the drafts folder and cut and paste the message I painstakingly composed earlier this morning. After working out the phone's code, placing it below Seb's loving message, and press send. I only wish I'd sent it earlier today to stop Seb in his tracks of calling the police. The two little grey ticks turn blue straight away, as Seb must have instantly opened the message. Dear Seb, you'll be wondering where I am, and I'm so sorry to do this to you. But I can't go through with the wedding. I was so happy to meet you that I pushed my grief about Matt away, but now I realize I've never got over his loss, and I can't go through a second marriage at this time. I've gone away. I feel awful asking, but please, don't contact me. I don't want contact with anyone. I just need to be totally on my own for a while. I'm so sorry. Chapter 28. Can you just let Seb know you're okay, X? I open the doors to the wedding room, my eyes fixed on Seb. He's clutching his mobile phone, cheeks red and quite obviously distressed. He's in a huddle with Liv, Giles, and the registrar. The pianist has stopped playing, his hands resting on the piano keys. There's a buzz of chat among the guests, who have cottoned on that something is amiss. Necks crane, people's heads swiveling, between Seb and the door, at the back of the room through which I'm entering, in the hope that the bride will appear, resplendent in a beautiful dress. Seb's mum is making her way swiftly to Seb, her brow furrowed, while his dad is speaking to Sylvie, who looks confused. I spot Libby, sitting near the front on her own. She sees me and jumps up, holding a paper in one hand, which I gather is the poem she's meant to be reading out. "Something's going on," she says brusquely. "Do you know what? We're not on the best of terms since we had words the other day, so I'm happy to sound terse back. I need to speak to Seb." I approach the group at the front, heart pounding. There's no way that she'd send a message like that in her right mind. Seb's voice is raised, and he's stabbing his finger at his phone. "I just don't believe that is her. Look, you're obviously very distressed." The registrar has a soothing, gentle voice, but Seb shrugs off her words before she comes to the but. I can hear gathering in her voice. "I tell you something bad's happened. She's not in her right mind." He catches sight of me, and again his eyes bore into me in an unsettling way. If she even wrote that message, surely he doesn't suspect me. My eye twitches. This is not going at all how I wanted it to. I wanted to be the one to comfort him, to be the one he turns to. Instead, I'm held at a hostile arm's length. I'm calling the police. "Oh no." My heart's in my mouth as he says, after a few seconds, "Police please," to the operator. "My fiancée has gone missing on her wedding day." And then he's striding away out of the door. "She didn't turn up." A text. Out of character. The words float over to me, and I resist the urge to chase after him, to hear what he's saying. And then I catch sight of Sylvie, pushing past the people sitting on her row. She runs after him. "Dad, Dad," but he shakes his head at her, disappearing through the door. I rush over to her and put my arm around her. "What's going on? Where's Dad going?" Sylvie's voice wavers. She's only 13, and my heart goes out to her, despite the fact that I caused all this. I pull her towards me and cuddle her. I might not be able to comfort Seb, but at least I can provide solace to Sylvie, who is arguably more important to me anyway. She buries her head in my chest, and I stroke her hair, imagining Sylvie as my daughter. Then I remember whose daughter she really is, and my heart hardens. I've got to try and pull this off. I've got to. I'm about to explain to Sylvie when the registrar's voice booms round the room. "Excuse me, everybody." She's grabbed the microphone. There's utter silence in the room, all eyes on her. I'm afraid we have a bit of a situation. The woman's cheeks are pink, and she is flustered. The bride has not arrived for the wedding. We're not quite sure what is happening, but sadly, the wedding will not be happening for now. I'm sure all our thoughts are with Seb and Juliet in this distressing situation, and I hope they can resolve this quickly. Voices erupt. People are stunned and want to talk about it. Seb's mum is standing to the side of the registrar, wiping away tears. "I don't understand," Sylvie says, her eyes wide and anxious. "Where's Juliet?" I take her hand. She's decided that she doesn't want to go through with the wedding after all, and she's gone off somewhere on her own. It's because of her first husband, Matt. She doesn't feel ready after all to marry your dad. I squeeze her hand, trying to convey that it'll all be okay, that I'm here and will look after her. Emotions sweep across Sylvie's face, confusion and worry being the most prominent. "My dad, will he be okay?" she bursts out. "He'll be fine." I'm careful to make my voice as reassuring as possible. "Of course, he's shocked, but he's got you." "So, Juliet won't be marrying my dad," I shake my head. "Not if my plan works. She won't live with us anymore." "No, just me and Dad," she continues. I hesitate. If I can pull this off, there'll be a third person living with them. But hopefully she won't mind that. "Yes." A smile spreads across her face. "Good. I'm not sure if I hear that correctly." Her face is buried in my chest again. But whether she said it or not, that is how I feel too. Chapter 29. The police are now involved. I just hope they find you Sylvie is glued to Stranger Things on TV. We're curled up on the sofa in the snug, her knee touching mine. I revel in our physical closeness, and I sense that she does too. Despite her initial pleasure that her dad hasn't married Juliet, she's unsettled by what's happened today and the reactions of the adults around. I can understand Seb's mum being upset, but did she really have to cry in front of her granddaughter? And Seb is withdrawn and distracted, barely able to concentrate on what Sylvie has to say. We got back from the wedding a few hours ago, and the atmosphere has been awful. Seb almost instantly shut himself in his study. I've walked past a few times to see if there's any noise or action, but nothing, just silence behind the door. I feel like I'm walking on glass myself. The police are meant to be getting in touch later today about Juliet, and it's making me twitchy. Seb hasn't been very forthcoming, but he seems angry that they weren't arriving at the hotel with flashing blue lights within minutes of his call to report Juliet missing. I keep thinking of her down there, underneath my feet. What if Seb suddenly decides to go down to the basement? My heart rate quickens, and I suddenly find it hard to breathe. I finger the key to the basement in my pocket. The missing key might buy me a bit of time if he does, but it's only temporary. I heat up margarita pizza for Sylvie and break my own strict rule about not eating carbs to eat it with her. I might not really be a personal trainer by profession, but I am extremely strict about food. But the pizza is like sawdust in my mouth, and my throat is so dry that it's hard to swallow. I'm pleased to see that Sylvie happily tucks in, though. As a treat, she's eating it in front of the TV. Catching my eye, she smiles at me and then leans her head briefly against my shoulder. Despite the constant anxiety that forms a ball in my stomach and chest, I feel a shot of pure delight. I ruffle her hair. I know it must have been a really strange and unsettling day for you, but I'm always here for you, I murmur. My girl. I can be a mother to her in time. Sylvie smiles, a smear of tomato sauce on her chin. Thanks. I didn't like her. She wanted to take my mum's place with my dad. Her voice is so low that I can barely make out the words. I want to do the same thing, but not just for Seb, mostly for Sylvie. I open my mouth, then close it again. I don't want to say anything that might be seen as negative or incriminating against Juliet. Juliet. Is she still making that noise down there? On impulse, I stand up, muttering to Sylvie about needing the toilet, and head to the basement door. I pause. Do I really want to know what she might be doing down there? But my feet automatically take one step after another. I press my ear against the door. Just silence. I'm relieved. I need her to stay like that and not alert anyone to her presence. A hopeful thought forms. Maybe she's not alive. That would be best for everyone, including her. Guilt raises its head at the thought of her having a long, lingering death, despite the fact that I won't let anything get in the way of what I want. I deserve it. I've been unlucky my whole life, with people grabbing what I want, and it's my turn now. I think about the way that Juliet had a lovely first husband and then has walked seamlessly to another wonderful man. I think about her great financial situation with 2 beautiful houses in South London compared to my bland little flat, which I pay an extortionate amount of rent for. I rented the whole time in Australia too. I want to own my own place. I glance around. I will. I just need to get rid of Juliet. I'm about to go back to the snug when I hear it. Thump. Thump. No, not again. I press my ear so hard against the door that it hurts. Silence. Then thump, thump, thump. I was clutching at straws to think she would be dead this quickly. Unless something catastrophic happens to her, it's likely to be dehydration that gets her. In my searches on the internet, I've read that it can be anything from 3 days to a few weeks. The thumping is drowned out by the sound of the doorbell. I can hear Seb come out of his study and open the front door. Hello. His voice is flat but suddenly official sounding. With a jolt of unease, I dash out of the garage to see 2 official-looking men on the doorstep. One shows a badge. Sebastian White? Seb peers at it. Detective Inspector Tom Davies, he reads out loud. The other man also produces his badge, introducing himself as a detective constable. I freeze in horror. I never thought the police would come round to the house. I thought they would simply call Seb, in light of my text that showed Juliet left of her own free will. Thump, thump, thump. Surely that was my imagination. The sound of Juliet kicking can't possibly be heard outside the garage. I stuff my fist into my mouth. Between that and the policeman, I just want to crumple in a heap and scream. Come in. Seb's voice has brightened. I race into the study, where Sylvie is still stuffing pizza into her mouth, eyes fixed on the TV screen. I collapse next to her on the sofa, my heart hammering. Sylvie snuggles up against me. Stay with me while I finish watching Stranger Things. 10 minutes ago, my heart would have soared at her gesture. But instead, all I can think about is the policeman in the next room. I half-heartedly return her gesture, the smell of the cheese and tomato of her pizza making me feel sick. The door opens and Seb's face appears. 2 policemen have arrived and want a word, he says evenly. Is that a spark of triumph in his eyes? I try not to retch as I stand up. Police? Sylvie leaps up too. Why are they here? Seb pulls her to him. We need to find out where Juliet is. Sylvie moves away from him. Why? She asks dourly. I don't hear the rest of the conversation as I walk to the living room. My hands are clammy and my chest tight. I've got to calm down, otherwise I'll look as guilty as sin. I pause outside the living room door and take a few juddering breaths before I enter. Detective Inspector Tom Davies stands up, showing his badge to me. He towers over me, at well over 6 feet tall. His eyebrows are bushy and he has a thick mustache. The DC stays seated. As I'm sure you realize, I'm here because of Juliet. You're the last person to have seen her, so I'd like to ask you a few questions. Chapter 30. I hope you're dead. I hope you're dead. I hope you're dead. Message deleted. I'm trying to put together a timeline, Inspector Davies explains. So, can you start by telling me what happened yesterday, the day before the wedding? Of course. My voice has gone up a notch, and I curse myself for it, the chink in my calm armor. My mind goes blank. All I can think about is slipping those drugs in her smoothies and champagne, which of course is totally off limits. She went off early to collect her wedding dress. I begin. I run through the chain of events, concentrating on ensuring that my voice is steady, trying to ignore the pocket notebook he is writing in. He fires out questions at me, each one making me want to wince like a ball is hitting me. But each time I manage to answer, careful to sound as honest and helpful as possible, as well as worried. When I finish, there's a pause. Then Inspector Davies gets to his feet, followed by the DC. I'd like to have a look around the house now. Oh my God. The physical sensation in my stomach is as if I'm on a roller coaster. Of course, I'd better get Seb. My voice is bland as I lead them to the snug. Perhaps Seb won't want them to look around the house. The straws I'm clutching at crumple as Seb nods. Please do. Do you want me to come with you? Game over. He'll point out the basement. I swallow hard. Inspector Davies shakes his head. No. We'll have a look, and if I have any questions, I'll get you. They walk out of the room, and I sink onto the sofa, my legs like jelly. I'm struggling to breathe as I picture the police at the basement door, rattling it, and then demanding the key, which rubs against my thigh in my pocket, as if a burning ember. Seb looks glum. It's not like they'll find anything, but at least they're taking it seriously, he mutters, speaking to himself. Sylvie half climbs onto his knee, looking like a vulnerable 8-year-old and not a just-turned teenager. Dad, are you okay? I'm scared. She clings to him, arms around his neck, mouth in his ear. I know how she feels. On the one hand, relieved that Juliet's gone, the other scared this will upend life as we know it. Seb cuddles her hard. We'll be okay. I'll be okay. Don't worry. It'll get sorted, and whatever happens, you'll be my priority. Seb has suddenly snapped to attention, for the first time this day, giving his daughter proper attention. Sylvie's arms tighten harder, and she lifts her face up, a small smile playing on her lips. There's a hint of maliciousness in it. So? She has openly not been happy that he was with Juliet, replacing her mum. I can't judge, considering my own major role. Silence. It's torture waiting for the policeman to return. The TV blares, but all 3 of us are ignoring it, lost in a world of our own. Suddenly, Inspector Davies enters the room, his steps brisk. I can't see anything amiss. I feel like I've been let out of jail. I can't believe it. Thank God the basement is in an unusual place in the garage. They must have missed the door, especially as I made sure it is almost covered by the fridge. I hold my breath, terrified my get-out-of-jail card will be snatched back by Seb mentioning the basement. But he stays silent. D.I. Davies explains what will happen next. We'll search the neighborhood, knock on doors and check local hospitals. I've rung the local hospitals. Seb interjects sharply, obviously frustrated that not more is being done. Inspector Davies gives a slight nod. I'd like to take any devices she has, he says. Seb disentangles himself with difficulty from Sylvie. She has a laptop and iPad I can give you. Please can you get them? The policeman pauses. And, do you have CCTV cameras or a camera doorbell? Yes, we have a camera doorbell. I take it you'd like a look. I pause, my heart thumping in my ears. I doubt it'll be much use. The battery's flat. I had a notification on my app last week. I haven't got round to changing it. Seb hangs his head, awkward and uncomfortable. Don't worry, we'll take a look at its data in the cloud anyway, the policeman says smoothly. I suppress my smile. I planned well. I remove the batteries and replace them with flat ones. Luckily, Seb doesn't seem to have suspected a thing, and it's on him if the police raise any awkward questions. D.I. Davies and his DC say their goodbyes, promising to be in touch. Seb bangs his forehead against the closed door. Something's happened to her, and I don't think they're taking it seriously. He bashes his head again, and I take a step back, alarmed. Seb is not acting as I know him, his unflappable, calm and controlled manner. Something that I find so attractive is gone. Seb raises his head and rubs his eyes. They are bloodshot and watery. I hope they searched the basement, he says suddenly. It's a bit hidden away, so maybe they didn't see it. I nod my head, mechanically up and down, in agreement. My chest compresses and I can't breathe. Not that it makes any difference. Of course Juliet's not anywhere in this house. He gives a snort of contempt. I can breathe again. I turn away to walk back to the snug. But still, I'd better check, just in case, Seb says. My stomach lurches. I turn around slowly, and he looks straight into my eyes, with that strange, quizzical look he had earlier in the day. I force myself to stare back at him. Sure. Chapter 31. I did a workout today, a kettlebell one. It reminded me of UX. I stand still in the living room, my mind whirling as I try to decide what to do. Should I grab my stuff and race out of the house immediately, or stay and see if he finds anything? I'm paralyzed with indecision. What if he hears her? My mind is crammed with the banging I heard. It fills my ears and I shake my head to get rid of it. I'm fingering the key in my pocket when Seb walks back in. I can't find the key, he mutters, frustrated. God knows what I've done with it. I'll need to have a good look for it, but I don't think it's urgent. He flings his phone face down on the table. Everyone's contacting me constantly. And I know they mean well, but I don't have the energy to keep replying. He sits down heavily, pulling his tie off and flinging it on the floor. He's still in his wedding suit. It had looked so crisp on him this morning, but is now creased and crumpled in places. Even the tulip in his buttonhole is slightly wilted. I don't speak for a few moments, swept up in the utter relief that he hasn't found Juliet, and that he's not keen on pursuing the locked basement door. I sit down next to him. I don't blame you. I cringe at the blandness of my response, and am trying to think of something to say that is deeper and more momentous when he jumps to his feet. Sylvie. Bed, he calls. It's late. After what's happened today, I'd have just let her stay up. But she's not my child. Yet. Sylvie shuffles into the room, reluctance to go to bed seeping out of her. I'm really upset. I don't want to go to bed on my own. I won't sleep, she whines. Seb pulls her into his arms. I won't be long. I'll come up and see you, he says. I can tell it's an effort for him to sound calm and warm. Sylvie pulls a face but grudgingly agrees to go to bed. She stomps slowly upstairs. Seb sinks onto the sofa again. I could really do with a drink after today, he says. Want to join me? Yes. It reverberates in my head so loudly that I'm worried I've spoken the word out loud. But Seb's expression is the same as he looks expectantly at me. I've got to play this right. Cool, but empathetic. Sure, I smile at him. Red wine? Seb leaps up, looking like he can't get to a bottle quick enough. I'd prefer a vodka and diet tonic water, as it has fewer calories, but now isn't the time to say. Seb is back in record time, clutching 2 glasses and a bottle of expensive-looking red. He wrenches the top off the bottle and pours the wine hurriedly into the glasses. It slops over mine, leaving blobs on the marble coffee table. I pick up my glass, watching the red liquid cover my fingertips. I think about Juliet incarcerated, below my feet. I've got blood on my hands. I concentrate on putting Juliet out of my mind. I'm so sorry, I say as Seb takes a huge glug of wine. Seb turns the television on and aimlessly channel surfs. Thanks. It's certainly not how I expected my wedding day to end up. Seb stares into his glass, which I notice he has almost drained. He grabs the bottle and fills his glass up. I'm so worried, Claudia. I just don't believe that she'd walk out and leave me, especially on her wedding day. We were so unbelievably happy to find each other after the tragedy we've both been through. He pauses and takes a large mouthful of wine. I savor the way he says my name, like I'm a confidant to his hurt and despair. We had such a bond. He puts his glass down hard on the table. Something's happened to her. She did send the text message, though, saying she had to get away. I point out, making sure my voice is slow and steady. I think she panicked, going by that. How do we know that it was her that sent it? Seb's eyes are on me again in that disconcerting way, where it seems his X-ray vision can peel back layers and see into my soul. Someone could have sent it pretending to be her. Well, I think that's very unlikely, I stutter. You were with her in the final hours before she went. Were there any clues? Seb leans closer to me, clasping his hands over his knees. I want to gently take his hand and tell him it will be okay. I'm silent, wondering what to say and what not to. I finally decide it's best to tell a version of the truth. She was quiet and tired, I offer. I found her in bed in the early evening. I had to get her up. She wasn't herself. Looking back, actually, maybe she was like that because she thought she couldn't go through with it and was planning on disappearing. Seb looks crestfallen. I don't understand it. He drains his glass, and then he's on his feet, and a minute later returns with another bottle of red. He pours himself a generous glass and proffers the bottle to me. I place a hand over my glass. Not just yet. He's going to get drunk. Good. He leans closer to me, and I enjoy the little flame that flares up in my belly. Things were tense between you, he says. She punched you. That's totally out of character. That flame has been extinguished instantly. I don't know why she did that, I say quickly. But why do you think she did it? Seb wants to pursue this. He takes another mouthful of wine. Because she was jealous of me. Because I struck a bond with Sylvie. Because she was angry that I helped Sylvie choose a black dress for the wedding. The words tumble out of my mouth. I don't mention the other things. The little things that no doubt Juliet found hard to articulate, but which built up a wall of distrust and anger between us. I can't blame her. But it's what I wanted. Seb looks down into his glass. It's been really hard for Sylvie, and maybe I moved too fast. But I fell in love with Juliet. I tried to take it slow. But we clicked and I couldn't stop it, and I know she felt the same way. I forced down a sip of wine and pasted a smile on my face. I'm not enjoying listening to how much he adores Juliet. And to be honest, although I love Jessie, things weren't great for the last few months. We seemed to bicker and fight over everything. We wound each other up. It really upset Sylvie. This is interesting. I'd much rather hear about that than his sickly sweet love for Juliet. Why did you fight? I asked, leaning forward in what I hope is an empathetic way. Seb is silent. He turns the TV off with a quick switch, and I savors the sudden quiet. She was amazing at everything. She put herself under so much pressure to be perfect at all times, and I suppose that trickled down to me. Her job consumed her. I mean, God, I wasn't easy either. It's safe to say I was obsessed by my job. But the two of us being like that, well, we clashed. He drains his wine. I still loved her so much, he adds quickly. She was a perfectionist, and that was the reason behind all her behavior. Perfectionist. Yes, she was certainly that. The familiar anger begins to bubble in me. Juliet is more laid back into her career, but not making it the be-all and end-all. But, God, who am I to talk? Look at what I'm like with my own business. It's your own business. Of course you're like that. It must consume you. I worry I sound glib, but Seb gives a half smile. That's good for me to hear, but I guess you understand that. What with owning your own business too? I'm about to correct him, to explain that I don't own my own business, that I work for the good old NHS, when I quickly snap my mouth shut. Idiot. Sometimes I forget. It's not like I have many clients. Well, I'm not sure I'd compare my small personal fitness freelancing with your financial business and its clients, I say demurely. Lil ol me, hey. Still, I'm not entirely lying. My business is 90% one client. Yeah, but you're a sole trader and understand what it's like. Jessie, for all her amazing career, was always an employee. I don't think she quite understood the stresses of running your own business, Seb insists. His glass is empty. I'm going to have a whiskey. Want to join me? I don't like whiskey, but then I think about what's happening in the basement. I need some Dutch courage. Of course. Why did you leave Australia? Seb hands me a double whiskey. Just thinking about Australia. The glass is at my mouth, and I'm gulping the liquid down. I cough and splutter. Sorry, I don't drink whiskey much. Seb's eyes are on me, expectant. I had a partner in Australia. Rob and I wanted children. I tried IVF after IVF, and it didn't work. The stress ripped us apart. We split up, and I didn't want to stay out there after that, and so I came back to the UK. Almost the truth. I'm sorry, it must have been awful for you. Seb stares at the floor, seemingly embarrassed. That annoys me. Yes, it was bloody awful, I snap. I'm still so sad. Seb leans forward. He must regret splitting up with you so much, he says simply. I'm mollified and am about to reply when he says, I need to go to bed. Not that I'll sleep, but I'm done with this day. You coming? Yes. I stand up robotically and follow him upstairs, glancing at Sylvie's bedroom door. It's firmly closed, and there's no sound coming from behind it. Thanks for listening to me. Seb stares at me. He is very still. Talk to me any time you want. I hesitate. Oh, blow it. I'm going to go for it. I lean forward and my arms are around him. I'm tipsy, and I think he is too. He staggers slightly, and then his arms snake around me, his face close to me, and his lips are on mine. And then we're kissing passionately, his hands moving under my dress. He pushes me into his bedroom, and we fall on the bed. I unbutton his shirt, and my hands run up and down his taut chest. He runs his fingers through my hair, and we continue to kiss. I know where this is going, and I'm relishing it. This should have happened years ago, if it hadn't been for one thing standing in my way. Jessie. Even as I savor his hands on my body and his lips on mine, I feel a spark of hatred. Seb stops. You okay? He slurs in my ear. To reply, I clasp his face with my hands in an iron grip. The light slips through the cracks in the blinds, and I crack open one eye cautiously. My head throbs, a byproduct of the wine and whiskey. I don't drink much, so I'm a cheap date. I turn my head to look at Seb, drinking in his long lashes, the floppy dark hair that's so shiny and smooth my fingers ache to stroke it. I have wanted this for so long. I can't believe I've pulled this off. I'm lost in my dreams. The suitcases that I lugged over to stay with Juliet are here permanently. This will become my bedroom as well, with the large, airy windows and high ceilings. I'll be a parent to Sylvie along with Seb, strolling into her school parents' evening hand in hand. I stare at him again, peacefully asleep, running through last night in my head. I want to pull the duvet off him, feel his skin against mine. I shiver with anticipation and raise my hand to stroke his cheek, where a 5 o'clock shadow is starting to burst through, when Seb opens his eyes. I lean over him, arranging my hair to tickle his shoulders in what I hope is a seductive way. Seb's eyes look blank for a moment, and then they swivel to my face. But he doesn't reflect my happy emotions. Rather, his mouth opens in a grimace and his eyes widen, but not in a good way. A sick feeling sweeps through my stomach, growing more intense as he lets out what can only be described as a wail. He moves away from me, pulling hard at his hair. Oh, what did I do? I had too much to drink, he mumbles, staring at the ceiling. I'm floored. I'd been so carried away with the happily ever after that is rightfully mine, it hadn't occurred to me that he would regret last night. I'm sorry. I think we both had a bit too much to drink and got carried away, I say at last, determined to play it cool and hide the knot of panic that's expanding by the second in my stomach. Finally, he looks at me, his eyes scanning my eyes, my hair, and then they flick to my body. My knot of worry turns to a bubble of hope. Is he admiring me, realizing that actually, he doesn't regret last night, despite Juliet? He moves his face close to mine. I automatically open my lips, my eyes closing. What are you doing here, Claudine? I freeze. How? I can't get the words out. I feel winded. I honestly thought I'd got away with it. That I was Claudia, a random personal trainer, to him, not Jesse's sister. Chapter 32, Claudine before, 2009 Jessie, my sister. I'm back in that night, so vividly, that it feels like my sister is only a few centimeters away from me. So close that I could reach over and claw her face with my nails. When I see Seb at the nightclub, I'm transfixed. Me and my sister are on a rare night out together. It's her 21st birthday, and she's gathered all her home friends and university friends together. It's the university holidays, so she's back at home in Surrey. Jessie, being Jessie, of course, had to have multiple birthday celebrations. One at university, Cambridge of course, studying mathematics, and in line for a first-class degree. I worked in a dead-end job as a waitress before deciding that I wanted to be a nurse. I had the GCSEs and A-levels. My problem was that I lacked confidence in myself and lost my way for a few years. But I managed to go to university to study for a nursing degree. I've just got my first job at the local hospital, not that it could ever compare to what she is going to achieve. I can still hear my hateful mum's voice powering over everyone else's. Oh, my daughter's studying at Cambridge University. Yes, so terribly competitive to get in. Oh, we are unbelievably proud. She's on for a first in maths. I can't believe it. I was always poor at it. I don't know where she got her great gift from. Cue smug titter. When anyone asks after me, my mum has a flat, polite tone, not reaching the excited chatter when she speaks about my sister. Well, fuck her. As well as her party at university, we also had a big family celebration, which even my great aunt attended, in a posh hotel where everybody stayed the night, and the celebrations continued into the next day. My 21st family birthday celebration was a damp squib by comparison. We went to the local, cheap-ish restaurant, had a few bottles of Prosecco, not champagne, and then everyone was home by 10 p.m. My great-aunt didn't attend, and then she has a home friends celebration, which a few of her university friends attend, even though they'd already attended her party at uni. She's obviously so popular people are happy to splash money and time doing multiple celebrations for her. The thought makes bile rise in my throat. I plaster on a wide smile, trying to hide my hatred and jealousy of her. This was the most relaxed of the celebrations. An Italian restaurant, and then the local nightclub. I've dressed carefully, in a vintage dress and heels, a dress that I hope skims over my stomach. But when I look at myself in the mirror before we go out, my stomach forms a football under the dress, the elegant strappy heels emphasizing the chubbiness of my ankles. In contrast, my sister is slim and elegant in a tight-fitting pink dress. Her hair is smooth and voluminous, framing her face. I've had to tie my wild locks back. I'm feeling miserably aware of my shortcomings compared to my sister. Everything from looks and figure to brains and future potential. She beats me every single time. I nurse a white wine at the nightclub bar, watching her on the dance floor, flicking her hair and gyrating her hips, while chatting excitedly to her friends. She doesn't care, and no doubt hasn't noticed, that I'm sitting glumly on my own. I don't fit in, either with her university friends, with their big brains and slightly supercilious ways, or her home friends, who know full well that we've never got on. I take a sip of my wine, fighting back tears as I endlessly compare us in my head, my eyes fixed on her, when a man stands next to me, ordering a pint. I don't pay much attention when he continues to stand next to me, having been given his beer. Why should I? Men never pay me attention, especially when I'm with my sister. Then I notice he is looking at me. Even in the dark nightclub, I can see the indigo blue of his eyes, the square jaw, with its cleft and floppy dark hair, that I suddenly want to run my hands through. He looks like he's a few years older than me, perhaps mid-20s. Hi, You okay? You look how I feel, the man says, taking a gulp of his beer. I blush instantly, embarrassed that my negative mood and insecurity are written all over my face. I'm fine. I'm here for my sister's birthday, I reply stiltedly. The man sighs and stares at me, right into my eyes. I colour again and gaze at the floor. He's very good looking. So why is he talking to me and staring at me? No doubt laughing to himself at my wonky teeth and wild curls, which is a polite way of describing my hair. I'm not fine. The man stares into his beer glass. His mouth turns down, and any hint of a smile has gone. My girlfriend of 2 years finished with me last week, and it's been a shock. I'm out with my mates for Ted's birthday. He gestures to a big group in the corner of the club, clutching pints and shots. But I'm not really in the mood to party. They said it'd do me good, help me forget. I'm not really in the mood for it either, I confide. Oh, why's that? Same boat as me. He leans forward, smiling at me. I hesitate. No, and I wish I was. It would make me feel more normal. I can't exactly say that it's being out with my sister, wearing her popularity and cleverness around her like a cloak, stripping me of any tiny specks of confidence that I have. I can't say that I feel like a failure compared to her, or for her, stunning, first at Cambridge, and no doubt walking into a brilliant job. While I just scraped into my nurse's degree at the local university, I can't tell him that I feel left out in the cold by my parents, who are focused on my wonderful sister. I'm an afterthought. Oh, it's a few things, I say wanly. He seems to take the hint that I don't want to discuss it. I'm Seb. He pulls out his hand and shakes mine, his palm firm and his grasp strong. Claudine. I smile widely, then quickly cover my mouth with my hand, embarrassed that I have just flaunted my misshapen teeth. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see Jessie still strutting her stuff on the dance floor, surrounded by her friends. No one's noticed that I'm not among them. But then they wouldn't, would they? I'm the colourless little mouse in the corner, in contrast to my sister's multicoloured brilliance. What do you do? Seb asks. Training to be a nurse. Seb slams down his pint. Really? My mum's a nurse. And then he's asking me all about my degree and training. I want to be a paediatric nurse. I've always loved children, and it feels so good to have a goal to fix on after an aimless few years of drifting from temporary job to job. My mum's a paediatric nurse. Seb seems fascinated by my career aspirations, and we talk all about it, including my dream of working in Australia as a nurse. As far away as I can get from Jessie. How wonderful to be thousands upon thousands of miles away from her, and my family somewhere I can start afresh, totally out of her shadow. I'd never have to see her again. Seb seems very inspired by his mum, so when I ask what he's doing, I almost expect him to say something in the medical field. But no. He's at a top London university, studying economics. He's modest about it, unlike my sister, but it seems he's expected to get a first, like her. I glance about nervously, but luckily Jessie's nowhere in sight. He buys us margarita cocktails, and I can't believe it when the bell goes to announce the club is closing. I've really enjoyed talking to you, Seb says. I hold my breath. Is he going to kiss me? But instead, he whips out his phone. Can I take your number, please? Suddenly, I find it hard to breathe, like my chest is going to explode with wonder and excitement. Sure, I squeak, trying to act cool but failing miserably. I've just finished giving him my number when I'm swamped by Jessie and her friends. They are laughing riotously, obviously drunk. Where did you disappear to? Asks Jessie teasingly. I hate that in public. She's affectionate and chatty with me, the opposite to her superciliousness when we're alone. Chatting to me. Sorry to have taken her away, Seb says, standing so close to me that his shoulder brushes mine. I see Jessie look him up and down swiftly, a little smile playing with her mouth. There's a sensation in my chest again, but this time it's prickly and uncomfortable. I inch closer to him, but suddenly Jessie's best friend from home, Holly, grabs my arm. Quick, you need to get your coat before they shut the cloakroom. She grabs my reluctant arm and pulls me away. I sharply twist my arm, trying to throw her off. Stupid cow. I've always disliked butter. Won't melt in mouth Holly, best friends with Jessie since the first year of secondary school. She's a good girl as well. Straight as and at Oxford University. Get off. I hissed, twisting back to see Seb chatting to Jessie. Please no. The margarita and wine mix in my stomach and suddenly make me want to heave. Chapter 33. I wake up, a slight throbbing in my temples reminding me of the alcohol that I had last night. It also reminds me of the lovely man who chatted to me intently for my whole time at the nightclub. The man with the blue eyes and floppy hair who had a genuine interest in my life. Seb. I grab my phone, filled with hope as I click on it. No notifications pop up on my screen, but nonetheless I click on WhatsApp. There are no new messages. I start worrying. Did I give him my number correctly? What if he misheard and got a digit wrong? Then memories of Seb chatting to Jessie fill my mind as Holly pulled me away to the cloakroom. My chest is tight. I take a deep breath. When I got back to Jessie, as quickly as possible, my coat slung over my shoulder. There was no sign of Seb, much to my relief. Jessie was instead surrounded by her friends, taking center stage, as she normally does. They had 5 minutes together, if that. As if anything is ever going to happen in that time. And there was no mention of him by anyone either. I give myself a shake. It's crazy to be getting this het up and obsessed about a bloke I only met briefly. I know that's what everyone would think if I told them, including Jessie. Especially Jessie, but I don't have dates or boyfriends. I go to the hospital and then come home, make my dinner, which I eat in my bedroom, and then go to bed, barely speaking to my parents, or indeed anyone. I get up slowly, my throat parched. I rummage around the bathroom cupboard, take some paracetamol. I spend the rest of the day flitting between pacing my cramped bedroom and trying to concentrate on reading a novel while lying on my single bed. The bed I've had since I was 11 years old, Jessie of course, has the larger room. Despite being the younger sibling by 2 years, she even has a double bed. But she needs the bigger room because of all her studying. My mum tells me periodically, whenever I bring it up. I grip my hands tightly, just thinking about my mum's words, uttered in an offhand tone. It's times like these that I imagine myself wrapping my hands around Jessie's slim, perfect neck, squeezing and squeezing. I don't want to see her or my mum and dad, and stay upstairs, occasionally nipping out to the bathroom to fill my glass with water. Every few minutes my attention wanders to my phone. No matter how hard I stare at it, even swiping every few minutes to my messages, my phone is resolutely silent. No, beep, nothing. I wish I'd taken Seb's number so that I could text him. I'm wondering if there's a way to find out his contact details. When music starts to blare through the wall, I can hear her thumping about her room. I frown, Jessie's clumsy loud movements and music blaring into my room, setting my teeth on edge. I stomp out of my room and burst into Jessie's room without knocking. Can you keep it down? I can't concentrate on my book, I snap. Jessie is standing at her full-length mirror, applying mascara onto her lashes. She has a full face of makeup, her bright pink lips a highlight. Dressed in skinny jeans and a lacy top, it's obvious she's going out for the night. Going out then? I ask. Then it hits me. A date? Jessie pouts her lips, giving herself one more admiring glance before turning to face me. Yes, it's a bit unexpected. It's that guy you were talking to yesterday, Seb. He asked for my number and texted me this morning to ask me for a drink. I was a bit surprised. We only chatted for a few minutes. She gives a faux modest giggle. But I was pleased. I think he's hot. There are black dots in front of my eyes. I feel like a rhino about to charge head down. All those rejections that I've suffered through life. Because of Jessie. Parade through my mind. And it's not just with men but women, starting with when I was 7 years old. The new next-door neighbor Lucy, aged 6, chose Jessie to be her friend. They'd run off laughing and hiding from me. Stacy on holiday, aged 13. Let's just play on our own, I heard her whisper to Jessie. Playing with our cousins, aged 14. We were playing a silly game, would you rather? Would you rather be Jessie or Claudine? Agatha asked Georgie. The answer was instant. Jessie. She's so pretty and clever. Aged 16, and I had such a crush on Athletic Anthony, as everyone called him, due to his sporting prowess. Me and half the school. Who did he kiss at our school disco? Jessie, of course. I remember watching them, wanting to rip their faces apart. And then, at 20, When I was working in a bar, I struck up a great friendship with Damon. We grew closer, and I started to see him as more than a friend. I think he felt the same way. Then he met my sister when he came back to our house. That was it. Dropped like a stone as he went out with Jessie. That one didn't last more than a few weeks, as Jessie didn't feel he was academic enough for her. And now this. You knew I liked him, I hiss. It doesn't sound like my voice, but that of something demonic. Not that Jessie appears to notice or care. What? She has the cheek to say. She marches past me to her bedroom door. What are you talking about? Okay, I saw you talking to him, but you never said anything. If you'd have said I wouldn't go on a date with him. Bullshit. I follow her out of the door. You don't give a crap about how I feel. It must have been obvious I liked him. You must have seen the way we stood, the way we talked. Probably made you even keener to go after him. Jessie finally decides to glance briefly at me as she heads to the bathroom, to no doubt put the finishing touches to her hair and face for her date. I'm sick of your jealousy. You've literally been like this since I was at reception in primary school. Why are you always obsessed with my life and what I'm doing? Focus on your own. It's not my fault that I have boyfriends, and I'm doing really well at university. Maybe you need to get out of your shell and stop expecting things to come to you. If you want friends and a boyfriend, put yourself out there. I start to shake. It starts in my legs and spreads up my trunk and into my arms and hands. That's what I did last night. Again, I don't sound human. Jessie pauses. I wasn't to know. You should have told me. She starts moving again, past the staircase. I clench my fists. I hate her so violently. I wish you were dead. It's like someone is controlling my body, as if I'm a puppet. I jump forward and watch in astonishment as my hand shoots out and pushes her ferociously. There's a short, sharp scream. Then she tumbles down the stairs. A sickening crack as her head hits the laminate floor below. I stand frozen, watching as blood trickles from her ear and drips onto the floor. Chapter 34. Neither of my parents pay me any heed as Mum screams down the phone for an ambulance. I stand on the stairs and watch as the blood continues to trickle from Jessie's ear, and she makes a snoring sound as she breathes, unconscious. I watch as Dad, meaning well, grabs a cushion and places it under Jessie's head. I don't tell him that you're not meant to move someone's head after a brain injury. My parents stare in horror as the paramedics cut off her clothes. I gaze as they destroy her date clothes. The pretty top that shows off her toned arms and ample chest. The tight jeans that highlights her curvy backside. They bustle out of the door with the paramedics, my mum heaving with sobs, with not a backwards look in my direction. As usual. I bet if it were me on that stretcher, and not Jessie, my mum wouldn't be crying so hard that she takes great big gulps. I don't know what to do with myself. Is she going to die? I'm scared. I'm a murderer if so. It was accidental, whispers my inner voice, rolling round my head in circles, placating my fears. You didn't mean it. She pushed you over the edge this time. You hit out without thinking. It wasn't premeditated. And best of all, it murmurs. No one saw you. I fill a bowl with washing up liquid and hot water, and start scrubbing studiously at the bloodstains on the floor. There's more than I realized, with splatters adorning the lower stairs. I'm rubbing away at the last blemish on the bottom step when I realize that she won't be able to go on her date with Seb tonight. Good. What I did was worth it just for that alone. She's lying in a hospital bed, her face almost as white as the pillow, hooked up to a vital signs monitor machine. Mum is gripping Jessie's hand, tears running down her face, while Dad is clasping her other hand, blinking rapidly. They take the chairs by the bed. I'm standing in the corner of the room. As usual, they form a little band together, with me on the outside. She's had a traumatic brain injury, a bleed in the left-hand temple area of the brain. After an MRI, she was rushed into surgery to drain the hematoma. It was a success, and she's going to survive. But doctors said that injury in the left-hand side of the brain affects speech and can cause language difficulties, and that she may have to have speech therapy and go to a rehabilitation unit. Jessie opens her eyes and blearily glances around the room before closing them again. We'd been told that she would be very sleepy for the first few days. She emits a soft snore. I'm torn. I hate her, but I don't really want my sister to die. I'm not a psychopath. Plus, if she dies, I killed her. I don't want to go to jail. But it occurs to me that if she lives, there's more chance I'll get caught. If she remembers what I did before she fell unconscious, she'll tell the police. Of course she will. She hates me and will no doubt delight in getting me sent down. Then, that's it. Game over. My heart starts beating rapidly. My life hasn't been great so far, but I'm on the cusp of my career as a nurse. I don't want it all to end with years in prison if she blabs. Maybe it's best if she dies. And then she opens her eyes a chink. Mum makes a howling sound and grasps Jessie's hand. It makes me want to punch my mother in the face. If it was me, it goes round my head constantly. You wouldn't care. My darling, how are you feeling? Mum breathes. Jessie's eyes are blank, and then they slowly fix on Mum. Dad bends over and lays his hand gently on her hair. I want to swipe it off. I clench my fists. My phone. Her voice is slurred and slow. Need it, text. She pauses again and takes a deep breath. Seb, what? Dad leans forward, cupping his ear. Jessie's eyes are half closed, and I hope that she might fall asleep again. Phone. Her voice is weak and persistent. Phone. Yes, darling, I've got it. It was lying on the floor with you. I'm amazed it didn't smash after the fall. Mum grabs it out of her bag. My heart sinks. I wish I'd thought to take the phone, but the shock of what I'd done and of seeing Jessie lying unconscious meant I hadn't thought to swipe it. I barely registered Mum picking it up, muttering that Jessie might want it. Despite everything that's happened to her, a brain injury, for God's sake, she still cares about her date with a man she met for all of 5 minutes. I picture Seb's intense blue eyes on me, seemingly fascinated by my dreams of being a nurse. It must have all been an act. Maybe he somehow magically knew that I was Jessie's sister, and he used me to get close to her. I hate him. I watch as Mum hands Jessie her phone. Jessie agitatedly points at the screen, unable to get the words out. Me, Mum, and Dad look at the screen. I know what it'll show. Sure enough, there are several missed calls from Seb and messages. Ah, your date last night, says Mum. He sounds such a nice young man. There's a sharp pulling pain in my heart. I'll message him or call him for you, I say brightly, holding out my hand for Jessie's phone. And tell him that you're not interested anymore. I keep my jolly smile on, hiding the dark voices in my head. I wish you had died. Jessie slowly turns her eyes on me. Despite their heaviness, the sleepy gaze, her look conveys that she remembers only too well what I did. NN. She's trying in vain to get the words out. No. The snarl even makes Dad take his hand off her head in surprise. She looks beseechingly at Mum. Oh, darling, you want me to get in touch with him, to let him know what happened and why you didn't turn up. Of course. Mum takes the phone, giving me a brief glance. It looks like she gives the tiniest shake of her head. Hatred for Mother, dearest, bubbles up again. I know she thinks I'm inept, not to be trusted with anything. I bet she wishes beyond anything that I was the one lying in that hospital bed with a head injury instead. Mind you, if I was, I doubt I'd be seeing much of her. The curtains are abruptly pulled back and a man in scrubs is standing there. Hello. I'm a Dr. Sullivan. The doctor has kind eyes, covered by half-moon spectacles. I need to speak to you about something we discovered in surgery. He leans down over Jessie, but gazes up at my parents and me. Yes? Mum's face is taut and her fists are clenched. Dad stands beside her very still. Please don't worry, Dr. Sullivan says quickly. But when we started surgery, Jessie had a very fast, abnormal heart rate. We've given her an ECG and echocardiogram, and she has ventricular tachycardia. Mum gives a little scream, her hands flying to her mouth, even though I'm sure she doesn't really know what this condition is. Let me explain. Dr. Sullivan clasps his hands. It's a heart rhythm disorder, he tells us, where the ventricles beat too fast. This could cause a host of problems, the most serious being cardiac arrest. Dad lays his head gently against Jessie's at that, and Mum touches her shoulder. I feel the love between the three of them, like an electric shock that causes me a jolt of pain and pushes me from outside their cozy circle. A judder of disappointment vibrates through me when he tells us that Although serious, it is very treatable and that she will be put on medication to control it. But she's never had any symptoms. Mum says in that annoying, teary voice that makes me want to punch her. People sometimes don't have any symptoms, explains Dr. Sullivan. But if they do, it tends to be palpitations, shortness of breath, or chest pains. Jessie raises her hand. It looks like an immense effort. She taps her chest. Fast. Fast beat sometimes, she says. Ah, so you have been having symptoms. The doctor nods his head knowingly. Do you know, if you hadn't had the brain injury, we might never have uncovered this condition. So, he's not crass enough to say, every cloud has a silver lining. A white-hot poker of anger shoots through me. By pushing Jessie down the stairs, I might have saved her life. I look her in the eye, and she stares back steadily. Her eyes are dark and full of hatred. If they could laser beam into my head, they would. I look away first. Chapter 35. Jessie is sitting up in bed, looking more alert, although her mouth droops slightly, and her eyes are still muted looking. It's 3 days later, and Mum told me that Jessie wants me to visit her. After my first visit, I haven't stepped foot in the hospital. Thankfully, she's in a different one to the one I work in, one that is more specialized in brain conditions and injuries. I keep my head down, diligently working my nurse shifts, trying to keep the ever-growing ball of nerves at bay. Every time my phone rings, or there's a knock on the door, I jump out of my skin, terrified it's the police, about to arrest me. I've debated over and over whether to message Seb. I managed to grab his number quickly from Jessie's phone when Mum left it lying on the waiting room table when she went to the coffee machine at the hospital. My fingers are poised over his WhatsApp picture, which shows the blue of his eyes and firm jaw to perfection. But what can I say? And it seems that he will be having his date with Jessie, despite her brain injury. Maybe I need to get away. I can't bear to see their romance play out. Because of course it will. We all know he'll be captivated by my sister. As soon as Mum told me that Jessie wants to see me, I know what's coming. There's a rock in my stomach and my mouth is dry as I stand, rejecting the chair by her bed. Jessie opens and closes her mouth a few times. It's hard for her to get the words out. Apparently, she will be going to a rehabilitation unit, which will include speech therapy. The hospital is just waiting for a bed to become available. I know, she says at last. I stay quiet, unable to take my eyes off her face. I remember, and I. She pauses, her mind obviously scrambling for the right word. It suddenly occurs to me that this injury will set her right back with her degree. Good. Police. The word is strident. Police, unless you. She is struggling again, frustration filling her eyes. Leave. Another pause. Why? Her voice is so faint, as though she is calling from somewhere far away. What do you mean? My own voice is weak and strained. She takes a breath. Why you? You do it. Hate me? It's jarring to hear my once fluent, fast-speaking sisters speak like this, and for a brief moment, guilt hits me like a shard of glass. Surely, it's obvious why I hate her after all these years. She must know. Why is she acting innocent? Unless she truly believes she is innocent, and that there's no reason for me to feel so pushed out and inferior to her. My mind is tired. I don't want to analyze her words. All I know is, she's made me feel terrible for years, and I don't believe it's in my head. Then, Jessie takes a huge breath and stares at me with eyes so filled with coldness that I glance away. At the outline of her feet at the bottom of the bed, her previous speech difficulties vanish, and suddenly, she's fluent. I'll go to the police unless you leave my life forever. It looks like the decision has been made for me. Best I get applying for a visa for Australia. I'll happily be on the other side of the world to her, my parents and Seb. The betrayer. They all betrayed me. Chapter 36. Now your man is great in bed. Love Claudine. Delete. I hope you're okay XX Claudine. Not Claudia. I'm in shock that Seb knows who I really am. How did you realize? I splutter. Seb laughs mirthlessly. It's not rocket science, Claudine, he says. He enunciates my name crisply. But I didn't think you recognized me. I blunder on. When I first saw you, I knew I recognized you, Seb says. But I couldn't think where. It niggled at me. Every time I saw you, I just knew you from somewhere. Then I took Sylvie to visit your parents, and it was a light bulb moment. You said you'd returned from Australia, and it all fitted into place. I realized that I did indeed recognize you from all those years ago. But I look so different, I stammer. I can't believe that he can remember me when I look nothing like I used to. And when we only met once over 15 years ago, I had mid-brown, frizzy hair, chubby cheeks, wonky teeth, and I was overweight. I'm now slender and toned, with dyed, straight blonde hair, teeth that are beautifully straight after braces, and high, prominent cheekbones. Seb's eyes are wistful. I remember our meeting because that's the night I met Jessie. The usual hatred I feel about Jessie floods my heart, and I want to choke. He continues, "You look very different now, but there's still something familiar. You look like Jessie." Jessie, my sister. I've tried to blank her out for so long, and now she's caught up with me. I almost think if I turn round, she'll be there jeering behind my shoulder, just out of reach. She's dead, but I still hate her. Gosh, I pause. Well, I doubt you like me very much if you know I'm Jessie's sister. Seb doesn't say anything. He twists the end of the duvet cover and stares at the wall, then the ceiling. Anywhere but at me. What did she tell you about our relationship? I probe, reluctant to give any details until I know what she told him. I plaster on a clammy smile to hide my fast-beating heart. You didn't get on. She said you hated her and had gone to Australia to get away from her. That you had no relationship. Seb looks away. Sorry, but I might as well be honest. He's planted himself at the other end of the super king-sized bed, seemingly keen to get as far away from me as possible. But did she say why? I ask, trying to ignore the twinge in my heart at the way he's putting distance between us. No. Seb shakes his head slowly. I did ask. A lot if I'm honest. I mean, you're sisters, with only 2 years between you. You were there on her birthday night, just before her accident. But she wouldn't say anything about why you didn't get on. She just said that although she didn't want to see you again, she wanted to leave lines of communication open with Sylvie, as her aunt. Seb is almost hanging off the edge of the bed. I'm so relieved that Jessie never told Seb about my role in her fall that my head falls back against the pillow. It's followed by a twinge in my heart. So she did think something of me. She might not have pursued it, but she wasn't closing the door totally on a relationship between Sylvie and me. It gives me a shot of courage. Surely, she would rather I had a major role in her daughter's life than the woman replacing her. I can tell myself that at least. I recall the letter I received from Mum and Dad to tell me about her death. I remember the newspaper cutting drifting to the ground, and my initial puzzlement at what they had sent me. I must admit, I did feel something. I wouldn't call it sadness. Definitely shock, with maybe a tiny bit of regret. Regret that we were sisters, and we hated each other's guts. All the sisters I knew growing up might bicker and argue with each other, but there was a bond between them. They would have each other's back. Not us. I'd had a very patchy relationship with my parents since moving to Australia. I was grateful that Jessie never told them what I did, but they must known about the yawning chasm between us, given that they wrote to tell me of Jessie's death rather than tell me in person. My mum was old-fashioned that way and preferred to write me the occasional stilted letter than email or call me. And I think she couldn't bear to voice the words that her adored daughter had died. I'd come home, ostensibly, to be close to family after what happened. But, of course, I had other ideas that didn't involve them. I saw my parents now and again, but they have barricaded themselves in with the grief they feel about Jessie. They see Sylvie as regularly as possible, but they don't seem thrilled that I'm back from Australia. My mother's heart might as well be buried with Jessie. They are heartbroken that Seb is getting married again. I wonder how they'll feel when, hopefully, I take that position and I can become a proper mum to Sylvie, not just an aunt. Seb's voice punctures my thoughts. I was surprised that you didn't make any contact with her after what happened. Her fall. I mean, it happened the day after her birthday night out. I found it hard to believe that you would just go to Australia after her awful accident. I bite my tongue. We knew she was going to survive, I say shortly. And we had a really bad falling out. I don't want to talk about it, as she didn't. No, I respect that, Seb says distractedly. But her brain injury was bad because she had to learn to speak properly again. She had to live in a rehabilitation hospital for a few months and needed intensive speech therapy. He pauses. She did so well, though. She had to take an extra year at university, but smashed a first and then went up rapidly through the ranks at work. You'd never know what had happened to her. I give a strangled, non-committal noise. I don't want to hear about my sister's wonderful talents. So, Claudine, why have you come here? I wince at Claudine. He seems to delight in saying it, in highlighting his exposure of my lies. Oh, and don't say it's a coincidence that you've miraculously become a PT to Juliet. I'm not naive. Seb stares at me, his gaze cold. My heart sinks. I'd been planning on insinuating exactly that. It was stupid of me, but after a few weeks of feeling on edge, I'd become secure in the knowledge that he had no clue who I was, so I hadn't been thinking in detail about what I'd say if he recognized me. I take a deep breath, my mind working quickly. I decide it's best I tell a version of the truth. My mum wrote to tell me about Jessie's death. There was nothing to keep me in Australia. My relationship had broken down, and I wasn't happy. I was desperate to be an aunt to Sylvie, to be part of her life. I felt that it would help make it up to Jessie after our fallout. I felt dreadful she died, and we never had the chance to have a relationship again. I'm proud of the little wobble that I inject in my voice. Mum and Dad filled me in on where you lived, so I came to live nearby. Like I said, I wanted to be part of Sylvie's life, but I was scared you'd reject me because Jessie wanted nothing to do with me. Plus, I wasn't sure I'd be welcome, considering that you had a new fiancé. So far, so good. Seb is actually nodding, his glare thawing slightly. Mum and Dad told me that you had joined a South London widows group. I became friends with Libby. I hesitate slightly. From your widow group, through some shifts as a bank nurse at the hospital she works at. I was doing that while launching my PT business. I wonder if Seb will remember our chat at the nightclub all those years ago, when I told him about my enthusiasm for my new nursing career, and he told me about his mum's job as a pediatric nurse. But there's no spark of recognition when I mention my career. Why should there be? All he associates that night with is meeting Jessie. I'm just part of the furniture of it. I try and push the bitter thoughts out of my mind. As I continue, obviously that was a huge coincidence. And she told me that she knew you and Juliet, and that Juliet wanted a personal trainer to get in shape for her wedding. It was a chance for me to get to know Sylvie, and for me to boost my startup PT business. I pause as Seb digests my words. My stomach wants to swirl. What if he asks me to leave his home, flushing away my dreams and plans for the future? Leaving means that he is more likely to find Juliet without me being able to be a gatekeeper. I can feel my grasp on him and his family loosening, as if I'm clinging to a windowsill, looking through the glass and about to fall when he speaks. Okay, I feel funny about the way you went about it, but I can understand why. And it means something to me that you're so keen to be involved in Sylvie's life, especially after everything. He stares out of the window, and I wonder if he is about to cry when he suddenly pulls himself briskly out of bed, pulling open a drawer and rummaging for a top. Despite the feeling that I'm on a precipice, I can't help admiring his body. Those perfect pecs and six-pack, the fine smattering of hair over his chest. Lucky Juliet and Jessie. Although, not so lucky in the end, of course. Sylvie needs support, especially as I've got to focus on finding Juliet. I'm happy for you to stay and be an aunt to her. For the moment, my heart soars. I'll be more than an aunt to her. Thank you. I'll do everything I can to support her, I say simply. Seb nods abruptly. He pulls a top over his head. One last thing. Last night should never have happened. It can't ever happen again. That's what you think. Chapter 37. Juliet Seb's organizing a big appeal to try and find you X. I hope it fails. The smell of urine fills my nostrils, my sodden pajamas chaffing my skin. I've wet myself a few times. I simply can't hold it in. My mouth is dry as a bone, my tongue stuck to the roof. I'm desperate for water. I imagine gulping huge mouthfuls of water, and I start to swallow automatically, each swallow slow and sore. the tiny saliva I have forcing its way down my parched throat. My wrists throb and sting, the handcuffs tight against them. If the lights were to suddenly flash on and relieve the room of its thick blackness, I know they'd be pink, weeping, and blistered. Their state hasn't been helped by my frantic pulling and pushing against the metal, desperate to break out of them. I know that won't happen, but I have to do something to pass away the torturous seconds. They line up in front of me, billions of them, then nothing. My heart starts to pound at the thought, and I have to give myself a stiff talking to. I'm lucky that I can still do that I haven't lost my mind to the depths of this place. If I have any chance of survival, I need to bide my time, to stay calm, and trust that Seb will find me, or Liv or Libby. But surely the man meant to be my husband will find me. He lives here, for God's sake. Surely it will occur to him to search his own house. Even Sylvie, who I don't get on with, is living in this house. So is she. I shush the unwelcome thought. Hopefully she's not here anymore, her poison wrapping itself like ivy around this house and the man that I love. The gag round my mouth means that I can't scream. The handcuffs tied against the pipe means that I can't stand up or bang my fists on anything. All I have is my feet, and moving myself to an awkward angle, I bang them against the wall, over and over and over. Have I done this for 4 hours or 40 hours? It's hard to tell. I'm pretty sure my wedding day is over, but I'm not 100% definite. And is it the following day or the day after that, if it has been and gone? I just don't know. Every minute, every second is the same in here. Me thumping and banging my feet for as long as I can. Pause. A frantic twist and thrust of my wrists, and sometimes my entire body, and then I'm still, allowing the horror to expand in my heart and my eyes to become wet before I bang my feet against the wall again. Thump, thump, thump. I can almost find the rhythm soothing if I try to detach myself from my torturous, nagging thoughts that swirl round my mind like a waltzer's fair ride, leaving me giddy. But if my wedding day has been and gone, which I suspect it has, why hasn't Seb found me down here? Surely the police, my family and friends are frantically searching for me. Despite her, surely the first place they would search is this house. This thought hits me periodically, and my chest gets tight, and I struggle to breathe through my nose, desperate to rip the gag from round my mouth and take heaving gasps of air through my lips. And it's then that it occurs to me that maybe the people I love most are not searching for me. Maybe the police aren't involved. Maybe they thought I went missing of my own free will. I try to distract myself with counting. Counting anything. Sheep. The number of friends I have. The number of people who have come to the events I've arranged through work. The number of days I've been with Seb and those that I was with Matt. The total number of days since Matt died. I focus on my breathing and pick out special memories to devour, hoping that my mind will draw me into them and that I can forget my surroundings and discomfort. I'm back in the day that Seb's proposed to me. It was nothing fancy, just one normalness when we walked through Tooting Common, enjoying the smells of freshly cut grass and flowers, standing hand in hand, watching children playing and giggling and screaming in the playground, their parents watching carefully, me smiling with my secret thoughts about one day being here with our own child. That common glued us together, acted as a bridge to our pasts, where we both used to walk with our dead spouses, to now, where we're standing together, happy and enjoying being alive. The freshly cut grass under our feet spreads up as he goes down on one knee. Then suddenly Seb's hair becomes curlier, and glasses appear on his nose as he transforms into Matt, and we're on a walk, on a glorious spring day, his arm around me. I'm pulled sharply back into the present when the door clicks and opens slowly. A dark figure is standing at the top of the stairs. There's a burst of light, and I realize they are holding out their mobile phone torch into the darkness. I see a streak of blonde hair before the light of the torch beams down the stairs. And at me. It must be Claudia. I feel a burst of hope. Could it be that she feels guilty and is going to set me free? If not, this is my chance to appeal to her, to beg her to let me go. I sit up as far as I can manage and stare at the figure, making my eyes as wide and as beseeching as possible. I try and shout through the gag, but only succeed in sounding like a wounded bull. I stare at the shadowy figure, trying to convey my despair and fear through my gaze. Please, just please, let me go. I hope I can telepathically get that across to her, and that she can see the pain and desperation within me, that somehow, despite her rotten core, she can feel some empathy and free me to go back to my life. She is utterly still, and then she moves, switching off the torch on her phone. The door slams and she's gone, and I'm plunged into pitch black again. My eyes and my nose stream, and if I could, I would wail and scream and keen for everything that is slipping out of my grasp. A sudden image of her goofing around with Seb and Sylvie in the garage at the training session pops into my mind. She wants to replace me. Then, fragments of that day with Matt that I was dreaming about before Claudia entered slot together again, and I can feel the warmth and pressure of his arm draped around my shoulder. It stems my tears and dulls my urge to scream. Matt was my biggest champion. He used to tell me how resilient I was, that I could do anything I wanted. With his support, I faced the deaths of my parents. I touch my shoulder, and I can almost feel the soft black fleece he loved to wear. I take a steadying breath. I won't die down here. Chapter 38, Claudine. Hi, Juliet. I really do hope you're okay, but I think you're being really selfish now. Seb and your family are out of their minds with worry. Please come back to them. Bang, bang, bang. I jump. Seb has gone out with Sylvie. He wants to give her some normalcy, he says, and they've gone to the cinema and then to McDonald's. After that, he's asked if I can look after Sylvie while he meets Liv to work out a plan of action to campaign for Juliet's discovery. I'm only too happy to comply. They're drawing me into their lives. I'm going to make myself so indispensable. Seb won't get rid of me. As I'm smiling at these thoughts, a heavy knock at the door scatters them. I hesitate. What if it's the police? What if they discover the door to the basement? It won't be a pretty sight down there, and it'll be game over for me. I creep out of the living room door and flatten against the hall wall, peering through the colored glass of the door. I see the outline of a slight figure. It doesn't give off policeman vibes, but still I open the door nervously. Libby is standing there, her petite body swamped in a large, plain blue sweater and baggy jeans. Huge grey bags pull her eyes down, and her skin, always on the pale side, is almost alabaster. Her ginger freckles standing out in sharp relief. She looks exhausted. Mind you, she always looks worn out. That brat of hers, Noah, keeps her running about. I know he's only 2, but God, he's difficult. It's all made much worse because she's a single parent. Thank goodness for her mum, as she's always telling us. I'm not happy to see her, if I'm honest. The last few weeks, she's always questioning me and looking suspicious. My reaction was so different to a few months ago, when she enabled my training sessions with Juliet. And she even alerted me to Juliet's new PT, Emily. I was grateful to her for that. I smirked to myself. It was so easy to get rid of Emily. I grabbed her on the common, told her about how Juliet was a stalker, and became obsessed with me. I laughed out loud as Emily paled and scurried off. Job done. I eye Libby, standing on the doorstep, and it's an effort not to scream, "Leave me alone." But that wouldn't be wise considering we work together, and we're bound together by more than that, so I keep my mouth shut. Libby walks into the house before I say anything. It annoys me. I want to call her a cheeky mare, but still I follow her meekly as she marches to the sitting room. She cuts to the chase. I'm so worried about Juliet. Are you involved in this? What the hell? I reply indignantly, opening my mouth and eyes as wide as possible to display shock and anger that she could possibly think that I was involved. Why on earth would you say that? Libby plonks herself onto the sofa and restlessly paws at its arm. Her pink nail varnish is chipped, and there's dirt under her index fingernail. Come on, snaps Libby. Don't bullshit me. You know why I think you're involved. She stands up and walks up to me, her shoulder against mine, her breath in my face. Why did you want to be her PT? I stare at her, my heart starting to thump. I've planned this so carefully. I won't have her cause my scheme to fall down like a pack of cards. I've no idea where Juliet is. I'm doing my best to help Seb and Sylvie, I say. Seb and Sylvie. It rolls off my tongue nicely. Seb, Sylvie and Claudine. Claudia, answer me. How do you know them? And why did you want to be Juliet's PT? I look around, as if to see who Claudia is, when I almost thump my fist on my forehead. Of course, me. It's been less than 12 hours since Seb rumbled me and called me by my proper name, and already the fact that I'm meant to be Claudia is turning fuzzy. My eyes narrow, and a burst of hatred explodes through me. It brings me back to the night we had a big blow-up on the way to the hospital, the night after Juliet's Widows Group celebration. I was furious that Libby had dragged their group friend Claire into it. Talk about raising questions for no reason. She was angry at my crosswords and suspicious about my motives. Looking back, I made a mistake, made things unnecessarily complicated. But I had to stop Seb and Juliet guessing who I really was. I had to enter their lives, innocently, as a totally anonymous person. When I heard about Jesse's death, after an initial twinge of guilt and sadness, wild hope sprang in me. Rob and I had split up, and I was grieving the loss of our relationship and the failure of IVF. I was desperate for my own child, my own flesh and blood. Jesse's daughter, my very own niece, had no mother. There was a place to fill. And when I thought about Seb, my unrequited feelings for him and devastation at his rejection still burned bright. I could inherit her family, and serves her right. That had me hot-footing back to the UK. Mum and Dad told me about Seb's Widows Group, and it was easy enough to look it up online. It really was a coincidence when I met Libby in the ward after I got a job at the hospital, and I found out she was part of the Widows Group. I couldn't believe my luck, especially as Libby was very good friends with both Seb and Juliet. I desperately wanted her to act as a bridge for my relationship with the couple, but it was hard to know how to broach it. She would wonder why I wanted to reach out to them. I decided that it was best to give a half-truth. I really need to become friends with Juliet and her fiancé Seb to get into their lives somehow. I can't explain why, but I have a reason. It's very important. It's honestly nothing bad. It's to do with family. I'd paused. Could you introduce me? Get me out on a night with Juliet? Libby's eyes narrowed, and she was silent. If I could reach inside her head, I'm sure I would see her thoughts whirling around. I'm starting to think I've been stupid, opening up like that, and immediately arousing her suspicions. Why can't you tell me? It's really complicated, I say, hating how lame I sound. But I can't let them know, more because of him, Seb. He wouldn't like it. I almost clamped my hand over my mouth. Why did I say that? It would put her right off helping me, but instead, there's a spark in her hazel eyes. She nods slowly. Juliet's looking for a personal trainer to get her in shape for her wedding. You look ultra fit, and I know you love exercise and the gym. I could suggest you. I closed my eyes, wafting on a cloud of delight and relief. It's a sign from the gods that I was meant to come back to the UK and enmesh myself in the lives of my dead sister's husband and niece, I tell myself. Just one thing, I don't want them knowing that I'm a nurse. Can you just say that you know of me through a recommendation from a friend? I didn't want Seb knowing I was a nurse, in case he somehow realized that I, Claudia, was really Claudine. In any case, a personal recommendation would also make it much more likely that Juliet would take me on as her PT. A wave of panic rippled through me as I realized that she could already be researching personal trainers who truly were trained as such, with exams and training and client recommendations behind them. I held my breath, expecting Libby to get cold feet at this and pull out, but instead, incredibly, she nodded. Sure, I'll say that a friend used you and has recommended you. I sighed with gratitude and delight. But then, my curiosity spiked. Why are you so happy to help me, when you don't know me or what I want? As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I regretted it, in case it made her renege on her offer. Libby tugged her ponytail restlessly. I don't have too much loyalty to him, she spat out at last. This was interesting. I leaned forward keenly. He went on some dates with me. Then the next thing I know, he started a relationship with Juliet. Libby mumbled. Juliet didn't know we dated. A flashback of the night I met him was juxtaposed against the way he dropped me for my sister. I was eager to hear more, but Libby stayed silent. It's really hard that she's asked me to stand up and read a poem at the wedding, though. I'm doing it for her, not him. she finally blurted out. Her eyes darkened, and I could see the dislike of Seb burning out of them. I was desperate to become Juliet's personal trainer and felt sure Libby could make it happen. I decided to push a little harder. I can't tell you about why I need to get in with Juliet and Seb, but I can tell you that it would shock him, and he won't necessarily be happy. It has the potential to change things a lot for him. Libby's eyebrows raised quickly, and a small smile played around her eyes. Okay, she said. It felt like a business transaction. I almost expected us to shake hands briskly. Chapter 39. I can't be bothered to lie anymore. I'll destroy this phone before the police get to it. Your friend Libby is a pain. Fancy company down there? I'm back in the present, Libby waiting for my answer as to why I wanted to be Juliet's PT.
Answer my question,
Libby shrieks. She looks frightened, her eyes wide and glancing around the room. She stands up and is by the living room door in an instant, her hand against it. Tell me the question again. I answer smoothly, belying the hammering of my heart. Libby thrusts her head forward. Why did you want to get close to Seb and Sylvie? You said there was a reason you couldn't tell me. I'm worried it's to do with Juliet going missing. My stomach plummets. Do I tell her a version of the truth or not? My heart skips around wildly. Suddenly I'm so tired with the lies, the subterfuge, the second-guessing. I'm Seb's late wife's sister. I wanted to get in with them because Sylvie is my niece, and I'm desperate to be an aunt to her. Sadly, me and my sister Jessie fell out years ago, and so I didn't want them knowing who I really am until they've accepted me, until I've built a relationship with Sylvie. I perfect a small wobble in my voice, and I even manage to gather tears in my eyes. It's not actually too much effort, because I do feel such a tug for Sylvie, and grief overwhelms me at not being properly part of her life. It's not had the desired effect that I had hoped for on Libby. There is no empathy beaming out of her eyes, no relaxing of her facial muscles. Instead, she shakes her head, her pupils hard. Where was Juliet in all this? Come on. You know she wouldn't have been happy with this deception. That's a huge thing you've withheld. She looks like she's struggling to process it as she takes a step away from the door towards me. What were your plans? Because I can't imagine that Juliet was part of them. I bristle. I can't believe she's made this big, indignant leap. Or maybe I was naive in expecting her just to easily accept my explanation. I told you my plans. I wanted to befriend them to be the auntie that Sylvie needs. Libby nods slightly, her eyes downcast. Then she looks at me, her eyes boring into mine. Do the police know? I stare back at her, hatred forming a ball in my belly. My hands automatically reach for the belt around my waist. It's loose, and I slip my hands underneath it. I still can't understand why you said to Juliet that I was a personal trainer to Claire, and that she recommended me. You should have made up a name or mentioned one of your friends that Juliet doesn't know. I snap, desperate to deflect the subject. Libby shakes her head sharply, and the grey bags under her eyes look almost black. For God's sake, Claudia, we argued about this all the way to work last week. I told you. I panicked, okay? Juliet asked me to say who had recommended you, and my mind went blank. I said Claire without thinking. Probably because I knew deep down there was something a bit suspect about your request. It made me overcompensate. Libby huffs and circles back to the question that I don't want to hear. Have you told the police about how you wanted to get in with them and be an auntie to Sylvie? It's important they have all the details. Of course not, I explode. Usually, I put on a controlled, calm demeanor, but my mask has been ripped off. It's not relevant at all. We know why Juliet's gone. She texted Seb to say she needed to be on her own for a while, that it was too soon to be married. Libby is short, only about 5'2", but she draws herself up. I feel she is almost as tall as me. You say it's not relevant, but how do I? We know for sure that it was Juliet who texted Seb that message. Her voice is quiet, but it has a menacing tone. I slip my hands under my t-shirt to unbuckle my belt. Libby doesn't appear to notice. She's too busy staring into my eyes, as if she glares hard enough, I'll burst out with something that pulls together the puzzle of Juliet's disappearance. There's a silence. I place my hands behind my back, after pulling the belt off quickly. Someone else could have had her phone. Libby continues. Her words hit me like arrows. The belt is in my hands, still behind my back. I run my fingers along the smooth leather. I imagine it around Libby's slender, pale neck, squeezing and crushing it as she tries to take torturous breaths. And then silence, blissful peace. I tense, waiting to pounce, the belt held tight in my hand. 3, 2, 1, dot. The sound of a key scraping in the front door lock stills my arm. I freeze as footsteps sound in the hall, and then the living room door opens, and Sylvie and Seb stand there. Seb's face mirrors Libby's, severe and sad. Usually immaculately put together, his blue t-shirt is crumpled, and there's a smear on his jeans. His hair is unbrushed and sticks up wildly. Sylvie is smiling. She strokes her amethyst earrings. I drop the belt in my shock. 1 minute I expected to be wrapping it around Libby's throat, and the next Seb's here. It clatters on the floor, but no one notices. Seb, I'm so sorry. Libby takes a step towards him. Please let me know if there's anything I can do. Despite her words, the warmth of her voice doesn't meet her eyes. Thanks. Seb sounds slightly stilted. He pulls at a strand of greasy, unkempt hair. I could definitely do with some help raising awareness. Sylvie and I have just been designing posters to put up. If you could help get them up for me, that would be great. Libby nods. Absolutely. Email it over, and I'll print a job lot out. She hesitates. I find it very strange and out of character, and I'm not convinced she went missing of her own free will. She's addressing Seb, but stares at me. I look away, down at my belt lying coiled on the floor. Chapter 40, Juliet. He's disappointed me, your fiancé. I want him, but it's clear that he's not interested at the moment. I'm sure that'll change, though, when he accepts that you're never coming back. Then he'll be mine, and I'll be a mum to Sylvie. Just need you to die now. The thick blackness that wraps itself around me is broken up by flickering pinpricks that dance in front of my eyes before disappearing when I blink. Floaters. I realize my legs are still. I raise one weakly and kick the wall. It's barely worth it. If I can hardly hear the thump it emits, no one else will in the house. I'm sure I've read before that dehydration takes 3 days to kill. I must be coming up to 3 days. My time is running out. It's hard to summon the energies to focus on survival and believe that I'll get through this when I feel so sluggish. Every thought is an effort. The dryness of my mouth is unbearable. My parched lips rub against my gag. I think I can hear a scuffling noise at the top of the stairs behind the door. So, often, I've thought I can hear something, that someone is coming to save me, that they're opening the door. I can't get excited. The noises I hear are like the mirages that people experience in the desert. Something that seems so believable until they realize that it's an illusion. Click. Suddenly, I'm hyper-alert. That actually sounds like it could be a proper noise. Another series of clicks. I'm sure I didn't imagine that. I try and raise my head, but a wave of dizziness causes me to sink back on the hard tiles. And then, suddenly there's a chink of light. The door is open, and there is a figure at the top of the stairs. Claudia must have decided to visit me again. I try and gather every ounce of feeble strength that I can muster. This really is my last chance to somehow get her to free me before I succumb to the dehydration that is consuming me. I lift my head again, trying to ignore the waves of nausea and dizziness crashing over me. The light flicks on, burning my eyes. They snap shut before I open them, expecting to see Claudia and her lithe frame at the top of the stairs. Instead, I see a man with dark, ruffled hair standing frozen. My Seb, I emit a silent sob. If I hadn't been so dehydrated, tears would now be pouring out of my eyes with the overwhelming relief that flows through me. Juliet. Still Seb stands there, overcome with shock and, I imagine, relief, and then he strides down the stairs. Kneeling over me, he places his hand on my forehead. My God. Seb sounds like he's in a trance. No wonder. No one expects to see their fiancée tied up in the basement of their house. He touches my gag. Wait a minute. He races back up the stairs. It's crazy, but my heart jumps painfully as he disappears from view. What if he slams the door and never comes back? I can't believe that I'm thinking that about my wonderful fiancé, who should by now be my husband. It's the trauma of what I've been through. The seconds tick by agonizingly slowly, and I'm doing my best not to fall into a full-blown panic attack. When suddenly Seb is running down the stairs, clutching scissors. The tightness in my chest disappears as he slips the scissors under my gag at the back and rips it off. My lips are almost stuck together. I peel them away painfully from each other. I want to say, finally you found me. I love you. I'm so desperately sad about our wedding day. A churlish, what took you so long is buried beneath. But when I open my mouth, I'm taken by surprise when I gasp. Water. My voice doesn't sound familiar to me. It's hoarse and sounds like sandpaper rubbing together. Seb runs up the stairs for the second time. But this time, I don't worry that he won't reappear. He comes back with a water bottle filled to the brim. Cradling my head, he holds the bottle to my lips. I gulp and gulp and gulp. Eyes closed, thinking about the water rushing down my throat and running through my body, saving me. I finish the bottle and take a breath. Call the police, I gasp, as I give a little wrench of my wrists, encased in their metal. In the bright light, I see, as I suspected, red welts poking out from under the handcuffs. I'm suddenly terrified that Claudia is going to appear and work her evil magic, turning on Seb as well. She's sick in the head. She wants me dead. My voice is less rough after the water, but still weak and faint. Seb runs his fingers gently along the sores on my wrists. Don't worry, I will. Don't worry about Claudia. She's out. And anyway, I'm more than a match for her. Just tell me, what happened? His lips touch my ear. I knew you wouldn't have just disappeared because you got cold feet, he whispers. That's what you, or I presume Claudine, texted me. Claudine. Seb is so shocked and stressed that he can't get her name right. No, I didn't, I say wildly. I love you, Seb. I couldn't wait to marry you. My voice is still unnatural and wavering, but I'm sounding more like myself. She was drugging me through protein shakes. That's how she got me down here the night before our wedding. She was going to leave me to die down here. I'm convinced of it. I can only think to get me out the way so that she could take my place with you and Sylvie. I wondered if she had something to do with it, he says slowly. I mean, I didn't know how, but something wasn't quite right. I do believe she wanted me and Sylvie. Her face tightens and his eyes are far away as if reliving a memory. But then he focuses his gaze on me again. There's something you should know. Claudine targeted us for a reason. She's the sister of Jesse. They fell out, and Claudine moved to Australia. She came back when she heard that Jesse died. She tells me that she wants to be an auntie to Sylvie. I think it's a little more than that. The words are whirling round my head. On the one hand, everything makes sense, but then on the other, it doesn't. And I have so many questions. I know there isn't time for that now, but one thing stands out. I have to know one thing. Claudine. Her real name. Claudia was false, to throw me off track, Seb answers swiftly. He emits the same sense of urgency that I do, no doubt wanting to call the police now. To get away from this dangerous woman. Indeed, he digs in his pockets for his mobile phone. But rather than his mobile phone, to my surprise, he pulls out 2 black leather gloves. I watch puzzled as he pulls them quickly over his hands. Call the pole. Seb cuts through my words. Claudine's dangerous, Juliet, he says quickly and gently. I know. So call the police. Why are you messing around with gloves? My mind screams. Seb tenderly pulls a strand of my limp hair behind my ear. He whispers, and the thing is, Juliet, so am I. Chapter 41. Juliet, you're not the only one feeling betrayed. My dreams have shattered, but still, I have Sylvie. I feel a surge of alarm. Is Seb suggesting he go after Claudine, himself and finish her off? His ominous words suggest that he is. He just needs to call the bloody police. Phone the police, I croak. You can't sort this out yourself. I feel like all the tendons are popping out of my tired, aching neck. Oh, but I can sort this out myself, Seb replies. I shake my head. Please, no, don't get involved. As you say, she's dangerous. Please just call the police. I beg, my voice wobbling. The police could be here in seconds, freeing my sore wrists and arresting Claudine. I glance up the stairs anxiously, terrified that I'll see her standing there, her mane of gleaming golden hair bobbing in the background. Seb nods gravely. "Oh yes, she's dangerous," he agrees. "But you're not. I don't understand." My fiancé looks like he's wearing a mask, his features suddenly unfamiliar to me. "What do you mean?" Seb smiles. But it's not his usual tender smile, love shining out of his eyes. It's a cutting, mean smile, and I can't see any emotion in his eyes. They remind me of those dead eyes you see in post-mortem photos of people in Victorian Britain. "I'm afraid I'm not who I seem, Juliet." He places his hand on my head. But gone is his usual gentle touch. Rather, his contact is rough, the leather slippery against my skin. "I'm afraid that what Claudine has done to you is only what I planned myself. I mean, not in this exact way." His eyes are scornful. "So amateur, no. I was going to finish you off differently, after our wedding." I retch, and some of the water I drank earlier trickles out of the corner of my mouth. Seb pulls away, disgust in his expression. "Why?" My voice is so faint that I wonder if he can hear me. Seb sighs. "Oh, Juliet, do you think I really would have gone for you?" I see his eyes rake over my body from my wild hair to my feet. I've lost weight through Claudia, and even more through being starved in this basement. But Seb implies that I still am not good enough for him. I want to cover my shameful body with my arms and hands, if only I wasn't shackled. His eyes move briskly to his own lean, muscular body, making it very clear that there is a huge contrast between us physically. "I like you for your money and property, which happily you've signed over to me." He barks with laughter. Again, I don't recognize his cackle. His laugh is usually easy and happy, not this hard, twisted sound. He moves his hands from my head to my neck. The gloves feel clammy against my skin. "My business is everything to me, but as you know, it's been struggling. Much, much more than you know. I faced huge fines for financial misconduct." Seb's hands drop from my neck, his eyes clouded. "I managed to pay them off, but it's left me broke, and the reputational damage to my business has been devastating." He's whimsical, his always thoughts far away. I'm wondering frantically if I can take advantage of this, somehow throw him off his deadly aim when he snaps back to the present. His eyes alert and gloved hands firmly round my throat again. "But your money will make up for it and secure a great life for Sylvie and me." I feel like I'm in a nightmare. This can't be real. Maybe my dehydration is causing me to hallucinate. There's so much I want to say, but nothing comes out, Seb says airily. I was tempted to rumble Claudine quite a few times about the fact that I knew who she really was, but I kept my mouth shut as I didn't want to rock the boat before our wedding, and I could see how well she got on with Sylvie. I'm so glad I didn't now, as she played right into my hands. His hands tighten on my neck. I thrash my body weakly, but there's no way I can stand up against him. A burst of dots floods my eyes, and then I see a shadow at the top of the stairs. I look slowly up. A lean figure I know very well is standing hunched against the wall, like she doesn't want to be seen. Her blonde hair, usually in a neat, high ponytail, is cascading messily down her back. Her usual bright facade is stripped away, and she looks devastated. Seb's grasp around my neck tightens, and the pressure on my windpipe makes me gag. Seb continues, as if without a care in the world, and certainly not as if he's strangling his fiancée. "Claudine's played a blinder. I want you dead, but she set it up beautifully for me. I can pin the blame on her for your death. Why else do you think I'm wearing gloves?" He sneers at me, and every word he utters, every expression, is as if an arrow pierces my heart. His hands squeeze tighter and tighter, and my throat is being squashed, my bones crushed. My desperate sadness is replaced by terror as I can't breathe, and I can feel my life draining out of me. I raise my bound arms, then drop them limply. I can't fight him. I choke and cough and gargle when a scream echoes through the room. The hands at my throat loosen, and I take a huge gulp of air, easing my burning lungs. Claudine, is at the foot of the stairs. The devastation I saw etched on her face has been replaced by fury. Her eyes look like they could spark a match, and her lips are pulled back, baring her teeth. "You betrayed me," she shrieks, gazing at Seb with such fury, shock and sadness that I almost forget the wrenching pain in my throat, the painful gasps as I take in as much oxygen as possible. "Come on, Claudine. I could say you betrayed me by kidnapping my fiancée, Seb retorts. Happily, you only did what I wanted to do too. We both had the same end result in mind, didn't we? His voice sounds flippant, but his foot taps against the hard floor and his leather-clad fingers drum on my shoulders. Except I was cleverer going about it, shall we say? I take another torturous breath, my throat feeling like it is about to collapse. So you're going to frame me? After everything? Claudia's voice is high-pitched and anguished. I'm not sure what you mean by everything, but yes, I am. I know you wanted us to get together, but it was never going to happen. Seb snorts. You were after me back at Jessie's 21st birthday. You weren't for me. I mean, what were you offering money-wise? A nurse is obviously an impressive job, but then you get Jessie at Cambridge University, up for a first and an amazing financial career. Then, who am I going to choose? I take a gasping breath when suddenly Seb's hands are around my neck again, clenching as hard as possible. My chest feels like it's about to explode, and my neck is concave. This is it. My husband-to-be is going to kill me. And then Matt fills my eyes. It's like he is here with me now, making me a coffee, touching my shoulder, spooning with me in bed. Everything else is starting to fade, and I'm almost at ease with the knowledge I'll die. I'll be with my beloved Matt, away from this man who is now a stranger to me. I can't breathe, and my heart pumps fast. I'm about to close my eyes, wait for blackness to descend, and Matt to rise, when Claudine is suddenly bending over the pile of bricks in the corner. She picks one up and holds it above her head. Seb freezes. His hands are still clasped around my neck, but he has stopped squeezing ever tighter. Come on, Claudine. We're after the same thing here. Let's not get violent. Even in my fuzzy state, I know that his tone has changed. Wariness is slicing through his earlier confidence. Claudine is like a statue. Come on now, don't do anything rash. We can sort this out, Seb says nervously. Claudine hurls the brick straight at Seb's head. He doesn't have time to shout, and his body collapses onto me as it slams into his forehead. Thick red blood spurts over me, covering my face and chest and trickling into my eyes. I can taste iron on my lips. His forehead looks like it's been gauged out. Sinewy knots and flesh and bone are exposed. Underneath, his eyes are wide open, but unseeing. I always loved their gentian tones, but now they look almost navy. I gag and retch, causing the throbbing in my neck to become even more severe. I force myself to look at Claudine, to try one last time to escape. It might be fruitless, but I have to try. Let me go and I won't tell anyone. Claudine looks shell-shocked herself. She is staring at Seb, her mouth wide open, her eyes fearful. My words break her trance, and she transfers her gaze to me. Yeah, right, as if. Don't patronize me, she snaps, her voice wobbling. And then she's bounding up the stairs. She slams the door, the key creaks in the lock, and I'm plunged into darkness. I actually welcome the blackness. It's better than having to see the blood and flesh and skull of my dead fiancé. I thrust and writhe to push the dead weight of him off me. I'm so weak and my neck feels so swollen and sore it's a huge effort, but finally I manage to slide him off. I can't process that Seb, the man I was going to marry, the man who adored me, who bonded with me over our bereavements, who I wanted to have babies with, is actually a monster. The look on Seb's face, his murderous words, his hands round my neck, are like a camera on repeat in my head. I stare up at the blackness in utter despair. I summon a memory of Matt into my mind, to block out the wetness of Seb's blood on me and the metallic smell in the air. I need to muster every ounce of strength to get out of here alive. Chapter 42, Claudine. You can rot down there with your beloved fiancé. I'm getting the hell out of here with Sylvie. I viciously twist the key in the lock. Seb must have found another key. Usually, I would curse myself for not taking better precautions. But I'm floored by what Seb has done and by my own action. I sink on to the cool kitchen tiles, my body trembling. Seb pulled the wool over everyone's eyes, including Jessie's. The successful, kind, doting father and husband he appeared to be was all a front, hiding his rotten core. I almost feel like it's a bereavement, mourning the person that I thought he was. Underneath my sadness and shock, I'm aware, of course, of the irony of my feelings. My personal trainer profile, my keenness to get Juliet into shape for her wedding, also hid my deadly, secret aim. I feel so naive and used. Seb had one up on me the whole time. He never had any interest in me. It stings, and I'm shocked at how upset I feel. My dream of me and him being a happily married couple has collapsed into smithereens. And then I think about throwing the brick and his body dropping to the ground. I am officially a murderer now. The net is closing in. It won't be long until they are both discovered down there. The shaking in my body ramps up, and I feel sick to my stomach. I might go to jail for life. I won't get the chance to be a mum to Sylvie. A howl echoes round the room. I start, thinking it's Juliet. Then I realize it's me. It makes me grasp, though, that Juliet is minus her gag. Seb must have taken it off. I desperately try to make out any screams in the heavy silence, broken only by the ticking of the clock, but nothing. It won't be long until she finds her voice. I need to act quickly. Sylvie has gone to school for the afternoon. Seb kept her off for the morning, after everything that has happened, but decided to send her in this afternoon. For some normalcy, he said. Probably he wanted to take a good, hard look around the house. I need to escape before I'm arrested, put in jail for life and ripped away from my darling daughter. Niece. I jump up and run to my lap in the snug, unsure about what to do, where to go. I know Sylvie and I need to escape as quickly as possible from this house, but where? My fingers flutter over the keyboard, and then I frantically type in Skyscanner to find the best deals on flights, and curse as my laptop slowly grinds into action. I stare blankly at the screen, wondering out of all the hundreds of countries and airports, what I should type in the from and to bars. Paris? Berlin? Maybe too close. The US? I'd be totally out of my comfort zone. Not only have I never been, but Sylvie and I would only be able to stay a few months before being chucked out. Canada? Same thing. Other European countries fly through my mind, and I'm in a paralysis of indecision, my heart speeding up when it hits me.
Australia.
Of course. I have a permanent residency visa. And while I can be extradited for a crime, surely it would be a harder, longer process, compared to if I stay here, a sitting duck. And maybe the fact that everyone knows me as Claudia here will help. I'm clutching at straws, but already I'm perking up as I make my plan of action a reality. I'll need to get Sylvie an electronic travel authority visa. My heart sinks at that. But a quick Google shows me I can get it within an hour. I pull up the form online, and of course I need Sylvie's passport. After a moment of panic, I can luckily picture exactly where it is. Slammed down carelessly on Sylvie's desk, next to an assortment of scattered biros and a notebook with doodled faces. I'm up the stairs like a rocket, grabbing the passport and running back down again, clutching it. I nervously glance schemes at the garage door as I pass, wondering about the ominous silence. A hopeful thought occurs. Could it be that Juliet has died too? I saw Seb clutching her neck violently. Maybe he broke it, or maybe his heavy fall onto her finished her off in her state. My sudden surge of hope dampens when in my mind's eye I see Seb crashing to the floor, a chunk of his head ripped out by the brick. I shiver with the horror of it all. Regret rips through me at what I have done, but I stiffen. I haven't time for that. If I have any chance of avoiding rotting away in jail for life, then I need to stay focused. I push everything out of my head as I concentrate on first booking the tickets to Sydney. I hesitate over the timing, and then aim for 8:30 tonight. The timing is tight, as I need to wait for Sylvie to get back from school. But I have to get out of this country as soon as is feasibly possible. I use my savings to book the flights, trying not wince at the thought of the way that will deplete them. Still, I always told myself that I needed savings for an emergency, and if this isn't an emergency, then what is? Also, when I had decided on my plan to come back to the UK and gatecrash Jessie's family, I saved frantically as I formed my dastardly plan, almost as if I knew that I'd be forced to flee. I fill in Sylvie's form for her visa as quickly as possible, and again scrunch my face up at the not inconsiderable sum that I'll have to pay for it to be fast-tracked. A message pops up on the website to say that my payment has gone through when the key turns in the lock. Sylvie, I jump up and go to meet her, suddenly realizing that I haven't thought out what to tell her. Sylvie clatters through the door, flinging her rucksack down carelessly on the floor. She looks downcast. Where's Dad? I feel a shot of indignation that she hasn't even greeted me. But that soon disappears as I quickly try to work out what to tell her. He's out trying to find Juliet. I improvise. He's sticking up posters, meeting with friends to knock on doors, you know. I've run out of steam. Okay. Sylvie seems satisfied with that. When's he back? I think in an hour or so. The enormity of trying to get Sylvie to come away with me, away from her beloved father, hits me, and I'm floored. Why the hell didn't I think about that before I booked the flights and paid for her visa? We need to speak. I bustle her into the living room. I sink onto the sofa, but she stands by the door, bouncing from foot to foot. So, I have some news for you. As I speak, I realize that my sing-song voice is jarring and the wrong tone to take. Sylvie folds her arms. Your dad needs to concentrate on finding Juliet, and he doesn't want you affected. So, I plaster on a bright, aren't we lucky grin. I've got such an amazing surprise for you. Your dad's asked me to take you away for a break. It means he can concentrate on bringing Juliet home, and you can have an amazing holiday. So, get this, we are going to Australia for 2 weeks. Sylvie's arms tighten around her chest. I don't want to leave my dad, she says flatly. I launch towards her, my PT persona switched smartly on. We're going to have an amazing time. Can you imagine? We'll go to Sydney, and then we can go into the mountains and to Bondi Beach, one of the most famous beaches in the world. It's all golden sand and there's the most amazing clear sea. We'll swim and see all the exotic fish, I say, warming to my theme, my arm snaking round her shoulders. And it's extra exciting because we are going tonight, so we need to pack our cases now. Sylvie pulls away, her eyes wide and shocked. I'm not leaving, Dad. Why didn't he mention this to me? I'm not going tonight, especially without seeing him. No way. Okay, this isn't going how I wanted it. I try and stem the frustration and panic sweeping through me. Luckily, I have a trick up my sleeve. Go into the snug and watch something, and we'll discuss it later. I'm careful to sound bright and breezy. Sylvie still looks tense, but I give her what I hope is a playful push to the door. She starts walking. I definitely need to speak to Dad. I won't go without that, she mutters, brushing past me. My shifts at the hospital have served me a great purpose. I have easy access to drugs, the drugs that I needed for Juliet, and now, for Sylvie. I wait impatiently for Sylvie to settle down. And then I'm hurrying to the pantry and pulling out my secret box from the back of it. I'd carefully placed bottles of cooking oils and jars of herbs in it. I lift them off, and then I'm running my fingers over the boxes and jars of medication in my secret stash. I need something that will calm her down and make her pliant, but not totally out of it. Not like Juliet. I hunch over my pills and medicines, trying to decide what to give Sylvie, when I hear what sounds like a cry from beneath the floor. I freeze. Maybe I imagined it. I'm desperate for it to be a figment of my imagination. After all, I'm totally fraught. I take out a pill and pop it in a glass. It soothes me. It's what I'm good at. And then there's no mistaking it. A wail rises up from beneath me, high-pitched and keening, ending in a roar. I picture Juliet without her gag, her eyes bulging, her teeth huge in her mouth, as she struggles to get away from her dead husband and his seeping blood. I allow myself a moment of panic, and then give myself a strict talking to. I just need to get this into Sylvie and get us the hell out of here. There's another scream, and I do my best to block it out, my mind racing as I crush the pill and add a spoonful of cherry-colored medicine. I grab a mug and spoon hot chocolate powder into it. After filling it with half milk and half boiling water, I grab the tube of whipped cream and squirt it on top with a flourish. I see an open bag of Smarties on the kitchen island and stick them onto the cream to make a smiley face. Anything to distract Sylvie from what's inside her drink. I carry it carefully to the snug, wincing as another scream rises from under the floor. Just stop it, stop it, stop. I want to stick my fingers in my ears. I hurriedly put the drink on the coffee table and some cream and hot chocolate slides down the sides of the mug. Sylvie is glued to the TV. I kick the door closed behind me, to drown out Juliet's wails. Hot choc, just the way you like it. I keep my voice breezy and calm, hoping it belies the rapid beat of my heart and the panicking thoughts whirling round my mind. Sylvie grunts, gazing at the people, dressed in sparkly costumes leaping about the screen. My fists tighten. I want to yank her mouth open and pour the hot chocolate down her, despite the fact that it would burn her throat. I sigh. So, enjoy, walk out of the room. As I go, I see Sylvie lean over and grab the mug, taking a large gulp, gaining a whipped cream moustache as she does so. Thank God. I close the door firmly, and then I'm running upstairs. I drag my suitcase out of my room. Luckily, when I first took it to this house, to move in before Juliet and Seb's wedding, I anticipated staying for a while, so I took a large suitcase. I'm glad of that now as I toss underwear and socks, dresses and shorts, sun cream and toothpaste into the case. Mine and Sylvie's belongings are muddled together, creased and crumpled, but I don't have time to deal with that now. I grab phone chargers, shampoo and a hairbrush, and fling them on top of the topsy-turvy clothes, trying not to think about the fact that while I can stay indefinitely, Sylvie can only stay 90 days. Plus, her grandparents will be going to the ends of the earth to find her. A bang causes me to flinch and almost drop Sylvie's trainers. I fling them into the case. I'm hoping I imagined it as I wonder nervously what Juliet is doing in the basement. An image of her, unshackling herself from her handcuffs and crawling to the door, consumes me. Knock, knock, knock. The bang is brisk, loud and persistent. I realize it's the front door. With the Ring doorbell being out of action, someone is banging the solid brass knocker, with its lion's face embedded into it. My chest jumps as unsettling thoughts about who could be at the door fill me. My nerves are shot to pieces. I won't answer the door. I'm running down the stairs, shouting, "Sylvie!" I need to warn her not to answer the door either. But it's too late. She's already at the door opening it. I leap down the last stairs, wondering if I'll be in time to launch myself at her and slam the door shut when Libby steps in. She only came round this morning. What the hell does she want now? Relief that it's not someone standing there in a uniform plays tug-of-war with my dismay that Libby is here again. "Hi, Sylvie," Libby says, pleasantly. Her eyes sweep over me, her mouth in a straight line, and her cheeks flushed. "Hi, yeah," Sylvie mutters. Her voice is slow, and I keep my fingers crossed that she drank all her hot chocolate and that the drugs are starting to kick in. Sylvie pauses and opens her mouth, looking at me. I brace myself for the inevitable question about when her dad will be back, when she turns away and heads silently back to the snug. "What do you want now?" I can't keep the hostility out of my voice. "I want to tell you something," Libby says, her eyes searing into mine. I look away first, angry that I've conceded to her, 1-0 to her. "I thought it was important to tell the police what you told me, that you have a secret connection to Seb and Jesse. So, I've made a statement and they're going to speak to you." She draws herself up, crossing her arms, and I'm sure I see a flicker of triumph, the streaks of amber in her hazel eyes standing out sharply. My mouth is dry and I want to lay my head against the toilet seat and vomit up the scarce amount of food in my belly. The stress I'm feeling means all I've had to eat today is a piece of dry toast for breakfast. "Why did you feel the need to come and tell me that?" I say at last. "I'll discover soon enough when the police come knocking, because I think you know more than you're letting on. And I'm hoping maybe you'll tell me." Libby looks at me with contempt. Rage and hatred bubble up in me, making my chest go tight. But I can't afford to dwell on those emotions. I need to get her out of the house so that Sylvie and I can escape before the police arrive. "Right, thanks for letting me know. I'd like you to go now," I bark, stepping towards her in a menacing fashion. If she doesn't move, then I will push her violently until she exits this house. I'm about to take a step forward when I freeze. A wail raises up from the depths of the house. It wraps itself around us, bouncing off the floor. Chapter 43's Just Die. I hate you. You're not going to get in the way of me and Sylvie being together. "Juliet." Libby whispers her name. "What have you done with her?" Her arms tense, and she walks towards me. Horror rises up in me, and I'm paralyzed. Until suddenly, an idea comes to me, and it's perfect. I allow myself a little metaphorical clap on the back for my brilliance. Sylvie and I will soon be out of here. Minus Libby, I sigh. Follow me. For all her bravado, Libby's eyes widen, and she tugs at a strand of red hair. As we march past the snug, I peer in, and Sylvie is gazing catatonically at the TV screen. A trace of cream dribbles down what looks like an empty cup. Good. I can scoop her up and get us away once I'm done with Libby. Silently, I lead Libby into the garage and to the basement door. Slowly I turn the key in the lock, its creaks deafening in the silence. I push open the door and, closing my eyes briefly, snap on the light. Libby's eyes widen and stare down the stairs. I see her take in the scene below. The crimson tidal wave of blood that is spattered up the walls, across the floor, and over Juliet. Seb slumped on the ground with half his forehead missing, and Juliet, lying there, her eyes boring into us, conveying terror and despair and sickness. They stand out against her sunken cheekbones, against her matted hair coated with blood. Her teeth look huge in her open mouth. Libby screams, as I knew she would. I don't waste a second. I launch myself against her as hard as possible. She falls like a brick down the stairs, but rather than land on her head, as I'd hoped, she lands on her bottom, her legs splayed. One of her legs bends awkwardly out from beneath her. Libby shrieks. My leg! My leg! I'm angry. I wanted her to land on her head, knocked out by a catastrophic injury. I hesitate, and then slam the door. Sylvie's and I can get away, and she can die down there. It might take a little longer for her, but... I turn the key firmly in the lock. And then two screams intermingle from Boo, with a dull thudding on the front door. Oh my God. I scoot out of the garage and into the hall, screaming, Don't answer the door, Sylvie. My mind is working frantically as the blood pounds in my ears. I'll grab my handbag and essentials and take off through the back garden with Sylvie. Hopefully the drugs will have kicked in, and she'll be compliant. I'll have to leave the suitcase I'd painstakingly packed. We'll have to. I see Sylvie once again answering the door, and this time I'm confronted with something much worse than Libby. Two men in uniform, their big frames filling the porch, loom into my view. I recognize Tom Davies, the policeman who visited a few days ago. The thread veins looping around his noise look more crimson than I remember. Hello, Detective Inspector Tom Davies again, he says formally. Is it me, or are his eyes looking beyond me into the hall, moving rapidly back and forth? We've got a few more questions about the disappearance of Juliet Stone. Before I know it, they have stepped into the hall. Sylvie blinks. She opens her mouth and closes it again, before mumbling, Do you know where my dad is? What's that? The other policeman, ginger-haired and lanky, leans forward, cupping his ear. Inspector Davies is too busy surveying me. Doesn't matter. She slinks off to the snug. I need to make sure they don't hear the screams from the basement. Let's speak through here. I focus on speaking calmly and try not to jog to the living room, desperate for them to enter, so that I can slam the door shut on the noises. But they're taking their time. Inspector Davies is looking around him, the other fiddling with his phone. Hurry up. I want to scream. I want to push them violently in and close the door and turn the TV on. Finally, they're almost in the room when a muted cry rockets round the hall. Then, another and another. They still manage to be piercing despite the muffling effect of the walls. The policemen stop in their tracks. What's that? Two wails, intertwining and rising and dipping, flood the hall. There's nothing I can say. It so obviously screams. I curse myself for not finishing Juliet off with my own bare hands. Why the hell didn't I double down and fling a brick at her after Sebastian? She'd be deathly quiet now. I should have pushed Libby more tactically down the stairs, so she landed on her head and not simply hurt her leg, silencing her forever. Someone's screaming. The red-haired policeman races out of the living room, following the screams, and pauses outside the garage door. I cling on to the tiny vestige of hope I have left. Inspector Davies will follow, and I can escape with Sylvie through the front door. But instead, he stomps his feet affirmatively and stays glued to the spot, staring at me. Can you enlighten us on the noise? He asks. No, I've never heard anything like that before. I can hear the other policeman wrenching open the garage door as another wail rises up. My heart pounds. I'm dizzy, and I feel faint. I stagger slightly. "Are you okay?" Inspector Davies asks dryly. There's no compassion in his tone. "It's just a shock to hear those noises," I say faintly. "The other policeman will be at the basement door now. The door that I stupidly left the key in. If it wasn't for that, I would have been granted some extra minutes perhaps, to escape. The blood pounding in my ears is louder and louder, and I'm wondering if I'm going to be sick when there's a roar from the policeman. I know exactly why he is shocked and horrified, and why he can't help the primal scream escaping his lips. Inspector Davies almost drops his phone. He staggers slightly, and then is running to the garage door. I take my chance. I grab my bag and rush into the snug. Sylvie is catatonic on the sofa, gazing blankly at the screen. "Sylvie, we need to leave." I grab her by the hand and pull her hard. She stumbles to her feet. "What?" She's bleary-eyed, her voice slow and sleepy. I haven't got time to speak. I pull her out of the room and towards the front door. I grab the handle, and despite my desperate desire to get away and my trembling hand, I manage to open it quietly. I step outside holding Sylvie's hand firmly. "Run," I mutter to her, and there is running, but it's not from us. It sounds like a stampede, feet pounding on the wooden floor, and then I'm grabbed from behind. I turn round to the policeman standing there. "Not so fast," booms Inspector Davies, while the other policeman slips on handcuffs. I stare at my shackled wrists, and suddenly I can picture Juliet's fettered hands. Except I've now swapped places with her. She'll be walking free while my freedom is gone forever. Sylvie just stares at us, her face passive, her eyes vacant. Chapter 44, Juliet. The bright hospital lights hurt my eyes, and my neck throbs, despite the medication I've received. I'm hooked up to an IV drip to replace all the fluids I've lost. I was rushed to hospital with severe dehydration after I was found by the police. There's a knock on the door, and a nurse ushers in a policeman and policewoman to my cubicle, one of whose faces will be forever imprinted in my mind. My knight in shining armor. It's Inspector Tom Davies, one of the policemen, who rescued me from the basement. "How are you?" He plonks himself on the chair by my bed, and as I stare into his kindly brown eyes, I'm transported back to the basement, the smell of my fiancée blood in my nostrils. There's a squeak and the heavy door opens. My heart rolls and pitches in my chest. It's Claudia, of course. A tiny squib of hope leaps up, but there's only ever bad news when she appears. I brace myself for a brick in the head, resigned and even embracing the thought. Anything's better than lying next to my dead fiancé, covered in his sticky blood, waiting to die. She isn't alone. Standing next to her is Libby. A scream ricochets around the airless, still basement, and I'm desperate for Libby to run away as fast as possible, away from Claudia's clutches. Otherwise, she'll end up with a similar fate to mine. Claudia stares at Libby, her face still, and filled with hatred. And then her hand shoots out, and Libby hurtles down the stairs like a rag doll, crashing and bumping on the steps. She lands with a huge thud, her legs jutting out awkwardly. I almost hear the snap of a bone in my mind, as I realize she's probably broken her leg. I think of Seb, his heavy body, now cold and stiff, beside me. It could have been so much worse. My leg, screams Libby. Claudia slams the door shut, and we are plunged into darkness. "I'm so sorry you're down here too," I say faintly. It hurts my neck to talk. Libby is breathing loudly and erratically. "I take it she killed Seb. Oh God, oh God. We're going to die down here, aren't we? We're done for. I'm going to leave Noah. My baby, he's so little, I can't. My leg, it's agony." Libby is hysterical. I need to calm her down. We have to stay cool if we've any chance. "We need to scream," I gasp, "together. Now." Libby doesn't need asking twice. There's a bang, and the door creaks open again. What's she going to do to us this time? The light flicks on, and a thin, tall, red-haired police officer is gawping at us. His mouth drops open. "Help!" Libby roars. "Help us! How are you feeling?" Inspector Davies' gruff voice pulls me back into my cubicle. Much better than I did. The words are automatic. Of course I'm better than I was, shackled in the dark, covered in Seb's blood, waiting to die. But I'm in shock and despair. That the man I loved, who stared at me so adoringly, with his eyes crinkled, who picked me up and saved me after Matt had planned to kill me all along for my money. He never loved me. I can still feel those hands close around my neck, the leather slippery against my skin. Every time I shut my eyes, I see the scorn and hatred and amusement in his. And every time, I do my best to supplant that image with one of Matt, warmth and love shining out of his eyes. Good. You've been through an awful lot. Di Davies fidgets on his seat, while the other officer moves slightly from foot to foot. And then he speaks. You need to tell us what happened. His eyes bore through me. I need to tell them everything, including that my own fiancée tried to kill me. I'm exhausted after giving my statement to the police. I'm weak and tired, and it's hard for me to move my jaw, to open my mouth. Finally, they've left, and the nurse is bent over me, a trolley next to me, as she takes my observations. My eyes are closing when she says brightly, "Oh look, someone to see you." My heart sinks. I don't want to see anyone. Sylvie is peering round the curtains of the cubicle. Her face is pale, and her eyes timid. I feel a shot of surprise. "What are you doing here?" I croak. As the words leave my mouth, I realize it's a mistake. "Come in. Please sit down," I add as quickly as I can, trying to muster a welcoming tone. The nurse bustles off, pushing the trolley. "Just half an hour more of visiting time today," she says over her shoulder. Sylvie shuffles past the curtain and sits in the chair by my bed. She's lost weight and her eyes are haunted. "She drugged me the night the police found you," she bursts out. "She wanted to take me away. That night feels like weeks ago, not just a few days." I pause. "She drugged me too," I say at last. "I'm disgusted she did this to a child. But really, is it any surprise? She targeted us for a reason. She wanted Seb and Sylvie, and she wanted me gone. Sylvie's aunt. I still can't process it. I went to A&E, but they said I was okay," Sylvie proffers. "Where are you staying?" I ask. "With Mum's parents." I wonder how they're feeling, knowing their second daughter is a killer. They didn't sound close to her. But it must be devastating to learn that their remaining child is a murderer and will no doubt be lost to them in jail. I can't bring myself to say Claudine's name. She is neither Claudine nor Claudia to me. "Sorry." Sylvie's voice is so quiet I can barely make it out. "I wasn't always nice to you." Her face crumples and she sobs painfully, tears erupting from her eyes. "I just want Dad back." Sylvie's usual cool exterior has slipped away, and she suddenly seems much younger than 13 years old. So do I. My tears flow too. I'm crying for the man I thought I was going to marry, for the man that never existed. So far, only the police, Libby and Claudine, know what Seb did. How the hell do we reveal his true colors to Sylvie? Sylvie reaches out and takes my hand. We continue to cry, our hands creating a bridge over the gap between us. Chapter 45, 10 months later. The usual wave of nausea washes over me when I glimpse Claudine being led into the courtroom. I've sat through weeks of seeing that face, day in, day out. Her hair is no longer in its high, swinging ponytail, but rather hangs flat and limp round her face. Its bright blonde highlights have been replaced with a mousy brown. Her cheekbones look like they are ready to burst out under her skin, and her eyes are sunken. It seems that prison has taken its toll on her, but every day in court she seeks me out. Her eyes are dark indigo as they sweep over me. I force myself to stare back at her. The trial has been hell. Claudine hasn't admitted her guilt. Rather, she's pleaded voluntary manslaughter for the death of Seb, arguing that she attacked him to save my life. It makes the anger and hatred I feel towards her bubble over. Sure, she did save my life in that instance. But that certainly wasn't her intention. Rather than kidnapping with intent to kill me, she has pleaded kidnapping with extenuating circumstances, arguing that her desperate desire for her niece and grief about the death of her sister caused her to lose her mind. She won't even admit her crime against Libby. She says she lost her footing and pushed her down the stairs by accident. I've had to take to the stand and give evidence. I felt physically weak and shaky as I made my torturous way there. But I put up the fight of my life against her lawyer. Claudine may have saved my life in the instance of Seb's trying to kill me, but she planned for me to die too. I did my best to get that sentiment across. whatever the defense threw at me. She tried to snatch my life away and took so much from me. I wasn't going to let her get away with it. I ignored her wide-eyed stare as I gave my evidence against her. I disregarded the little shakes of her head and the hand flying to her mouth as I made it as clear as possible that this woman was out to murder me and that she killed Seb without any intention of saving me from his hands. Claudine takes her place. She clocks Sylvie and her eyes widen. Sylvie looks away, moving towards me and taking my hand. I give it a squeeze. I hadn't wanted Sylvie to come to the trial, but she begged to be allowed to come to the verdict, and eventually, I and her grandparents agreed. They are here too. Claudine's parents are holding hands, looking anywhere but at her face. Seb's mum looks ill. Her face is pasty white and her hands are clenched. Seb's dad looks sunken and frail, and he stares at the floor. The press box is crammed. Journalists craning their necks to take in the scene, while others are busying with their laptops and dictaphones. Of course, they're here in their crowds. It's an amazing story to splash across newspapers. The crazy woman who targeted me with her fake PT role, the secret sister-in-law of my fiancé Seb, out to wipe me out due to her obsession with her niece. And then the successful businessman who tragically lost his first wife, who tried to murder his fiancée for money, and then was wiped out himself by his sister-in-law. It reads as if it's straight out of the true life section of a women's magazine. The press seemed to particularly like the personal trainer aspect to it. A body to die for and kill a body are just some of the headlines screaming out of the news websites. Due to the huge amount of publicity, her grandparents and I made the decision to tell Sylvie the truth about Seb and how he tried to kill me. She would find out soon enough, and better from us than some gawping classmate, or from an online scroll of the news. She was shocked. She sobbed and she cried, and for a time refused to believe it, but she actually took it better than we thought. There are times when she's quiet and withdrawn, overwhelmed by his loss and what he did. But other times, she throws herself into her homework and going out with her friends, like she hasn't a care in the world. On the other side of me, Libby clutches my hand. Claudine's push broke her leg badly. Pins had to be inserted during surgery, and she needed extensive physiotherapy to recover strength and mobility. Libby told me all about her role in helping Claudine enter my life. Before Seb started his relationship with you, we went on a couple of dates. I'd had no idea of this, but I'm even more shocked at what she next told me. On one of them, he told me that while he ran a successful business, he had cash flow problems. Apparently, it's common when you work for yourself. He asked if I could lend him some money, £3,000. He wanted to take Sylvie on holiday for her birthday. Libby screwed her face up and banged her head with her fist. I feel such a mug saying yes. I felt uncomfortable with his request. It came out of the blue, on a lovely dinner date. But then I felt so sorry for Sylvie, losing her mum. I understand, as Noah lost his dad. He wasn't really aware, though, and it would have been so much worse if he'd been Sylvie's age. Libby fell into a morose silence. I could almost see the scene playing out in her head. Even though I felt uneasy about the money, I really liked him. He's the first person I've liked since Jason died. I had such high hopes, and we seemed to get on so well. We even kissed. I transferred the money to him, and that's the last I saw of him. I never got the money back. At first it was excuses. He'd get it to me at the end of the month. He still had cash flow problems. And then he stopped replying to my messages and didn't answer my calls. Libby took a loud breath, her face taut. And then he started going out with you. When Jason died, life insurance paid off the mortgage on our house. But I still have to be careful. That amount is a lot for me. You know what the biggest slap in the face is? I was actually planning on spending some of my savings on a holiday for me and Noah. I couldn't justify digging into my savings even more after Seb didn't repay me. I felt a rush of anger for my friend. Did you think about going to court to get the money back? Or telling me what happened? I looked into taking him to a small claims court. But if I lost, I'd have to pay the court costs. It seemed too much of a risk, and I just felt so tired at the thought of going through all that. I couldn't face it. Libby squeezed her hands tightly together. I could tell you'd fallen heavily for him. I didn't feel I could burst your bubble. And after losing Matt, you deserved happiness. I kept a close eye to make sure he didn't take money from you. It's all my fault, she sobbed. I forgave her. Even if she had helped, Claudine would have found a way. And crucially, Libby saved my life. If she hadn't alerted the police, I'm sure I would have died down there, my rotting corpse eventually found alongside Seb's. I'll be thankful to her forever. I'm sickened by him not paying back, and by what I've found out about his financial conduct. He was mis-selling high-risk products to vulnerable people who didn't need them. A client alerted the authorities, leading to huge fines. He transferred his business from consumers to corporate clients. But it didn't get off the ground, no doubt due to reputational damage, as he told me. I've since found out just how much he was struggling with everything on credit cards. I feel so stupid that I didn't cotton on as I rake over the clues scattered here and there. The tense business phone calls, missing the build-up to our wedding, to save what turns out was his only customer, his refusal to buy a new car, his eagerness to change our wills, and the way he forgot his credit card at our Valentine's Day dinner. I'm tugged back to the present as the jury files in. I stare at the foreperson, the one to deliver the verdict. Her eyes are impassive, behind slightly smeared glasses. I'm pretty sure that Claudine will be found guilty of most charges. The one I'm not sure about is her intent to murder Seb. They have taken 3 days to deliberate, so they can't all be in instant agreement on this. I want justice done so badly that my heart feels like it's expanded in my chest, and I'm struggling to breathe. Sylvie leans into me. There's not a sound as the foreperson steps forward to deliver the verdict. Guilty. Her voice is clear and composed. Guilty, she says to the next charge. Guilty. Her voice is calm as she says the same words to every single charge. The courtroom erupts. Libby is crying noisily next to me. I'm silent and still, next to an equally frozen Sylvie. I put my arm around her and stare straight at Claudine. I expect drama and histrionics, given her wide eyes and fierce shakes of the head she's displayed throughout the trial. But this time her face is a mask, still and frozen, with no emotion running through it. Her eyes look dead until she catches my eye, and then they look like they're burning, shooting blue fire into me. My arm that clutches Sylvie starts to shake. It extends up into my shoulder and down to my leg, and then my whole body is trembling. Suddenly, tears are running down my face, dripping into my mouth and dampening my smart cream blouse. It's all over. I can put those scorching eyes out of my mind. Chapter 46. Hi Sylvie, I hope you don't mind me emailing you. I miss you so much. It's a big ask, but I'd love for you to come to the prison to see me, so that I can explain everything. Would you come? Also, if you're interested, I've been looking at workouts for teenagers, and push-ups, squats, planks, and lunges are all on the list. Love from Aunt Claudine. My phone rings, cutting through the gym session I'm enjoying with Sylvie. I suppress a sigh. Unknown number. Hello. I frown. I recognize the voice, but I can't think from where. Detective Chief Inspector Kurt Reynolds. Of course. The policeman who headed up Claudine's case. Instantly, unpleasant memories of Claudine and the court case file through my head, and a nervous knot forms in my stomach. Oh, hello. I try to disguise my lack of enthusiasm for the call. What does he want? The case is closed. Do you have a few minutes? I gesture to my phone to Sylvie and walk out of the room, plonking myself heavily on the stairs, my heart sinking like lead. Okay, yes. Is everything okay? I can't keep the anxiety out of my voice. There's a pause. Let me start from the beginning. DCI Reynolds' voice is sympathetic. This is, as you must have guessed, related to Sebastian. After it was revealed that Sebastian tried to kill you, we started to have some concerns about how his first wife died. Jesse and Claudine's parents specifically brought this up with us, too. After hearing what Seb was capable of, they started to believe that Jesse did not, in fact, die of a heart attack brought on by ventricular tachycardia. And looking at what happened with you, and crucially, knowing that Sebastian was alone with Jesse when she died, we believed there was a case to investigate. Sylvie is singing along to Taylor Swift as she continues to work out. There's a thump as I assume she has flung her dumbbells on the floor. If there is a God, I say a little prayer to beg that I've got the wrong end of the stick, that he's not going to tell me what I suspect he is. DCI Reynolds takes a breath. It whistles down the phone. Luckily for us, Seb had agreed to donate some of Jesse's brain for research. We had experts, including pathologists, examine this, and they found damage to the brain cells caused by lack of oxygen and blood supply. This is found in cases when someone dies after their breathing has been restricted for a lengthy period of time. Seb inherited a large sum of money from his wife, including a big life insurance payout. He used this to pay off his business debts. With all this in mind, we believe that he suffocated Jessie so that he could use her money to settle his debt. The phone drops from my hand and slams onto the parquet floor. Sylvie starts humming again, this time to another pop song. It sounds like she's jogging up and down on the spot. She's so carefree that my breath catches in my throat. I stare at the phone, willing myself to move. Eventually, I grab it. I realize this must be a shock. DCI Reynolds says gently, "Why did you have to investigate? What's the point? He's dead now." I'm surprised at the anger I feel. Stupid police, meddling and upending Sylvie's life after all she's been through. He can't stand trial. My voice is shaking. "I understand your frustration," he replies. "But, while we obviously cannot prosecute him, we needed to find out if a crime was committed for the sake of his wife's family." Okay, even though he tried to kill me, I still feel shocked that he was capable of taking another life and, in this instance, succeeding. I take it this is a complete surprise and Jessie's and Claudine's parents never mentioned this to you? No. I feel a rush of anger that they couldn't have at least given me a heads up. This investigation must have been going on for months. But they've never been friendly with me. I've always thought that they couldn't cope, that their adored Jessie died, and that I took her place with Seb. When it all came out that both Seb and Claudine tried to kill me, they withdrew even further. It is understandable, I guess. Given that Claudine is their daughter, we do have to communicate about Sylvie, but this is usually done through brief texts. We finish the call, an image of Seb and I hugging tightly, both engulfed in what I thought was grief over the deaths of Jessie and Matt, is seared onto my eyelids. It's how we bonded, how our relationship grew. All lies. I grab the banister as my legs buckle, and I fear I'll collapse onto the floor. I take a deep breath, wait for my legs to stop feeling like jelly, and then walk slowly back to the gym, which used to be the Snug. After Claudine's court case, Sylvie and I decided that despite what happened with our personal trainer, we still wanted to work out. There was no way I could ever go to the garage again to do my training, so we changed the Snug into a gym. The TV, corner sofa, and dark navy, cozy walls have been ripped out, and instead, we now have a bright white room with spotlights, filled with gym equipment. There's the dumbbells, weights, kettlebells, slam balls, and weight bench that we used to have in the garage. I have also added a running and rowing machine. Sylvie is pulling herself vigorously up and down on the rowing machine. Her blonde hair is pulled up in a high, jaunty ponytail. She's wearing luminous purple legging and a bright, tight t-shirt. My heart lurches when I see her, Claudine. But then she gives me her artless Sylvie smile, and I gasp with relief. Of course it's not Claudine. Thankfully, she is incarcerated for many years. I remind myself that, of course, there's going to be a family resemblance between Sylvie and Claudine. Sylvie wrenches herself ever more forcefully, and I notice the firmness of her upper arms. She tugs at her ponytail, her tongue poking out of her mouth in concentration. It brings tears to my ears. I won't tell her about this latest news. Not yet. I know I'll have to shortly, before it's splashed all over the news. But not today. Mother's Day, a bittersweet day for her. It's bad enough that she knows that her dad tried to kill me, let alone murder her mum. I rise to the wall, and there is a photo of a woman with golden curls and hazel eyes. Jessie. I turn away. I can't look at those laughing, trusting eyes, knowing what her husband did to her, knowing that she is missing today and every Mother's Day forever. Since Claudine's court case, Sylvie and I have placed photos of Jessie and Matt around the house. When Seb died, and Claudine, was arrested, and I was released from hospital, Sylvie said that she wanted to live with me. I was taken aback, given our fractious relationship. But I understood that she wanted to stay in her family home. A house that was now mine as well, now that Seb was dead. But then it emerged that it was more than that. A fragile bond had started to develop between us, feeding off the anguish that we both felt, in different ways, over Seb, and drawing us closer together. Neither of us could compute the fact that this supposedly kind family man who appeared to adore us was a facade hiding his true self, and despite the months that have passed since his death, we still struggle to understand. The man who I loved to thrash at chess, to watch old horror films with, go for cocktails and walks on the common with, who helped me live again after Matt's death, was not real. I still find it hard to believe. After turning to each other over Seb, Sylvie has also opened up about her mum, allowing me to see and soothe the waves of grief she's still regularly engulfed in. She's started to confide in me on other matters, from her group of friends and her love-or-hate relationship with the popular clique at school, to secret crushes, teacher problems and homework. This new relationship, slowing budding, acts like a plaster on my distress and trauma over Seb. My heartbreak over Matt has come sharply into focus, again after I was saved from the basement. I wanted to leave this house with its shadows of Seb, Claudine and Jessie, and go back to live in mine, and Matt's house in Tooting. But Sylvie flat out refused. "This is my home, my mum's home," she begged. I couldn't leave her. Sylvie leaps off the rowing machine, tugging at her ponytail. "I beat my personal best," she yells. We high-five, as I try to shrug off disconcerting thoughts about Claudine. "I'm just glad our experience of her hasn't put us off the gym. I'm so sorry about what happened to you, in the basement." Sylvie's sing-song voice is at odds with the darkness that I'm plunged into at those words. The gag is back around my mouth, and I grip my wrists automatically, almost surprised that the handcuffs aren't there. I've managed to stay in this house on one condition. The basement is locked up. I'll never go down there again. "Let's not think about it," I say briskly. I grab a hand towel to give to her to wipe her face. "I can't help it," says Sylvie. "I keep thinking of how I saw you lying there, the tie on your mouth and the look in your eyes. When I turned on my mobile phone torch, I was shocked. And the smell." She clutches at her noise, grimacing. "But you never saw me down there, even when I was found by Libby and then the police. You never came to the entrance." But despite my protests, her words make me feel as if someone is pouring icy water down my back. "I did see you, don't you remember? I'm sure you saw me. The way you were staring at me." She gives a shudder. "It freaked me out. Then I shut the door. I can almost hear my brain moving gears as I'm back in the basement, tethered and wet with urine, my tongue sticking to the roof of my mouth. There's a dark figure standing at the top of the stairs. There's a burst of light, and they are holding out their mobile phone torch into the darkness. I see a streak of blonde hair before the light of the torch is focused down the stairs, and at me. It must be Claudia. I feel a burst of hope. Could it be that she feels guilty and is going to set me free? If not, this is my chance to appeal to her, to beg her to let me go. She is utterly still, as is the mobile phone torch she is holding ahead of her. I'm just wishing that the tiny light of the torch would illuminate her facial expression when suddenly the door slams and she's gone, and I'm plunged into pitch black again. But, I thought it was Claudine. It was you. I can barely get the words out. Sylvie doesn't meet my eyes. Instead, she fusses with the towel, limply wiping her forehead. "But why didn't you tell someone? Why did you just leave me to rot down there?" My voice is shaking, and I feel sick. My morning coffee rises in my throat. Sylvie slowly rubs the towel around her upper body. "I didn't like you at the time. You were taking Dad away from me. And I was scared, and I didn't know what to do. Sorry." The syllables catch in her throat. She jumps up, flinging the towel away, and grabs an envelope off the shelf, pushing it into my hands. "Happy Mother's Day," she murmurs. The card is pink, and stenciled with, "I know you're not technically Mum, but without you I wouldn't be where I am. Thanks for everything," Sylvia's written inside. "I didn't love you then, but I do now, you see. Sylvie says, as if this explains her behavior away. She beams at me, waiting for my reaction to the card. I'm touched. Sylvie flings her arm around me. She loves me now. That's the important thing. She's only 13 years old. She probably froze in shock, didn't know what to do. On my mind goes, making excuses. The sun is shining through the window, highlighting her dazzling blonde hair. Her eyes sparkle at me. Her dad was a murderer. So is her aunt, but I'm sure that you can't inherit killer genes. Can you? Hi, Sylvie. Thank you so much for the Mother's Day auntie card. It really made my day, especially as you wrote that you'd like to visit me. That makes me want to burst with happiness. And guess what? I've put the perfect workout together for you. With love, your Aunt Claudine X. The end.